I am a sleepy boy. Oh, I was supposed to start the stream 45 minutes ago. I said I will come online in 45 minutes, and then oops. If you're wondering why am I late, I fell asleep. And then I think I dreamed or something. Then when the dream ended, then I woke up and I was like, don't I have to stream? And then I'm here now. I have omen tendencies now. And I also have insomnia. So, yes. Alright, anyways, I apologize for being late to the reading stream, but I'm still gonna read anyways. Even though I might not be feeling as awesome, but I will still deliver on this stream. Okay? Let's go!
Arknights!
Morning, Colombia. Good morning, America. Oh, that's the best way to start the morning, is it? You're expecting me to not stream? I sound so dead. Yeah, I do sound very dead. But yeah, my throat's kind of messing with me a little bit. So
You better not leave me here on
makes
my
it
own.
less
I might
incentivizing.
get
But
curious
I
and go hopping around with my hand.
decided that I'm still going to pull through this stream because I want to read Unrealized Realities in time, and then at the same time tomorrow, I want to play Stronghold Protocol. Hence, I will still be here.
这里比军帐舒服多了，冒得了将士们操练的声响，不晓得会不会睡个好觉呢？
还多时髦的嘛。
That's what this.
Is that you, Cardi?
I broke my base again.
Wait! Don't touch the equipment!
This happens from time to time that I break my base. This what happens when you don't log in.
ロンディニウムの勤め人たちにもこのように優れた仕事環境があるといいな。Care to take a peek? 電化製品から離れなきゃ。
이 방 무선 대비는 잘 되어 있나요?
この部屋はすごく安心できますね。
Base got broke. At least I didn't do proper rotation yesterday.
这里就是员工宿舍。请问需要收租金吗？
Alright. It's a good Monday morning in Colombia. Good mythical morning. What do I not approve for as well? Alright. Let's continue where I left off.
博士，今天的成功又没看到你嘞。
Have I seen dev news about MH collab? Ah, there's legit dev news. Okay, fine. Let me take a look at it now. Oh my god! It's alive! Wait, what? Holy shit. Podcast spot at midnight. Why do you all look a little different than usual? So 3 people ah. Good ah. So it's A6 team that they went for storyline wise. A6 teams are getting alter. Might be maybe 2 5-star and 1 6-star. 1 6-star. Wow, actually not bad leh. You get to see a grown up version of Midnight Spot and Popoka. Popoka 6-star will be wow. Genuinely. But if Popoka becomes 6-star, she joins the ranks of Rosmontis and Ifrit. Huh. Oh, confirm rerun. Is it called Leaves Chasing Fire? I can't seem to remember. Okay. Who? Fun. Right. From here to the end. Cut the potato open and put it into the water piece by piece. Skulls are much harder to cut. Tear. The softest tissues in the human body are like cotton candy, easily scattered by a gloved hand. Crush. Flowers are crushed in the trembling palm, the juices sticking to the skin, dripping onto new leather shoes. Scream. The instruments sever the nerves so quickly that it can take a life without its owner noticing, just like the use of anesthetics. Cry. My dead brothers cry on the operating table. Why were they the ones who had to be killed? Why was I the one who was made to live? No. No. They are not dead yet. They are behind me, hammering and crying. There was never a garden. There was only cruel imprisonment and cutting. The cage that treated our lives like toys. They want to destroy the cage, as do I. The lab walls are being torn open. They're made of advanced reinforced materials. How would they be sliced apart like potatoes? She's lost control. The ground is being peeled like an apple. We'll be crushed into pulp. Someone needs to stop her. I'll try. You don't mean you're going by yourself, do you? Do you see how she shredded that power armor like paper? You're just a regular human. You are human, right? I'm human. Then I won't leave Roswantis behind. I'll go. Ifrit? This is no time for jokes, Iffy. The Diablo within you, well, your power is plenty dangerous too. Don't tell me you mean to... No. I won't use his power. I'll do it myself. That's a promise between me and Rosmontis. Requesting support. Navigator, it's gross. What the heck? Don't. What? I know what you want to say. Don't say it. He's my friend. My good friend. We're more than friends. We work together and we fight together. Rosmontis. I'll destroy everything that's not right. A lab like this. It should never have existed. I get it. Damn lab coats, damn labs. All those damn things that tormented us should have been burned to ashes a long time ago. Of course we have the right to be angry, to yell, to destroy it all. But we don't have to do it. Why? Are you going to stand in the way of what's right? You're tough. It'll take more than that to stop me. I won't let you become like Daria. Rosmontis, we promised to see the city together and go back to Rhodes Island together. Daria mentioned. Manga readers. No, sorry, non-manga readers. Daria who? I don't want to admit it, but you've always been better than I am. You're an elite operator, and you've done so many amazing things. Think of Amiya. Think of Blaze the Big Cat. Think of the Doctor. They have soft palms, their clothes smell clean, and they hug like warm blankets. Blankets? There are people who love us. Life isn't fair, but after all the scum that we had to put up with, we still ended up meeting some really good people. The silent stories always have a happy ending. I know she made a bunch of them up. Sarah is always strict about my homework, but she helps me up when I fall down. Don't destroy these memories. You can stop now, Rosmontis. Stop? The vibrations weaken. Ifrit grasps Rosmontis' hand. Yes, Ifrit. You remember me? No way you can forget. You didn't find out I ate the cookies you hid yet. Yes, I think you're right. It wasn't the doctor who ate the cookies. I should correct the terminal entry. You look like you're hurting. Why are you laughing? I want to laugh. You didn't lose control, right? Even the doctor was worried about it. You just wanted to do what you wanted to do in your own way. Yeah. It's okay. Sarah's worried that I'd lose control too. It's not a lack of trust. They just worry too much. As for the bad guys, the power they planted in us, the scars they left behind, none of that can control us. We're the only ones who can. We can turn the tables and laugh in their faces. Like this? Yes, lift the corners of your mouth. Find that Loken and tell him he's nothing to you. Loken? Alright, I'll find him. I know what to say now. I realized I was supposed to start today reading Rosmontis' operator record. I guess I'll read it after this. You know, the reason why I don't want to read the operator record is I feel like reading everybody's operator record at the same time. Like, in the order of what I want to read. But, Things have calmed down. Ifrit did it. She calmed Rosmontis down. Talk about a close one. Rosmontis arts left cracks in the walls around you. The walls of the maze have been destroyed, revealing a hallway deeper into the building. What is that room for, Musis? Your vivarium. Why is there a vivarium in Hammer? Mr. remembered. And in the deepest reaches, sarcophagus. You're sure you saw the sarcophagus? Wait, what? I'm going to envy you guys. It is unmistakable. This is the starting point of all your memories you have. Even the dizziness is exactly the same. Loken is helping Kristen study the sarcophagus. Wait, why do they have it? Is this the same sarcophagus that I came up from? Or is this a different sarcophagus? Like, was the sarcophagus not in Rhodes Island's hand? Does she want to destroy herself? Musis? Musis does not answer. You reach out and touch nothing. There was only a small splash, the reflection of bubbles. The real Muses stands at the heart of the vivarium. You're leaving us. Doctor, I promised to take you and Rosmontis to save Logan. Our cooperation is over, now that its goal is complete. You can't go any further. We say goodbye here. You planned this from the beginning. That's how you got the address. No. I lied again. I really am evil, aren't I? That hard hit, nasty. I told her I made my choice, when I really hadn't. I only just now made it, the moment I saw this vivarium. I'm sorry. I came only to confirm one thing. Yes. This is where my dreams are. The vivarium and the future it carries. This is my dream. It is the answer for me and my people. Am I still using multiplayer? No, I wasn't using it for the past year. Kristen promised to take it with her. She didn't lie to me. She didn't just tell me. Maybe she got tired of my cloaks and daggers and how a part of me never seems to be there. Maybe she never stopped believing in the trust between us. She really did it. So I should keep my promise. Tell Saria, I'm sorry. The water pushes you away. It is soft but irresistible. You return to the outer hallway, the lab doors closing before you. The water disappears, leaving no trace behind. Your hand is empty again, but this is no longer just an intermission in the middle of a dance. It's time. Can I go now? The deal is done. You can leave at any time. You promised me. You'll find it on your terminal. Is this the entirety of Locust research? No. There's another address. A blurred one. It looks familiar. You've really done a lot right under Maylander's nose. I'm actually starting to respect you. What a shame. What's that? You won't see the sky that you should have gotten to see. The stars? My people have played with them long enough. I've given you all the information I should. Do you really think that those twisted spots of light are worth looking at? No, not the sky we see today. Its true aspect in the future. Enough. I know about your great plans, but their future doesn't belong to me. As long as your data is legit, I'll be able to fulfill my ancestors' dream and recover my true power. The power you desire could not even overcome time. You understand that it could be machines that fly the skies of the future, or other evolving life forms. But not a shadow from 10,000 years ago. Are you mocking me? Mocking my blood, my memory, my destiny? You... sacrificing your entire race just to return to the past. Is it really worth it? Whatever. I've got what I wanted. Let's say goodbye in peace. Hohyuk jumps down the monitoring platform. She does not turn around to look at Kristen. She does not want Kristen to see the look on her face. We meet again. They are silent for a moment. Past and future pass by each other without making contact. Who's past and who's future? Muses is past, I guess. Hohyuk is future. 5 minutes. I can get the door open. Here. Other way around? Muses is the past? Sorry, Hohyuk's the past? I guess because she's dropped now. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Hohyuk is dropped from Kristen. Momo enters the scene, so she's the future. It's the weapon you lent me. Not lent. Gave. It's yours. You just need practice. Practice... You're free. Once you go out from here, The agents and soldiers are too busy to bother. They found Hammer and achieved their goal. They won't bother you anymore. Run to Trimonts. There, you'll still be researcher silence. You want to go into the most dangerous direction, don't you? You could put your life in danger. You may never escape Maylander's gaze ever again. It'll be a struggle of a lifetime. You may lose some things forever. Freedom, the life you know, the trust of your family and friends, the right to live under the sun, and yourself. Are you sure you want a life like that? I don't know. I haven't seen the problem resolved with my own eyes. I don't want to give up halfway. You're a talented scholar, a good doctor. Have you made up your mind to become a warrior? Maybe I'll never be a warrior. But I'll grasp the weapon you gave me tight, if necessary. Very well, child. Go forth with my blessing. Thank you, Director Jara. By the way, Control. Kristen could be just ahead. Don't you want to see her? Do I? Of course I do. But I doubt I can catch her. Jara gazes at the laboratory. Then she gazes towards the sky. Got it yet? Not yet. Keep going. The core of Hammer should be in here. And Kristen, she could have escaped right under our noses. 3 minutes. Ifrit? Saria! Did you find a way in? Not yet. This place is weird. Even Rosmontes crushed most of the outer wall like a cookie. It's not revealing any of the stuff inside. It's not a complete building. What? You're right, Ifrit. It's not a lab. This Did she install her parents' propulsion device on? How could it be? No. How did I not think of it until now? Saria? Where are you going? If I break the wall, he must have expected me. It's pointless. Then what has a point? You can't change anything. Would we be too late? No. I have to. Have to what? Saria? Silence. You need to get out of here. It could be... No. Saria, I didn't come here to listen to you talk like that. I know how far a scientist would go for a dream. I know that feeling of rapture, which is why I know the strength it takes to fight it with morality. You've long been seeking a balance between science and order. You do well. Perhaps too well. Your order is falling apart, but if you're willing to let balance go, perhaps you find your roots amidst the chaos. Find my roots. I believe you can. We have things to do. Let's part here. Where's Saria Alter? I can tell you now, Saria. How much I looked up to you. How much I wanted to walk by your side. One minute. Yeah, these two keep breaking up. And RI story. Well, there goes a rare friend. How do you plan on making up to me, Kristen? 30 seconds. Sir, you've returned. Are you ready to pronounce judgment? Yes. I want to kill you. Not for revenge. I hate you. But Amiya and the doctor both say that revenge won't bring back the ones I love. Not for destruction. You want to use me to destroy you. I won't. I'm not your weapon. You're just a criminal. You're nothing to me. I'll do what the law and prison could not do. I hereby sentence you to death. That's a banger line. That's a banger line by Rosmontis. Good. Good. How does that song go again? Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. So very soon. I can't believe they got to put that in the game. No copyright for that? Maybe not. Severe tremors shake the earth. Like something very strong and resilient is about to break out. You gaze at the rising inner corridor and see a figure through the windows. Kristen. A name that has been on my lips these days. Lunatic, genius, foe, friend. Or perhaps a dreamer who does not belong to this time. You see her with your own eyes for the first time. She continues to look up at the sky, as though the blank emptiness is the only thing she should care about. You cannot remain on your feet. A familiar silhouette appears. Monster! It unfolds in an instant, grabbing your shoulders lightly with sharp claws, the massive figure covering you fully. Then, an even more massive shadow rises behind Monster. Hammer. Now you can see the mysterious ring corridor and Mils's vivarium are both part of Hammer. Mainlander and the military fought over it, then made peace over it, but no one could have predicted that it would reveal itself in this way. The bright flames of the thruster feel blinding. The blast throws you off your feet. If not for Keltsit and Monster, you would have been cast to the winds, like those around you and the broken remains of the lab. Keltsit. Hang on, Doctor. I saw the sarcophagus. It was so close to the truth. I know. The figure in the air casts a gaze at you. No, not at you. The dark monster that is protecting you. Kristen moves her lips, seemingly inquiringly. You hear Keltsit repeat her answer to you. I know. So in the sky. What a title. What a beautiful phrase. ERB. I need toilet.
Sa, 始めましょう。今宵のマスカレードを。Questo ti farà tacere. Yudan したらダメだよ。私たちきっと勝てるから。
This is the destrezza of Iberia.
Questo ti farà tacere.
Okay.
Forward. Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
時間は待ってくれませんわ。
This will be over soon. This will be over soon.
Hai un problema da risolvere?
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
次はあなたをどこまでも追い詰める Hay un problema questo ti farà tacere. Mission accomplished.
I don't remember the name of the shop or the website that sponsored me. Loot Bar.
Got nothing better to do again, hey?
Oh fuck, why did I? Oh, I'm going to IS. Ooh-wee. Freezing around here. Sets keep shutting off the heaters. How many complaints am I gonna have to file before they realize we're here at night at overtime? Hey honey, what are you calling for? Hold on, I'll speak to you outside. What day is it today? 9 days out from the project deadline. Progress is looking bad for us. I won't be home today either. Our anniversary? Oof. Sorry, it's been crazy the past couple days. I know, honey. You've been looking forward to that restaurant forever. I know. I'm sorry. The VP was touring Rhineland, so the AK idiots on the board have been going insane. We're forcing every project to produce interim results immediately. Else we're SOL. It's SOL. Suspended on leave. I'm not coming up with excuses, honey. It's just... Listen, I can't do it today. I'll make it up to you some other time, I swear. Hello? Honey? Are you there? Maybe something would just happen. I want the offices blow up. I want guns rob a bank. I don't Tremont's stupid city trends just snap in half. Anything. Night gradually sinks in. The office lights are set for another all-nighter, the shadow caging in this one pitiable researcher. He gives a shiver. They say snow's coming in a few weeks. Someone bumps past him out of nowhere. Okay, my fault for hoping. Eventually, he shuffles his feet, stepping back into the high-rise. Just as he's stifled to his urge to stay outside a little longer, an irritating droning noise emits from far off. Catastrophe alarms sounding off with no warning. A PA demanding evacuation echoes through the streets. The researcher subconsciously leans to hurry his gait. But suddenly, he notices everyone around him coming to a slow halt, all gazes drawn at once towards the sky. With great skepticism, he lifts his head again. What the hell is that? A massive toroid, in sluggish revolution, rises up from behind the building. In the dark, as mechanical devices unfold, the neon of the city that glares off the upper surface becomes one with the structure, metal luster shining too black brightly for the eye. It is so imposingly majestic, so impossibly elegant, that it could only be the stuff of the most beautiful dreams ever dreamt. It pierces through the clouds, and inexplicably, it rises still. Some kind of ring. We have a liftoff. I'm very interested, of course, extremely interested. Really? Well, that's swell. If only our project can get Ryan sponsorship. Take a seat, ma'am. Anything to drink? Plain water will be fine, Justin, sir. Please, call me Justin Jr., even. How about some wine? War took the Gaulish Empire, but I thank the troops for leaving us the best vineyards intact. Please, if you insist, thank you. Come in. Director, Your office phone has been ringing non-stop. Tell them I'm busy. You have some friends of yours looking for you. Mayor Benjamin, Councilman Chris, Deputy Phil, Commander Colette. Who else? You have a Mr. Lewis, the one in charge of industrial sec. They say... who might you be, ma'am? Sorry. I'll wait outside. Don't worry about it. No secrets here. Go ahead. Right. They appear to be extremely unhappy with the articles you deposited at Plate 7. They were under the impression the project was more ordinary one. Commander Colette went to Mr. Lewis. I'm afraid all Plate 7 monitoring files will be lost by tomorrow. The mayor and councilmen have returned every case we've sent them over the past few years, and declared they'll no longer be seeking your aid for campaigns. The deputy made some very radical statements. I hear he's gotten an emergency arrest or warrant for the state prosecutor, and seems to be on the way here now. I've notified defense, but we can't keep them away for long. Here I swore we got along well enough. How fragile a friendship, won't you say, ma'am? Justin, sir, I'm only here to ask you to invest. I don't think I should necessarily be in the loop of all this. Aren't you curious, though? What could Rhinelab have that scares these elites, and bureaucrats, and black suits and white gloves so badly that they'll crawl out of bed in the middle of the night to get to work? I don't know. Nanodroid that extends your lifespan forever or something. Nice idea. If someone came to me with a prospectus and technical prototype, you know I'd invest. I am wondering a little, why you call me up of all people? Have you ever heard of state syndrome, ma'am? I've seen it in files. A rare hereditary condition, I think. Very rare, highly fatal, and extremely stubborn. Sufferers of it aren't usually expected to live beyond 45, and more likely to pass it on to their children. I assume it was Rhinelab that developed. Look, no rush to win your potential sponsor over. But yes, fairy tale ending, there's a miracle cure for the state syndrome. And while Rhinelab has no involvement in the research, it goes without saying that many have reaped the benefits. Pity it arrived a little late, is all. Old Justin Sr. died of organ failure and state syndrome 3 days before they finalized the drug. Justin Sr.? He must be... Sure was. And his son, Justin Jr., was informed out of the big white blue, after struggling in fear for a decade and change, that he could live like a normal human being thanks to the man. Bam! The nightmare that plagued my family was gone, like it never existed. Only later did I learn that the key element in the drug popped up when an intern researcher happened to mess up some reagents. That's fate. That's how it goes. At least you're free of the disease now. Because of a random dumb mistake. The incapable might call it a twist of fate, when the curtains are closed. Pat themselves on the back for it even. They see it as a gift of chance. But I can't stand it. I will stand for it. I'll have this phenomenon safe and secure in my own hands. I'll grip it. I'll control it. I'll dictate it to where it goes. The catastrophe alarm? Why does it have to be now? Justin, sir, we need to evacuate. Finally. Justin Fitzroy Jr. Well, if it isn't the Supreme Court, you finally caught me. What is your pledge? I pledge you will lead Columbia forth. What guarantees that? Is my participation not enough? Your many friends are dissuading me at this very moment. They tell me Colombian law shouldn't allow your people continue in their unbridled ways. If a mere fondness for sending out cases of money does unbridled ways make, then what, pray tell, do Kristen's actions sum to? Justice. You told me it's not for the protection of any sanctimonious ethics that Colombian law works. It must heal the brambles, for those who make forth. I ask then, what is your verdict? If Columbia's court pales timid and weak, then I should see no reason why it deserves my future tenure. Much obliged. Was that a Supreme Court Justice calling? What research are you handling? Easy, easy. Rylab's no danger to the law. You're with a trustworthy firm. But, well, back on topic. But what I've been stashing in the jurisdictional care of my friends. Go pull the curtains, ma'am. You won't want to miss the show tonight. What is that? Why is something that big flying? Is that another Rhinelab project? I'll be honest, you're not really a qualified entrepreneur. You're a flip-flopper. Scare easy, not confident enough, always second-guessing, got a habit of spending too much time on how you word things. To be frank, it's no wonder Tremountain investor circles don't like you. Lucky for you, none of that matters to me. Rhinelab will buy out your power laboratory in whole. I'll provide you ample funds, and it will be seen to that all is done to support your research endeavors to come. If Lady Luck is on our side, and one day you rise to directorship at Rhinelab, then it's not out of question that you might get a little section carved out for you. Just as our young Dr. Frank Scott. I don't understand. So much has happened today. Just say yes, because Luck doesn't claim the credit here, for it has been my decision. Where the hand of Justin Jr. reaches, there is random chance no longer, ma'am. I helped the lunatic succeed. I understand, Director Justin. Looking forward to working with you. And welcome to Rhinelab family. Cheers! Seems like we finally found it, Colonel. Bit of a process, eh? We weren't anticipating Kristen to have another propulsion unit ready to go for Hammer. She hid the whole contraption under a garbage heap, and now she's sailed to the damn thing through Trimon's airspace like she owns it. This is all my fault. No point in taking the blame now, Colonel. Things are all headed for the worst case. Hammer is still flying for the shaft, bound for its upper surface with an ETA of 20 minutes. Based on what the manuals say, it'll be hovering within about 5 clicks of the shaft, which gives it maximum odds of taking down any ground targets in an angle of drift. But of course, Ark-01 is in no position to launch attacks or counter enemy positions right now. Our plans never extended beyond demonstrated feasibility within Trimonts. 5 clicks of altitude is something the average aerial unit just can't do. Your considerations were all comprehensive outside of that blindsiding. We're dispatching specialist drone for the district capital of higher altitudes, but we still need more time. Meanwhile, we have every regular drone allocated to Trimonts already on liftoff. They'll interfere with Hammer continued ascent as best they can. Effects look to be limited. Seems the military gave this ring thing some sturdy armor. I thought these mainlander drones were advanced for Columbia as is. Outstanding work. Medals for all the generals, I say. The DoD has a hell of a lot resting on this. No point in taking the blame now, sir. What's important is we get the situation back into your hands. Into our hands, Colonel. Personally, I understand the pitch the army is making. Ever since the Bolivar debacle, your people have been mighty eager to get back on the stage. But we're all Colombians, aren't we? Goes without saying, when I enlisted, I pledged my loyalty to Colombia. Kristen still wouldn't contact us, and won't respond to any hails from us either. These are the actions of an opportunist or kidnapper, but if this is a bluff by the military, we can't say anything for sure. All we can be thankful for is, no matter what she intends to do, the shaft is under our control, and always has been. She has no way to... Sorry, Mr. Vice President, let me proceed. Colonel, it seems your people have some urgent news for you. It's me. I'm with the Vice President, right? Charging? Haven't we been in total control of the shaft? How could... Shut the whole shaft down immediately! You can't? Do you mean you can't? How hard can it be to find the goddamn switch or breaker or whatever it is and flip it? Pull out the wires, kill the power source, do whatever it takes. I don't care what facilities we damage. What? You're telling me you've done everything you can? and the shaft has not only failed to shut down, its goddamn energy readings are still climbing. Bring every ounce of explosives we have in Trimonts. Blow that thing to Kingdom Come. It's already charged, and if you blow that up, the energy dissipation will level the entire city, Colonel. That's what Mainlanders agents are telling me. You've got a crafty one on your hands. She's out of her goddamn mind. How much does she hate Columbia? What is she up to? Hold on. I can think of one possibility. The district. It's the district. If Hammer Angles deviates far enough, it's probably gonna threaten Max DC. Our beloved president is still situated there. Kristen. She intends to destroy the heart and the brain of Columbia. We have to evacuate all personnel in the district immediately. Don't worry, Colonel. The president just told me we're fine. Armed forces in the district are mobilized, and General Barry is taking charge of the defense there. She's promised me she'll protect the president with her life. General Barry? Oh, I guess you didn't hear. She's just been promoted. Carry on with your mission, Colonel. Columbia still needs you in this dire hour. Anything else? Nothing. I swear I'm gonna put an end to this insanity, personally. Don't overwork yourself. If you excuse me. What do these orders do, Mr. President? I'll be honest, not entirely sure about this. Still, I won't question your judgment. I understand. I'll head out at once. I mean, the government was backing Kristen. You see that? What is that? Is that what the brass is after? Sure, it's a high-flying bastard. Where's it heading? Out of the city. By appearances, an energy accumulation device. Out of the city? The shaft? What did Colonel call those things? Arc-01? Hammer? What the hell is the mad scientist thinking? What the hell is that mad scientist thinking? Idealism, obsession, curiosity, initiative. It's a trend that scientists are tied to these qualities. Silence will admit, as a scientist herself, as a former Rhinelander employee, that when she first caught the tremendous megastructure rising to the sky, she felt a faint tug on her heartstrings, and a mortifying sense of pride. This company she once struggled had created a wonder of the sky. She should by all rights bask in it, shouldn't she? Deception, calculation, sacrifice, conspiracy. She quickly comes to realize what this marvel was built upon. Control. Kristen Wright. An ordinary researcher. He never had too much contact with Kristen, perhaps at most a glimpse or two of the Rhinelander control during wrap-up conferences at the end of the year. She still remembers the look in Kristen's eyes. In her eyes, there was only one thing. Scientists must think about one thing, and one thing only. And that is how to accomplish it. A scientist's sole responsibility is to push science to progress. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. And where is it that progress lies? Whenever Columbia's wastes see rain, the vegetation quickly turns to overgrowth. When people hand down decisions from higher perches, dictating what plants are of use and what should be disparaged as weeds, it never sits well with me. We need to admit, no matter what, that should not be described as progress. Kristen and those like her, and those who wear the same guise as her, they all lay claim to their vision, their direction, as the way that science's progress should orient. She wouldn't dare to say she understands the secretive, elusive control, but she understands the rest of them and the respective cost of their journey forward. Who will define progress? Who will watch over it? Hasn't it seen too many sacrifices beneath its sails? Science must progress, of course. I am a researcher myself. I sympathize as such. But we must be aware of the nature of the costs therein. We must be aware that science does not solely serve personal ideals nor obsessions. Is that a drone? Researcher, what are you doing? I don't want trouble with you, and the guys in charge don't need your help anymore. So you ought to... Hey, we're talking to you! The hell is she up to? Hey, Yukaki! Is that one of our cars? Is she insane? Shit, we need to... Silence! Silence! Where'd the car come from? It's a military exclusion zone. The hell are you doing? Move it! Give me your car key too. But do you know how to drive, young lady? Maybe you need me to... Ah, I've got this under control. But just to confirm, left one is brake, right? Yeah. Doctor, we need to leave immediately. I found Kristen's energy source. Things aren't yet irredeemable. The worst case possibility I anticipate has not yet come to pass. We still have a chance to stop her. What's the sarcophagus doing here? Kristen's plans require mass amounts of energy, the scale and purity of which are beyond any modern Terran scraps, or even their imagination. So she's exploiting the sarcophagus tech? The sheer vastness of this energy is more than the sarcophagus can provide too. So why is she... I said more than the sarcophagus. I hadn't anticipated their being in Columbia. Buried right beneath these wastes. Doctor, I need your help. And your help is all I have. Rosmontes? Combat has concluded. She won't be in danger. I ask you to have faith in her. She may still be a child, but she is nevertheless a Rhodes Island elite operator. And I ask you to have faith in the time you spent with her. Whether the operation in Chernobyl or her days aboard Rhodes Island, not one past moment has been for naught, and these experiences likewise mold her even now. She will make her own choice, and we can only respect that choice. But right now, as it falls to her, so it falls to us too. Incredible. I always wonder how you learned to fight so well. Busy with all those research projects. And thought I made efficient use of my time. Do you never sleep? What are you doing here, Ferdinand? You took the words right out of my mouth, Saria. After forcibly entering a Trimontian military spec ops bureau, what could you possibly be doing? Let me guess. You want to find something to chase after the airborne gizmo. Maybe hijack a heavy-duty armor drone and tie yourself onto it, for example. Or is that thinking a little too simple, Director Saria? I never took you for the impulsive type. Out of the way, Ferdinand. I have no time to argue with you right now. Would you look at that? How sad. The only fine scientific investigations doesn't count. The only two directors control left out of her incredible master plan just happen to have gathered here. What do you want to do? Stop the mad woman? Or save her? I have no need to tell you anything. I assure you, I don't mean to criticize your relationship with Kristen. I was just waiting for you. Listen, Saria, I'm not here to get in your way. I said out of the way. And I said, listen. That's the sound of an aircraft. Ferdinand, where is that one from? The Horizon Arc project isn't just a super weapon Kristen's floating through the air. It's a complete strategic program. I tapped into some connections to borrow an aircraft they used to service Arc-01, and blew up the rest while I was at it. Let me be clear. Look across all of Columbia, and you'll find very few passenger aircraft safely able to fly near the barrier altitude. They won't need much time to scramble high-altitude craft for the district. But for you and me, that time is more than enough. You're proposing a collaboration. You believe that you're seriously qualified for this. There's the same old Saria I know. As though you'd have the ability to quell every single problem, even if I wasn't there to help. But I don't have a single shred of doubt about this. In your own words, there is no reason we should clash. Hammer has reached the shaft's aerial space, and the shaft has begun accumulating energy. If we let this situation unfold as is, then no matter what Kristen's up to, this will end with the Department of Defense exposed to the winds of scrutiny. And I'm sure we all know how Rhinelab, as an accessory to it, will end up. And whether it be clandestine, military proxy, or a former director of Rhinelab, you'll be finished, Ferdinand. Exactly. And I'm not about to give in. We can still make it in time. We can bring Hammer back down again in a safe descent, before the energy excitation, and there then will be room to pull back everything. And is it your life you're looking to redeem? Or Rhinelab? Does it matter? You'll have to be franker than that, Ferdinand. You've been ready with this aircraft. You've been anticipating that Kristen could get this far. Here, I thought the busy work at Defense had ground away all your researchers inside. Still, I've been ready for less time than you think. Do you honestly believe that this adventure of yours will rescue anything? If you didn't think so, then why would you be here? Do you know what feeling has struck me deeper than anything else lately? I feel like nobody cares about Rhinelab's reputation. Everyone else is either out there to see what research funds Rhine can get them, or their only interest is in what Kristen's doing. You may have considered how Kristen leaves the picture, but have you considered what will become of the company afterwards? Yes, I know. You've been all captured by her charm and her charisma. With a little soul-searching, I have to wonder if I wasn't too. Of course I was. But Rhinelab is ours. Of the blood we shed. I can't accept her setting fire to everything that I gave the sweat of my brow for. No matter what reason drives it. So I can solo being a task beast for the military because I want to pull Rhine back from the brink. Is that so wrong? I never thought I'd see you telling me this sort of thing. They're very director of defense-like words, aren't they? Frankly, I should be getting a cut of your salary for it. I'm no longer the director of defense. Fine. Once the dust settles on all this, I'll talk with Jara about getting a raise. You need to be re-employed first. Still, you were right about one thing. Rescuing Rhine is far from my only aim. I need Rhine, and Rhine needs me. That's my assessment, born of reason and emotion. However, to put it bluntly, I'm curious. This is Kristen we're talking about. We know Kristen. Yami wants to think she's out to blow something up, which is stupid. After working with her for so long, we know what kind of woman she is. And of course, you would understand her better than I ever could. Saria, tell me straight. What's going on in that brain of hers? How far is she going to take this? I can conjecture. Conjecture? Very cautious terminology. Go on then. Are you conjecturing or not? Those drones currently under attack may be unable to pierce Hammer's armor for the time being, and cannot reach its altitude of hover. But shooting down this maintenance aircraft of yours would simply be enough for them. My guess is the military and Mainlander are deploying even greater firepower right now, specialist drones capable of even higher altitudes, even landing craft to convey troops. Their involvement in the front line is only a matter of time. We need to get your little craft, with near to no armor and not a single weapon installed, straight through a net of drone fire. This definitely carries a little risk. I'll pilot. Suit yourself. Are you actually able to run this thing though? I learned. Once. In college. Damn. You can't... It's about to fly a plane. If it's about to drive a car with no training, he's about to fly a plane with no training. Seems like the transmitter response has started growing stronger. It should be right around here. Still no good. Energy readouts completely blanked. You can't stop it. No, that thing's blown past max display capacity. There's nothing in the manuals for this. Then to hell with the manual. I want solutions, damn it. No. The entire facility's energy supply should be cut by now. All of them. This energy, where the heck is it coming from? So you're telling me this energy is enough to turn us to ash with just one leg? But it's just coming out of thin air. The burden is on you to prove the hypothesis. Shut up and keep giving me solutions. I'll hurl you straight in there. Let me just give it once over. Pipelines, switches, energy nodes. Is this son of a bitch gonna explode on us? The manual says, I think in general terms, current accumulated energy is now beyond the structure's theoretical safe capacity. If it explodes, what happens? I don't know. Okay, run me some analysis. If something does go wrong, where they hit Yorktown to? That's not far from there. Yorktown? I'm not too sure. Tell me how big it'll blow. For Pete's sake. I told my brother-in-law it was a bad idea to pioneer out near Tramels. It's a city of headaches. I'm calculating now. To hell with this. I'm surrounded by science nerds. Crazy Poindexters. Don't any of you have a single breaker in your brains? Every day with a million fucking amazing projects, and you never just wonder what just happens if you screw up. The mind's behind Tri-Mountain Science. And you built this giant bomb that activates itself and you literally can't even shut it down? I wasn't on this project. I got 10% to work on this by a colonel. I would have definitely tested this thing a few more times myself. Zip it! I know you people too well. One little teensy wincer hint of success and it's like you go goddamn blind. Wasn't this project led by the DoD? Okay. Then they're all insane. I want my me mom when she said her folks were coming to pioneer in Colombia. Nation built of goddamn nutcases. Damn it, are you done calculating? Shit, this won't work. I need to make a call. Why can't I dial out? Energy concentrations are too high, probably. Thus impacting signal transmission. Damn it! God damn it! Is there anywhere with better signal? Some other corridor? This has all fallen into chaos. Energy transmission can't be halted. Just what is Kristen trying to do? Transmitter response is still going stronger. It should be the transmitter Professor Pavi's turn. Tune is all aboard. Hammer. So why is there such a strong reaction here, dude? I have to... Is there a passage anywhere? I need to keep heading down. Silence. So you came. You chose this path to move forward. Whenever Pavis recruited for his places, he'd always tell me that the trait he most valued for was a researcher's perseverance for progress. No wonder he graded you well. What could be on your mind right now, Kristen? Kristen, she've kept her secrets very well. For the past while, I investigated several tribals locations surveyed by Rhineland, until finally I found this place. And the reality was little removed from what I imagined. Hudson gives the rock face beside her a few knocks. We're separated from the Horizon Arc project shaft by only a few hundred meters. I'm afraid Kristen has the way laid out there too. Did you want to go sightseeing? That's it. Doctor, I presume you've gathered that there is so much more driving Rhodes Island to intervene so actively in the Tri-Mounts affair, beyond simply who and what you've seen. What? Silence, Ifrit and Saria, Loken and Rosmontis, even the Revenant calling himself the Tin Man. All of them are simply ordinary people, far separated from the truth. With regards to the Rhinelab commotion and Kristen going out of control, the military and Mainlander Foundation are like weights once again placed on scales, trying to preserve the semblance of a civilized nation. But none of that is what matters most. What should concern most? From the very beginning, Kristen has been brushing against something far beyond anyone's imagination. and with that as a focus, has launched a charge against the sky. I worry her actions will bring unexpected things to bear upon Terra. My intent was to stop her before then, but we were one step too slow. On Terra today, interfering in such things is no longer easy. Civilization is much more expensive than I thought. There'll come a day when people step far again. Far enough again. Isn't Kristen just trying to break through the sky? Breakthrough. A neutral descriptor. But you still unconsciously believe that the sky is something that should have no limit. To any scholar across the land, all that happens high in the sky is unsolved natural phenomena, just as catastrophe and the ocean are. They will puzzle, probe at its inner workings, use their knowledge and philosophies to dissect it all. They will research all the phenomena of the sky, never considering that the sky should not be this way. Countless children have flown for it in their dreams, and they too quickly realize the sky is not something that can be freely soared through. Drones and vehicle altitudes have been rigorously restricted, and the spreading of every foul beast's wings is constrained by instinct. This is the state of common sense upon the land. No one has ever questioned the rising of the sun and setting of the moon, and no one has ever questioned how it is all that all beings come to grow. But Kristen has steadfastly chosen not to believe, just as poets do not believe that dreams are fiction. I'm starting to wonder just what's ahead of us. Just promise me one thing, Doctor. Go on. No matter what it is that you find and think next, do not let it shake you. I am by your side. If you choose to, no, you would. I trust that you will accompany Amia and Road Silent today. And I trust that you're prepared in your own way, despite how inescapably scarce our remaining time is. Wait, fall back, Doctor. What I just said would take some time explaining. You follow Kelsey's gaze far, to where a dangerous silver gleam perches atop of the rock. A woman clings to the stalactite wall with nothing but her tail, almost like she's floating in the air, taking in the two of you with great amusement. You feel uneasy. It isn't Hoheak's sudden appearance before you, rather that you realize how Kelsit, of prudence comparable to an automated machine, has made a mistake so rudimentary even to you. Hoheak gently lands beside the two of you. Her mirthful smile draws scratches across your beating heart. I thought you were more cautious than that, Road Silent Physician. But to be fair, I'm surprised you two managed to find this place. Kristen never even told me its exact location. Kulkan. Betraying the Maylander Foundation is tantamount to funeralizing your future in Columbia. What Kristen promised must be far more generous than what Maylander could give you. You and your clan chose a path of no return, and you're trying to find the source of your race power. From Control and Logan's research, I advise you to stop. This is not pursuit of the historical self. It's simply self-destruction. A vast time has elapsed in which the elders have lost their legendary powers, and now compared to the remaining ancient races, have no. Kelsey's speech is interrupted. Hoheak's tail has quietly pressed against your throat. Yes, there's a sort of pressure your calm expression and tone of voice weak. One that makes a database of a brain capable of turning words into weapons. But you know that sometimes speechcraft just doesn't work. The sarcophagus from Logan and the files Kristen got from who knows where are enough to round off this dream we've had for a long time. A dream filled to bursting with power and might. Look at this now. Look at me. My plumage, my flesh, my tail. Memory tells me how it's all begotten by my blood. A high blood by any other name. The Kukulkan blood. I'm very strong, aren't I, Doctor? Please loosen your tail when we speak. I don't mind your composure one bit, but you see, if I feel like snapping your neck, then it wouldn't take much effort to do it. I remember it happening just like this before. Without all that fantastical equipment, Kristen's hardly stronger than the average person, and I could have just easily throttled her. But she downplayed.
minimize rejected power. I don't really like that oddball scientist type, but she made me realize, outside of my lineage, what do I even have? It's a cruel irony. The words she says cling to you. She humiliated the calling and the memories I succeeded. I wanted so badly to return the favor, but she seems so impossible to strike at. The placidity, like she'd gotten everything life had to offer. So placid, it made me envious, made me want to claw myself apart. It shook me so badly. She won you over. What is it you want? I want to see how she ends, to guess her true intentions, to unearth her legacy, and then I'll snatch away every last little thing that made up her mind when she ridiculed me. Maybe I'll find the answer just like that, before I return to my longed-for age of the Cookie Clan unrivaled dominance. I just want to know, in our modern sense, what worth that has. What worth I have. That's what I, Hoheyat, want to do. I hope you won't get in the way, Dr. Dane Keltsit.
Eight. He is the most OP character in the story. She really does feel like the most OP character in the story. Everyone's scared of her. Even Kelsey is scared of her.
박사! 미안. 부딪혔다. 다친 건 아니지?
전장에 관해서는 새로운 식견을 얻었으니까 말이지.
指揮官、応答願います。こちらジェシカ、前線に到着。
私に任せてくれ、ドクター。
太空大扫除开始喽！
味方全員の座標確認完了。
我会把我的名字刻在每一块原石上。
ドクター、しばらく情報の孤島で過ごしててもらおうかな。
坏消息是，我的真来博士，你的朋友们都等着呢。
Ranning You've never lived.
표정이 소리에 응하여 울린다.
坏消息是，我们可能也会死在这里。皆さんが後ろにいる限り、私は一歩も引きません。
ドクター、ごめんね。こっちは逃げ道じゃなくて、あなたたちをお迎えする罠なんだ。
ラジャー、もうそれ以上近づく。
희미하게 빛나는 색깔, 지식을 깨달음일지어다.
ドクター、ごめんね。こっちは逃げ道じゃなくて、あなたたちをお迎えする罠なんだ。
哎呀，真可惜，连灰都没それ以上近づかないで。好消息是，今天他们都会死在这里。
高難易度のマップも攻略できるドクターであれば、いつか非決定性多項式時間の問題も解明できると予想されます。
My voice needs a break now and then.
博士，今天的成功又没看到你嘞。
What a face you've got there. I think it's monster time, Keltsit. No. The tail's really calling out. Let the doctor go. You can go seek the thing you want, if that really will resolve your misgivings. Mm-hmm. What? Just like that? We pledge we will not respond in any way to your actions. With the way Saria and the Tin Men act around you, I thought you were going to be the dangerous one. What's wrong? Is that really feebleness? Because you don't carry yourself like someone without the power to resist? I leave it to your imagination. But you can understand that, for the doctor's safety, I'm not going to take risks. So it seems. Well, I've burned my bridges with the Maylander Foundation, so the less enemies the better. Really, Kristen's plans are in motion already. I'd say we're short of the free time too. We'll leave it there, before the district starts responding adversely. What? Quite right. It won't do for the district to be in true naked danger. We need to accelerate our gain of the situation. And given you betrayed the Maylander Foundation, we really shouldn't let an outsider settle this for us. That means you, Dame Keltsit. You're not that stupid. You indulge Hohea intentionally, looking to seize your moment to act. Oh, so you guess that I pursue our traitor. How nostalgic, to be exploited by the Dame once again. Intentional indulgence is giving us too much credit. The agents we assigned to be by Kristen's side defected one after another. I couldn't help but start doubting myself, and introspection is a thing that takes good time. As for the lives of the two of you, madam, haven't you been too careless? If you unleashed your jet-black vessel, surely restraining her wouldn't have been so difficult. This is not a place in which I can use any weapon. We are already on top of it. The statement of yours is enough to draw considerable attention from the Maylander Foundation, Dame Keltsit. Unless you're mystifying us on purpose. Honestly, what a surprise, Tin Man. How many bodies do you have? Didn't I toss your poor metal skull in the trash at Loken's? Are you letting me go this time? Or is this the deal? I kill you again, and then the Maylander Foundation lets me walk free? We'll talk again in a bit, traitor. Is my vision gone dark? It is something to my eyes. No, it's something mental. I can move my limbs. It seems arts still work here. So pitiful. Tin Man is a 5-star. Tin Man looking like a 6-star, bro. But then again, he has a very good skill. He has a 6-star worthy skill. So, I guess he's a 6-star. Original arts are not within the scope of the weaponry senses. Furthermore, even the full powers of the Revenant would be able to damage their critical components in the slightest. Then what about the original bomb and arts unit in my pocket? Too primitive. But these are the state-of-the-art Colombian technology. They could get us buried in the deep of this land with ease. So anything else you haven't told the Maylander Foundation? We're not able to come together on this. Not even with my being me being a Colombian or a Circass. All throughout, I have only wanted the doctor alone to reach this place. The control of Rhine Lab was a mishap in that respect. Me? Regretfully, you don't make the rules here. Beyond my duty as to the Maylander Foundation, I have a heavy interest in this ancient ancestral home of a land. There may be leads on Castle in there. I'm afraid I won't so easily. Speaking. Yes. Hohea has been apprehended via arts. She's ready to... What? The President himself. Looks like your odds aren't all that secure, my dear employer. Oh, it seems I've underestimated Hohea. Roger that. I will of course obey. See you later. Isn't it strange how you can break free of such witchcraft by brute force? Your average campaign knight a century ago would have been frozen on the spot. To that voice just now, it was a sarcastic witchcraft. You... what race even are you? I ran my checks. Always raised on the mind hole here. You really are pitiful. What puzzles me more, honestly, I mean, look at me, and the way I am. How could you take me for some ordinary person, killed by tossing his head away? Yes, you have a point. So could you put yourself back together if I crushed you? I'll deal with Ho here. You two go on ahead. The President has given me personal orders to unconditionally assist this Rhodes Island party to these coordinates. How very strange. I wonder when he got such a clear grasp of things. So what of you as a Sarkis? The young Sarkis detest you, and lovingly respect you too, for a great many reasons. But as I see it, your fight for the Sarkis will go on longer still. And of course, it will merely be so. Hurry up. When later comes, I hope you'll tell me everything you're willing to. I promise that to you. Let's go, Doctor. I'm impressed how easily you give up on your greed. Doesn't the truth matter to you? Don't you want to follow them down there and take in the ancient ancestral home of yours? Growing attached to your mission target on the mission, and then betraying your country with intent to misappropriate vital technology, without scruple. Not educating myself on this properly is my disgrace. Your damages to my body cannot rouse anger in me, not in the midst of my excessively long time undisturbed. But as your boss, and authority of the Maylander Foundation, I suggest you hand yourself in, and try to plead a lenient sentence. You old monster! How much have you lost over the course of your life? Does the idea of duty really still do something for you? I once used quite the amount of arts as a means to avert the trauma too long, a time that would inflict my soul. But it wasn't entirely effective. If you look purely at results, I'm a very conscientious one. Death will attest to that in my place. No, I'll defeat you. I'll get everything I want. I'll prove I'm my own self, and if that means I have to kill you, kill everyone in the Maylander Foundation, and even be killed by you, then I'll give each and every bit of it my shot. So this is how fighting for yourself makes your blood pound. Why did I ever put restoring my own blood first? How many generations worth of memories have you inherited? Oh here. 3 centuries? Or no, maybe 5. It's long enough. Long enough for a city to be rebuilt anew and destroyed again. For a dynasty to go from rise to decline. But to me, it's no more than the time needed to rouse myself from a nightmare. Big words for you. No, the reality is, your stretch of distress and your heart-rending family history won't stand up to a tale of a single scratch on my alloy fingers. Young Beast Cub. Hoya feels her heart stall for an instant. Her sight blacks out again. With experience, she quickly abandons her vision and attempts to wrap her body in arts, to extend her limbs' sense of touch. Even among Maylander's seasoned agents, she was eminently gifted. The Kokukan's memories are not solely a burden. They make her a natural born, highly veteran warrior. Every part of her body is a lethal weapon. The clarity of her mind has no equal, and her arts would redefine guile itself. But this time, Hohea begins to feel a hint of fear creeping up. A prickling, sinking feeling that starts from her eardrums and bores into her brain. She covers her ears in pain, despite the pure silence about her. The cavern scenery begins to change, a deeper darkness diffusing out from beneath the Tin Man's feet. Given you want to delve into history, I'll have to share a little bit more with you. Hohea can feel it, her cheeks abraded by coarse sandstorms. Her shoulders give a faint shudder, as if bearing some colossal mess. You made too much light of the weight of history, Kokukan.
You've yet to understand what it means for a memory to be graven. Ascent interrupted. You say you know how to pilot this thing! Hold on tight. I'm trying the hardest I can, Ferdinand. If I wasn't, we would be dead. Zarya, check the window! The engine's on fire! Power loss. No huge concern. Wow! The thing seems ready to explode. What do you mean no huge concern? I had no idea you could be so conversational. There's no end to these drones. Ferdinand, get over here. Grip onto this bar. No letting it go. Push it up. See these dials? Wait until they pass this line. Then call for me. What are you? Strap in. Don't let your hands leave that thing. I'm opening the hatch and heading out one moment. Opening the hatch? What do you mean heading out? In midair? Zarya? This whole thing's shaking. Damn it, I knew I should have got my lawyer before I got on board. You think you can afford that lawyer without a job? Stay calm. Watch the dials. Period. What the hell are you going to do? I think it's on the verge of haywire. There have been lights flashing. Zarya! Are you done yet? I'll take the controls. Let go of the bar. Let go of the bar, Ferdinand. The firefight died down. What did you do? I haven't seen you looking like that for years. The pulse device was reverse engineered from Radiant Industries tech. I was intending for it to hijack transport drones. I didn't expect its time would come now. Status check. Prepare to dock. Under Cyrus' control, the cabin doors opened up. Fierce gales of wind and ice-cold air pouring straight into the aircraft. I should have worn a few more layers. Put on your mask. It'll make that a little bit easier for you. If I'm honest, I thought you'd jump straight out like some down on her lacquer and leave a fresh hole in the lab ceiling. But like an academic, you pulsed the drones first to stop them nearing this craft, and then completed a proficient mid-air docking. Nasty was meticulous in building this lab. I don't think she would have zero precautions against me. Besides which, I couldn't guarantee you'd withstand the atmospheric pressures at this altitude. It looks like you have been busy since you left the fence. What have you been doing all these years? Work. Work. Don't undo your seatbelt, Ferdinand. If you want to pull my lab back from the brink, then show me how you do it. I'm not your section underling, Zarya, and you're not defense director anymore. Don't talk to me that way. Can you stand? Yes, I'm fine. But you have to keep me steady. The sensation is bizarre. We're really in mid-air. Starport is practically on top of our heads. We're still far, Ferdinand. The aircraft read 5,037 meters on the dial just now. The barrier is still another kilometer from where we are. You don't seem moved at all. I suppose so. Learning to pilot in your college days. The army still thinks this is some kind of super weapon. This equipment, these monitor devices and readouts. They actually built this to be the best lab in all of Trimount's. Or perhaps this was just the first step of some grand experiment. That devil. Just how much did she hide from me? I never thought her participation went that deep. Hold on, Zarya. I see a military transporter. They got here faster than we anticipated. They must be nearby. I assume they'll finish boarding before long. Need to hurry before they take over this place fully. Zarya? The man twists his head around and finds the ex-director of the defense section has already headed deep down the toroidal corridor. Toroidal is such a hard word. What the frick is a toroidal? Alright. Once I get back, I'm having a nice long talk with Jara. Preferably to double my stock options. So why do we not call donuts toroids? I like to order a chocolate toroid. You follow Ikatsu's steps. You've rarely seen her this solemn. You begin secretly to take stock of her as you walk behind her. You realize you've barely ever had the chance to see Kelsey in such quiet. Your perturbance begins to turn to tension. To your recollection, Kelsey is only unsettled or restless once in 2 blue moons, and each time the aftermath has needed absolutely no description. You move to open your mouth, to say something, just anything. What's wrong with Monster? Doctor? Perhaps I've slightly lost my composure. It is for other reasons. I can be sure that it's not that dangerous ahead of us. You can relax. That's it. You've asked me a great many questions in the past, which I've never answered for you straight. Today, you may well finally have your answers. I mean, I had an idea that they probably had a lot. So I'm half surprised. Not like full surprise. In my brain, I was guessing maybe there was more than one. And that, I don't know if that has something to do with Enfield. These are sarcophagi? Bro, how do you know that it's called sarcophagi in freaking plural? Where in your life would you learn that? If you're shocked by seeing so many, why would you know what the plural form is? It was as early as Sarah's first contact with me, on the mention of Kristen, that envisaged her going to any lengths to accomplish this. Rashly attempting a space flight carries risks nobody could anticipate, though Saria didn't yet know the full extent. Not until the events in Trimons, until Operator Telopsis and Silence were drawn into a seemingly unrelated incident. Yet, no matter when, even when I surmised she was trying to re-challenge the skies, I admit I had no anticipation the situation would be what it is today. With how things have unfolded, without personally witnessing the shaft's scope and scale, Hammer's ascent, and the research Logan Williams is now attending. Crazy I've managed to dodge these CGs all this year. Even if I saw the CG, I don't know what I'm looking at. You can show me, I've seen CG of probably half the events I still haven't read. I can't give a shit. Because I don't know the context. It was soon after, with hindsight. Like, you know there's the popular CG of the beheaded head? Have I seen that? I have, right? It's in one of the Laterano story, right? Oh wait, or have I not? Yeah, it was in the Gardener story. Why Whose head was it? Why can't I remember? Like, even that, I don't even know what the hell is this. You know, everyone's so hyped about that head on the plate CG, but I just don't know what the shit is going on. It was soon after, with hindsight. Then I realized what Rhinelab Control Kristen Wright is attempting to is impossible to achieve. Some outside force assisted her, massively influenced her. Borrowing military funds and connections. Continuing to research her parents left behind, the young genius has used Rhinelab as a shell to deceive everyone, and point herself directly at her one greatest, most obstinate hope in life. It's very easy to figure the context of something like this once you start reading. I think it's called selectively filtering my brain or stopping my brain from thinking. He's on Gerald. Why can't I remember who the frick Gerald is? I literally need to recap all the stories if I were to make a video about them. He plans to shred the sky. I can't swallow it. All that just for a fixation? This may well be what Saria thinks. As fellow students with Kristen in days past, as the very first supporter of her dreams. Regardless of how bleak Kristen Wright's past was, how pure her vision, even how little was her own personal doing. He has never had any right to avoid these responsibilities. Think of what operators Ifrit and Silence have been through. Run lab control is self-centered. Of that, there is no doubt. Saria wishes for her to assume these responsibilities. Saria wants to urge her to turn her eyes, fixed towards the sky, down to each and every individual, living, breathing person in Rhineland. Perhaps Saria was meant to be the first to see Kristen's vision true for her. But then within Rhineland, at the crossroads of morality and ethics, everything spiraled out of control. Regardless of anything, Sarah and I both have been a step behind. Given Terra's current origin and technology, tearing the sky apart would require the sum electricity of all of Terra over an interminably long period. And this is purely a mathematical comparison. Nobody could ever converge so much energy at one point, let alone have the means to usefully output it towards the sky. But in the core city of Chernobyl, a great many things have happened, all revolving around the sarcophagus. Do you still remember? I will never forget. At that point, Ursa's shallow research was sufficient to draw a relatively impressive amount of energy from the sarcophagus. And now, the energy is enough to realize Kristen's deranged vision. At least she hasn't chosen to share this information with the military or the Millennium Foundation. Such a material edge would make the state apparatus lose its mind, and certainly suffice to propel it into a rapid new hegemony. Oops, that was a fast clip, Benny. Just what is this base? Is something... Wow, white screen counts it! Remember what you said. I said, sorry. If you can, for the next while, call to mind your past with silence. Do not be rattled. A violent light sweeps over your body. You feel a shred of familiarity imposed to process. With no warning, out of all things before you right now, you recall that scene you've never once forgotten, up to this day. The sarcophagus, a cold, frigid light. Amia grips your hand. You remember nothing. You're drawn into the maelstrom of Chernobyl. It is the start of everything. So much time has passed, but some sentiment even longer lived than that fills the dense haze of your memory. It stirs in you grief, and reminiscence, and discomfort. It is part of you, yet you reject it with all you can. You strive to settle down your psyche. Faced with this quiet noise and dazzling darkness, this indescribable yet infinitesimally brief torment, your vision returns. You narrowly avoid the gas of surprise. But this unknown structure has preempted you, and the sounds of resuscitation echo through the vast hall. Unfathomable. But after such lengths of time, I would lay eyes again, a colleague, and an attendant. Truly far too unfathomable. Why can't I understand your language? Who are you? I? Who am I? Why would you use Terran language? Are you not aware of my existence? What happened to you? Answer me on that one's behalf, attendant.
AMA 10. Okay.
Got nothing better to do again, hey?
폭력을 걱정할 필요는 없어. 죽음에는 안식처가 있어.
What?
결국 모든 것을 묻어버리기를 기다리도록 하시. 우연히 모든 것을 묻어버리기를 기다리도록 하시.
我会把我的名字刻在每一块原石上。
표정이 소리에 응하여
모든 것을 묻어버리기를 기다리도록 하시. 모든 것을 묻어버리기를 기다리도록 하시.
엘레지가 드는 경계에 세워진 규칙.
모든 것을 묻어버리기를 기다리도록 하시.
坏消息是，跑出生来，博士，你的朋友们都等着呢。ドクター、伝えたいメッセージは何？坏消息是，
얼음과 눈이 녹아 사라지는.
So I'm enjoying. I'm not playing to enjoy. I'm playing to rest my voice. My voice don't feel amazing today.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？あたしらの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
I order you to answer me, attendant. I'm not Kelce's attendant. Doctor is an amnesiac. The doctor is not one among those you recognize. Not anymore. The doctor is now one of Terra, one of Rhodes Island. We have experienced a great deal together, up to this very day. Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island. I see. Fine. Then amnesiac. So why did you not relate everything once again today, Doctor? I see now. You've always had your doubts about this Doctor True Nature. You'd rather trust one relearning about the world, when the alternative is to recover a stretch of memories you deem unreliable. Yes, quite understandable. None of what's happened on the ground can be forgery. If there hadn't been sufficient intervention, Terra wouldn't be in the state it is right now. Seems not a thing has gone as we hoped, even if you don't remember that, Doctor. What a rare chance this is, to meet the two of you here, yet under these conditions. Well then, Doctor, the end is yet. AMA 10, claiming the name Keltsid. What did you come here for? Has Kristen put nerves in you? Has all this flown beyond your grasp? I don't think you've answered me yet. I am a devised personality simulation. For tens of thousands of years, I have guarded this dark hall, and the ice-cold bodies of hundreds of thousands of our people. Was once our last hope. Pessimistic attempt. A synonym for nihilism. Right now, there's you insignificantly minuscule too. I am the accessory and the invisible hand behind Kristen's mad plan. I am the preserver with a foot in the grave. Revere all that lies before you. I am the dying of civilization itself. I haven't read Babel, but Lonetrail came out before Babel. Position correct. Transmitter response extremely strong. Victor Jara, why are you here? You made it here by my blessing. Such is life. You came to stop me. You haven't let go of that weapon I gave you. I'm delighted. It doesn't seem like you're here on some hot-headed impulse either. Correct. This is your very last chance, child. Withdraw or continue. I will learn to be the warrior described, Director Jara. Silence. You're fully aware that Kristen is not about to target any town in the land with hammered received energy. You have no need to stop her. Like any scientist would, she is preparing to go where none have set foot before. And that's all. Perhaps so, Director Jara. I certainly don't know control like you do, but if you say so, I'm willing to believe it. However, I will continue to attempt to bring a stop to all this, and I will make no exception, even if you're the one who stands in my way. Why? Because whatever this experiment is, if Control freely conducts it and succeeds in it, and this being the Control of Rhinelab we all know, whether out of emotional confidence or rational judgment, that she is very likely to succeed. What do you think the researchers at Columbia are going to see in her? After holding your job in Rhinelab Human Resource Investigation for so long, you would know the people here inside out. A hero. Kristen would become a hero and an idol throughout all of Columbian science. Yes, she'll become the scientist paragon, the benchmark of a researcher. And then, the floodgates will be opened forever. Item after item, project after project, researchers will be in perpetual delight. But Director Jara, only she is Kristen Wright. Only her. And the others, the ones bragging about themselves as geniuses and leaders, the ones inspired by this pioneer spirit by any means necessary, the ones who will put their own obsessions and ideals in practice, all without the slightest apprehension. The greedy, the egotistical, the overreaching, the stubborn, the ones like us, if they take conduct of Rhinelab's control to be a virtue, then that is a future I am saying you can imagine the shape of. Perhaps we don't even need to imagine. With the research you yourself conducted on Rhine Lab, you've never been in the dark. I know very well, Silence. I know very well how much of that kind of thing has happened, and is happening inside Trimons. No, within the borders of Columbia. There have been plenty of insane and alluring projects placed before me. Their owners starry-eyed, their smiles sincere. They wholeheartedly believe they serve pure science, the pioneers of the wilds that we know. While all of you and your colleagues have to do is to evaluate whether inside their experiment plans, their grand blueprints, there lies even the off chance it might incur the slightest cost or waste. Cost. Sometimes it comes in the form of a fertile field, sometimes it's some number of terminal patients or death row inmates, sometimes it's a village or a town, and sometimes it's some specific race or even nation. And as I see it, sometimes it's their own selves too. Are you scared of that, Director Jara? Or do the possibilities for science-forward progress excite you even to no end? Director Jara, never upon this earth has there existed a specimen of pure science in a glass bell. Science lies in our hands, in the people's hands. You have to know its temperature, its weight, whether it burns people, whether it will bring suffering, or if it will console. Those people forever claim that they're the way forward, but all they do is to set foot with wild abandon in whichever direction they wish to. But Silence, that is what progress is. Nobody knows where the path lies. This is the walk they must take. The fortunate will find the right place and enter the light. The misfortunate will run into dead ends and spin in circles. But there is no way you can make them stop. You're a researcher yourself. You know what's most unstoppable of all. It is craving. Matter can't bind it, morality can't bind it, and rules can't bind it all the same. Across this land, all throughout history, before Kristen, there were those greedy, egotistical, overreaching, stubborn people you speak of. And when did they ever stop? And so from now on, they must stop. At the very least, they must stop before stooping to see just what sits beneath their feet. Director Jara, I feel scientists feel should not be derived from cravings and ideals, nor should it come from calculations or choices. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. I think she's nerding too much for me. I cannot relate. Silence. You say something very beautiful, fit to be hung in the corridors of a university library. But I'm afraid not one researcher is willing to see that quote on the walls of their lab. It is lip service. And so, I will make it practice, Director Jara. I don't want to give up midway, and I still have your blessing. Silence. Kristen has spent a very long time reading this plan. I don't know how much she's poured into it, but her determination can't be any less than her parents' was. You're... fine. This isn't you. It's me. I can't even watch this. I don't want it all to melt into thin air again. In which case, Director Jara, what is it exactly that you hope for? To see Kristen succeed, or to bring her back safe and sound? I know a researcher who goes by Ruby. Her greatest wish is to clock out on time and retire without hassle. I just ran across a soldier. I imagine his only wish right now is to get out of this out-of-control shaft without incident, and then flee the clutches of Trimounts and his scientific loons together with his family. Is Control's wish any more lofty compared to theirs? Because the thing she wants makes sufficient progress? Or is this simply because the feelings between you and her are sufficiently close? Director Jara, I know this isn't fair. You can't be this selfish. I am this selfish. I can't use morality or justice to fool myself in order to let you pass. We must concede what emotions weigh. Kristen has this dream. I guess I can't just stand here and fold my arms. Silence, you would understand this, wouldn't you? But if you can stop control, she could very well still... She won't. You won't, child. I know full well, when she set this project in motion, she never planned to return. Since long ago, ever since we first met, there's been no taking back of any of this. Silence, it makes me very happy you could stand in my way here. I can even say I support your viewpoint. But as Kristen's family, I still won't let you through. Go on and show me. Are you really prepared to bear every word you've said? What you face from here on is more than a single Parvis or a lone Kristen. What you face is every person that attempts to forge forward. I will. I must be ready. I promise you this. A scientist must press forth, and is bound to press forth. Perhaps some, like Control, will be more proficient at the forward portion, but there must be someone to step up and ensure that science remains in the people's hands. Too idealistic. Oh shit, I said the same thing as what one of you said. It's too idealistic even in our real world. I don't think any of us has control of what some of the big corporate are doing. Preserver, I never thought it would truly be you. But if it is, then how can you be? Aiding in a little animal's mad schemes. Witnessing a young civilization take its first step beyond the cradle. You came too late, Doctor. It has lost all its meaning. I need more explanation. It's you helping Kristen. She used some means to get in contact with you. Parents' history, civilizations, languages, races, technological attainments. I have come to know it all through Columbia's networks. Hilariously, modern surface information transmission isn't able to cover the globe. But your methods of mutually assured destruction happen to have evolved with competent efficiency. Terra's methods are too primal and reliant on originium, and with such conversion rates, realizing Kristen's attempt, the energy source required would be outlandish. It's near to impossible that Terra could have the technology to solve this enigma, save for... Correct. I gave her the lust of my blood. May as well supply a new heart than watch over a dying light, perhaps. You actually, honestly, why do you not regret it? All your efforts over such an immense amount of time, all gone to waste. Yes, gone to waste. Shut the project down personally. The orders were input by myself. It's a decision I cannot under any circumstances regret. It'll be soon. Very soon. A giant tremor ripples from somewhere far away. The lights within this subterranean space gives a few flickers. This being, calling itself the Preserver, falls silent for a while, then seems to let out a deep breath. Could that be the shaft? It's only an infant's curious place. Yet what obstructions is it tasked to overcome? That Road Silent Corporation has trained you well. Can you still lift your arms? Do you think she'll be an operator? He seems pretty capable. I just realized that Rhine Lab has a similar treatment to Sui. Yes, someone has to be the most boring character in AK. You think she's boring? Why would you think she's boring? I don't think she's boring. Because he seems wise, and I think that's nice. Can you still lift your arms? I'm fine. Oh, you mean silence? What about yours? Relax. I buy my health insurance. Are we going to keep doing this? If you're still going to block my way, yes. Alright, let's keep at it. Wait, something's not right. The temperature? Even if the shaft's preparing to fire, the temperature here shouldn't have risen this high. The army has cut off practically every power source in an effort to stop it charging, including every security alarm and control system. Those morons! Quick, we have to get out of here! There's still some troops stationed up above Director Jara. I'm counting on you to get them away. Where are you headed? Power to the control systems have been cut. Why does Control still have remote operation of this place? Transmitter response is still strengthening. I still have a chance. Silence! The heat wave washes with a burn past Jara's face. The library researcher she'd never paid particular mind to before now continue straight forward, running deeper into the shaft's layers. Jara is suddenly struck by a feeling that there is nothing, not one thing that could get in that silhouette's way. Perhaps she really can make good on what she promised herself. She imagines come that time, that maybe she can be of a little help. Looks like the prep work on the emitter has wrapped up. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. I'm no scientist. Kristen, you'll fly for outer space, just like you've been dreaming of. I'm sure of it. Nasty? Couldn't you choose some place with a better view? At what point can you finally stop ragging on me? When I went to observe in Letanian, I once saw a local fireworks show. They invited the best composers, just to write for the occasion. As the first firework went off, all the musicians started playing in unison. That that was a scene of beauty. Your figures of speech are too deficient. Letanians wouldn't like you. True, and true. But still, we're here today in Trimon's to seeing a sight that glitters just as gold. A ring floating in the air, drone bullets drawing out raindrops pure light, splashes of sparks of armor plating. Just as good as a fireworks show. Looking at the clock, it's about time for the climax of the performance. Here comes the thrilling, stirring, saffrons. What the frick is that word? Sorzando. Sorzando. It's prettier than I imagined. My lab ought to be charging all the city-siders enjoying the show. It's a success. Hammer, materials, and structure have restored the shock of the energy beam for the time being. Next comes the charging and focus phase. As long as we can collect the readings from such a high pressure conditions. I'm afraid at this point, Yami and Milan the guys grabbed their last chance to stop it from fully focusing. Aren't you worried about Control? Like she ever needed us to worry. We're going the same way, and that's all we are. We can only play our own parts well, and then pray she's lucky. If one day Castle 2 hangs from the firmament, and I'll engrave your name into my stones. Once upon the land, there was no meaning in looking up. There was nothing worth looking up at. Nothing worth exploring. That place was the domain of those who indulge in fantasies, those with their heads in the clouds. But now, each and every person lifts their heads, looking up at the beam of light connecting heaven and earth, looking up at the once untouchable sky. Among the stars, within the artificial constructs that appear so small before the torrent of light, rules the human ambition of this current epoch. Kristen! Sure enough, you set this plan into motion a long time ago. Everything you did for the DoD was a fancy show. What's the principle behind all this? The efficiency and stability of this high-energy confinement field. I've never heard anything like that before. If I recall correctly, you boasted that you were the most foremost expert in high-energy physics when you joined the rank. One of the most foremost experts. My god! You thank your lucky star, Saria, that there's nobody like Kristen in your field. It's just not fair. Yet she doesn't even bother to publish these results. The hammer is currently charging. According to the military's Horizon Arc project, once the charging phase is complete, all of this energy will be focused and undergo excitation for a second time to deliver a powerful wide area strikes. Sure, how much longer will it take? Kristen turned the project dossiers into scrap paper. All I can say is, it won't be long now. This is our last chance to stop it, as well as our last chance to stop her. What are you still standing around slack-jawed for, Ferdinand? Time isn't on our side. Saria, take a look at this densitometer over there. The needle seems to be fluctuating a lot. No, I'm not talking about the needle. The wobbling is a normal phenomenon of high-energy confinement fields. I'm talking about the unit of measurement. You can take a guess how many times larger this unit is than the one on the instruments in my lab. The energy absorbed just now is enough to power every single one of Columbia's nomadic city for at least 6 months. And it's showing no signs of stopping. We're now in the center of the laboratory carrying this tremendous amount of energy. Even if Nasty is a genius, she can't recreate a receptacle that stores energy in amounts beyond this realm of connection. In other words, no matter what direction it ultimately focuses the energy in, once a second-degree excitation begins, the lab won't be safe from consequences. Her end goal has never changed. If our ultimate goal is the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy. What exactly is up there? That's none of my concern. All I know is, this is a reckless experiment, and it's doomed to fail. Saria, there's nothing stopping you from packing your bags, finding a nice hillside with a great view, and then enjoying a drink while you watch this fireworks show that may well go down in the annals of Colombian history. That isn't going to happen. What about you? You were never the risk-taking type. Looks like my old friends are coming. They'll be here sooner than expected. You're right though. I'm not taking any chances. The technical manual has the location of the escape pod, and I know where it is. I'm not particularly interested in seeing the one who fired me, and it's not like you need my help. An opportunity to document high-energy physics phenomena of this magnitude is rare, and I don't intend to pass it up. Maybe you'll see a new paper from me in the journals next quarter. I promise, it'll be era-defining. Unlike Kristen, I don't tie all my intellect to my personal grievances. The fact that she's consigning all this knowledge to the grave, knowledge that could transform Terra's entire academic landscape, that's something I can't abide. Do what you need to do, Saria. We don't have much time. Stay safe. You freaking coward! Ferdinand. I mean, he could have stayed, but he decided to escape. I mean, there's no reason for him to stay, to be honest. Would I mean coward? He's Giga Chat. I'm calling him a coward because he decided not to stop Kristen. He gave up. But then again, why must he care? He has nothing to do with Kristen. So goodbye. Leave the starport as you wish. It's been a while, Colonel. I'm not surprised you survived. But if I were in your shoes, I'd prepare to be dead. Here's the thing. Ferdinand would rather stay alive. In his brain right now, Kristen is dying. I will take over Rhine Lab. Realistically, no one can stop the lab from exploding. Ferdinand's goal is to save the technology. Can he even save the technology? I don't think that's what he's trying to do. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go to Victoria or Latanian. With your skills, you can always pick up a teaching job. I didn't expect to hear those words coming from you. Let me say this one more time, Ferdinand. It's over. I've already spoken with the Vice President. The DoD's defeat is absolute. As for whether or not this whole situation can be salvaged or who controls my fate, I actually don't care that much anymore. Let's save some dignity for each other, Ferdinand. Get out of here and I'll save a crossbow bolt for myself. What was that? Sorry, my mind wandered for a second there. Also, you're blocking the radiometer display. Oh, he's not escaping. He's just observing everything. He's documenting everything as much as possible before he leaves the ship at the last moment. That's nice of him. At least he still has a researcher's heart. Being scientist can be so fun. Too bad it was not the profession I'm pursuing, and I don't think it will be the profession I ever pursue. This shaft here runs a lot deeper than I expected. I'm afraid the military simply failed to fully understand its structure. Right here is where the transmitter's response is the strongest. What are you doing here, Silence? Harvis? Silence. The location of this lab is supposed to be top secret. How did you manage to find your way here? Silence tries hard to open her eyes wide, discerning the things in the room. In the corner of the room, an instrument is humming as if breathing. A transmitter sits in a transparent tank, bobbing up and down. Across the room are several books with black covers. As if sensing Silence's presence, the transmitter increases its activity. A strong wave of dizziness makes Silence furrow her brow and shake her head a few times. That's right. You have your own transmitter. These reactive tendencies. You injected yourself with the transmitter. Though, I'm not surprised. Does it cause you occasional discomfort? Entirely normal response. I also have it inside my body. It can be quite overwhelming for an old man like myself. It shouldn't be a problem for your use. Still, it's the only way to better control the reaction process. Don't worry. Once this experiment is over, the long-distance intertwining properties of this batch of transmitter will be lost. They won't affect the long-term health of the injected. What experiment? You're conducting an experiment. Silence. Did you hurt your hand? Does it get in the way of your work? I'm fine. Then I won't ask any more questions. Now is the most critical moment. That you've found your way here. Might just be the help I've needed. I was just complaining how much easier the data processing would be if you were here. Lately, actually, never mind. Tell me, what kind of experiment are you running? There's only ever been one area of research I've fully dedicated my energy to. Chimerism. Precisely. It's the last question to be answered in chimera research. But this is... Professor, what are all these documents? The text on them seems quite evil, right? This is an ancient Sakes tomb that records the history of a certain ethnic branch. The Sakes branch not only enjoys long lifespans, but can even transcend the shackles of physical form, and exists in the world in a purely spiritual state. They have been dubbed the Revenants. The pronunciation can be a bit esoteric, but I'm sure you'll be able to find some records in Victorian. Silence, have you ever considered what chimerism does at the level of the soul? A soul chimera? These Revenants, the so-called soul in ancient original arts in Circassian witchcraft, can they be produced a posteriori? Are you trying to create an artificial consciousness? You've always been my finest student. This is something I've been working on for decades, to little avail. That is until Ferdinand told me that he and Dorothy had jointly produced this particular transmitter. You can't begin to imagine how excited I was, Silence. I was absolutely sure the properties of the transmitter were sufficient to form the soil from which artificial consciousness could be born. However, in this land, disturbances will always exist no matter how sophisticated the lab is. These disturbances have plagued me for the longest time. There are so many possibilities. Perhaps the energy used to excite the transmitter was insufficient. Perhaps the laboratory was not sealed off enough. Perhaps origin interferes with the generation and aggregation of consciousness. But none of that matters anymore. All mysteries will finally be unraveled today. This will be my final research project. The most optimal research environment is about to take shape. Professor Parvis, you're responsible for using transmitter to solve ARC-01's accuracy control problem. This is the new transmitter core. Kristen wanted to do something she saw as taking a risk. She thought her work would to be meaningful. I hate to be a critic of my peers' efforts, but let's be honest, we researchers have been cowards for far too long. Mediocrity, boredom, risk aversion, indecisiveness. Silence. Those of us with the knowledge and ability have to do more than just explore or progress. We carry science upon our shoulders and are commanded by it, are driven by it. It requires us to take on responsibilities that only a strong soul can endure. Usher in a new era. Usher in a new era? Silence, you deserve to be here with me to witness this crowning achievement. Soon, very soon, the dark ages of mediocrity will come to an end. The pantheon of science must return. You're shaking all over. I've rarely seen you like this. Is that so? Perhaps the transmitter's reaction is getting a little bit too intense. Maybe I really am getting too old. I'm sure you can relate with me, Silence. Yes, I can. I can see you've really been looking forward to this moment. Of course. Then there's one thing I have to make clear. I will destroy this transmitter core. What? I mean, I'm putting a stop to everything that's happening here. Whether it's controls plans or just your personal ambitions, all of this has to be re-examined. That's what I'm here for. That girl shook your allegiance to science, but I've always believed that you had the makings of a researcher. And as such, I never really blamed you. But this time, whether or not this is some ridiculous joke, I'm not going to stand for it. I'll have you to apologize to me, Silence. I won't take back a single word I say, Professor. I don't think I've done anything wrong, be it back then or now. What you people are really after is wanton power. That's absurd. You couldn't be more wrong, Silence. That's right. Say what you will about me craving power, because I know what kind of research is important, and what kind of research can shape the future. What? Are you going to regurgitate that old platitude about science belonging to the masses? No. Let me tell you, Silence, that science belongs to urban München. It's the Superman. This mediocre can go elect their politicians and kiss the feet of their betters. But only science is above their meddling. What about you then? Are you part of... What the frick is that word?
Interesting. What about you then? Are you part of the illumination you aspire to? That ship has already sailed for me. But if the consciousness I create is rational enough, grand enough, then it can. It can't, Professor. If you don't even have faith in humanity, what makes you think that this nascent consciousness can supersede everything? You don't understand. You've poured your heart and soul into the field of chimeric research, attempting time after time to craft powerful creations through bioengineering. Is that all because you can't run from your own weakness? Me? Silence. I won't allow you to throw baseless circulation around like that. This is my last hope to break free from mediocrity. I didn't expect to see you here. My former defense colleagues. That's right, Director Saria. Former colleagues. We are now employees of Components Control Section. Components Control. You aren't allowed past this point. You're doing a better job than last time. I appreciate the sentiment. You all know what Kristen is trying to do. All this accomplishes is... I don't know, and I don't particularly care. You know my ID number from Ryan, Saria. 011. That was before Jara came. Kristen and I interviewed you, James. Back then, I had offers from other companies, including Volvo, Kochinsky, and Beach Barella. But I didn't give them a second thought. Because I always believed in you. You and Kristen. I believe you two were different from the rest of them. That was just your ego speaking, James. This whole place is about to crash. I'd recommend you hurry up and grab an escape pod. I'll wait here until the moment we crash. But before that, want to see something spectacular, Saria. Nasty described it to us. Saria notices the entire corridor shifting. Is that... Gravity has moved. In-game mechanic. I've never seen the land from this high up before. The hammer has begun alternate adjustment. Out of the way. There's no time. Damn it, what's going on? This blasted thing's spinning. If I had to guess, this would be the altitude adjustment method mentioned in the technical manual, which is a step right before secondary excitation. Sir, do you need my help? Why are these doors in the corridor shut? Where's Ferdinand? He slipped away just now. Go after him! There are no defense systems here other than partitioned doors in the corridor. If I had any say in it, this place would be stuffed full of power armor. Freeze, Ferdinand! Got you. And you do leave me alone, Colonel. Every minute here is precious. And dealing with you would waste all my energy. I thought we were peace in the port, Ferdinand. Someone rationalist would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Looks like I had the wrong read on you. Come with us. The beam excitation reading is 1.22. The constant should be introduced here to renormalize the entire formula. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at you, Blake. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. Your power, your medals, your rank in DoD. You never lost sight of those. But now, we're standing at an altitude that few have ever touched, surrounded on all sides by scientific miracles. Just by reaching our hands out, we're on the cusp of plucking new formulae from these instruments. Take a good look. Here, all the honors and accolades you've clung to are so small, so insignificant. What about your Rhine lab? What about your Rhine lab, Ferdinand? Haven't you been fixated on that? Let me make a correction. I've been fixated on what Rhine lab represents. Rhine lab is my toolbox, my ladder, my arm. But it's not my purpose. In case you've forgotten, I can proudly proclaim that I am one of the finest high engineer physicians in the land. No, in both the land and the skies. What I've been fixated on has always been science itself. Kristen. She created all of this and let it go to waste. A truly prodigal genius she is.
and I envy her. But I also have to admit, it's been an incredible ride. And so, each and every second of my time is insanely valuable, and I can't afford to waste a moment on you. Listen to me, Ferdinand. Don't forget who you take orders from, and who gave you your new lease on life. Colonel, do you know how to stop a curious scientist? You either satisfy him, or you kill him. Alright. Get it over with. Don't waste time. One last thing I'd like to remind of you soldiers. The hammer will crash after reactivation, taking all of us with it. All this data might mean nothing to you, but your lies, your trust are very important. If you want to know where the escape pods are, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. As for you, Blake, let's save an extra vault, either for yourself or the one you answer to. Doesn't matter to me. Just don't break my instruments. Real men can never speak ill of Ferdinand. I remember in the last story I said that Ferdinand might have a comeback, but I still don't think he'll be that likable. But then again though, it's a very different, it's not a comeback that I expected. So you know what, I think that's pretty well written. He sounds like a... I think what's great about him is his passion. But his passion does go into wrong places though. I mean, he allowed the project of Site 359. He went from an asshole to a great guy. He's still an asshole. I don't think it changes anything.
どうよドクター、いい夢は見れた？私らの次の目標は思いついた？夢で見たのでもいいよ。
그립군.
我会把我的名字刻在每一块原石上。大丈夫。私が最前線に立ちます。ドクター、しばらく情報の孤島で過ごしててもらおうかな。坏消息是，我们可能也会死在这里。
모두 계산대로다.
跑出声来，博士，你的朋友们都等着呢。
표정이 소리에 의하여 울린다.
ドクター、伝えたいね。今から通信妨害するから迅速に行動して。敵を視認しました。オーバー。 エリア内の敵反応なし。完璧に任務達成だね。よし、ドクター、ハイタッチしよう。 ドス浄化小隊出発。
大丈夫。私がいる限り相手はまともに通信できないから。大丈夫。私がいる限り相手はまともに通信できないから。今から通信妨害するから迅速に行動して。エリア内の敵反応なし。完璧に任務達成だね。よし、ドクター、ハイタッチしよう。
Wait, I could have gone for Yato E2. You're right. I forgot I have Yato in my account. Oops. I dumbled. I'll upgrade her by pure hope, I guess.
Better to do again, hey?
I got drawn by the fact that I got more caster relics. I've been memorizing the basic structure of the central nervous system lately, over and over again, from top to bottom. Isn't that one of the assignments they gave you in an intro biology course? Yes, it's one of the absolute fundamentals. If I were to ask this question to any of my students, should they be stunned for even a second, I would drop their grade down to a C. But these days, I haven't been able to recite it from memory. Not even a single time. I keep stopping partway. I keep forgetting. I keep starting from the top, going around in circles. Every morning, I sit from 5 to 7 at breakfast restaurant, across from rank headquarters, and I give it my best shot. My nerves are deteriorating. Everything I've studied my whole life is now abandoning me this moment. Maybe in 5 or even 3 years' time, I'll become a demented old man who can only bask in the sun, having forgotten all the pride and fulfillment I've enjoyed over the past 58 years. Silence, I refuse to go out like this. Professor, my fate is already sealed. Now get out of my lab. Don't you dare touch it. No. You speak of Ubermenschen and strong souls. People like that might actually exist. People capable of transcending time, limitations, and this very land itself. But Professor, you are no such man. Your words are of the weak, mediocre masses you so ridicule. They are the desires of a human, transcending time, limitations, and the land itself. In the midst of Minos and Yerek, gods are the bestowers, masters, and deciders of all things in creation. But science is by no means a god. It's just a path for people to traverse. It needs to be examined from time to time, repaired from time to time, and reined in from time to time. The fruits it bears should not be the grandiose vision of megalomaniacs, but precisely the mediocre expectations of the masses. No! Get away from me, Silence! It's over, Professor. What you need is rest and recovery. After this, I'll take you to the hospital. That's fucking funny. The transmitter hub has been destroyed. Be it your experiment or Kristen plans. Without the transmitter, there shouldn't be. Transcending this very land. Yes, perhaps I made another tremendous achievement that even I did not notice. I just happened upon it, without investing much time into it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even arise from one of my own projects. But that doesn't matter, does it? Of course. Why hadn't I noticed? We've all been drawn in by her. From the very beginning, we've always walked the same path. The old man stares blankly at the display panel. On the monitoring screen, the giant man-made ring suspended atop the sky's zenith is illuminated by the beam of energy, gathering within it in majestic platinum. Perhaps because of the transmitter hub being destroyed, or perhaps because the scouring of the beam was too intense,
the hammer starts to shake slightly. Why is the transmitter signal not stopped? Let me ask you, Silence. If you have no way of becoming a leader, then what shame is there in being a follower? If I admit my weakness and indecisiveness, then it is a perfectly valid option for me to follow a truly strong soul, is it not? This was meant to be my backup plan, but now... What are you doing? Suffered mediocrity for too long. I can still catch up to her. We too must shine. All my hard work, all of my pursuits, must have meaning. I think he's about to KMS. At least, this is much better than becoming a vegetative old man. The energy density is already sufficient. As long as... Professor, Parvis, what are you doing? Silence feels the transmitter influence on her fading. At the same time, the consciousness of the elderly Caprini in front of her is rapidly dissipating. And the Transcendent One sets out on her journey. I do hope that on her long, long path, she won't mind being followed by a timid hitchhiker. Please, I can become a part. Silence. Look. Are you merging your consciousness with the transmitter to make up for the hub's destruction? No! This data. What's going to happen if the phases are thrown completely out of order? How do I stop these responses? Professor? Parvis? This is completely futile. Your consciousness can't be preserved within the transmitter. This transmission will only destroy your nervous system. A faint sigh, perhaps a slight chuckle. Parvis' body has become an empty shell, no longer holds to any conscious will. All his attachments, all his cowardice, is faded without a trace. Professor? Within the monitor, the trembling of the hammer seems to gradually calm down. He completed his experiment in a most unexpected way. No. Look at this. Silence! Silence! Silence? Are you in here? So you really were here? Step back. I'm coming in. Oh, it's Ifrit. Oh, I thought it was Jara. I finally found you. You had me scared to death, Silence. When I saw you snatch the car keys off the soldiers and floor it out of there, I knew you were about to do something really dangerous. This place is crazy scary. Not only is this place crawling up with soldiers up above, but I even got a real jump scare from the exploding energy beam. Ifrit, why are you... To save you, of course, duh. Did you know I learned how to drive? A real shame you didn't get to see my mad skills. With my driving skills, I even get bumped up to Elite Op. What's wrong, Silence? Why is Parvis here? Why isn't he moving? I don't know. In the end, he achieved his goal. On the other hand, I haven't really achieved anything. I was thinking, had I been more decisive? Had I been more determined? Ifrit, how am I supposed to stop people like them? Such powerful, brightly shining souls. Will I never be able to reach Saria Kristen? Stop joking around, Lady Silence! Ifrit frantically grabbed Silence by the collar. This isn't the Silence she knows. You're the strongest woman I've ever seen. Respontis is pretty powerful, and so is Blaze. All road silent operators have their own special skills. But you're the best one of all of them, Silence. It's because you've done so much for me. So much that to be honest, I don't know where to start. I pushed through everything. You and Saria both. You both overcame it all. I know what you're trying to do is really huge and really complicated. The guy you're trying to stop might be also very powerful and really hard to deal with. So that's why you should let more people help you. There's so many helping them out. So should you have to fight all by yourself? Obviously, you have me and Saria too. We're here by your side. Actually, yeah, I can feel like people won't feel very good about Silence Outer from this story. Because Silence is so trapped. And literally it's Saria and Ifrit trying to save her throughout the story. You'll not take any Silence slander. I think in some sense, Silence feels realistic as a character. I don't think she's that likable as a character, I feel, as the story progresses on. But I think the way I appreciate Silence writing is he is more human of a character than a lot of the characters that I've seen in the story. Like, truthfully, I think of every character that I've seen in AK, she's the most human of all. Because suffering descended upon her without her choosing to be part of it. She was the purest person. She's the most morally correct of all people. As in, she's literally purity snapped out of her, of a character. People want Saria Outer when 90% of the arc is already done. I mean, that's why Saria Outer should have appeared here, right? Which is not wrong. It's very hard for them to deliver Saria Outer because I don't know how else can they flesh out Saria when we've kind of fully known who Saria is as a character. And especially after this story, we're gonna see her final connection with Kristen. But yeah, I think that's... I think if I had to video essay this, like, Silence isn't very likable, but people just have to appreciate that. You think she's boring, she's all like no action, no surprises, no boisterous personality, but you just have to think that she's real. The point of this entire Silence is that this Redditor moral stance doesn't help anyone. Actions help people. No, you say that, but it's not like Silence didn't conduct actions. I think it's rude to say Silence is an inaction character. I think it's more like every time she just does something, it doesn't work. So she's hitting, like, this part of the story is her hitting a breaking point where she's like, I keep trying and I keep trying and I keep fucking up. What the fuck is the point? That's why I say she's very human. She just runs around and tell people they're wrong. She just realizes it. But she's not wrong though. She's not wrong in telling that these people are wrong. Like, her and Saria have the same belief that they don't hate science. They want pursuit of progress as well. They are very much Rhineland employees. But they both have this fundamental belief that science should be done in the form of a safety. Like, when I read this whole story of Lonetrail, I have the same thought of, if you've never sent a fucking rocket outer space, why the fuck do you put humans in it? It made me suddenly wonder, was the first spaceship that flew out of space, did it have a human in it? No, right? They used animals, right? I remember there was a story where one of the spaceships that got sent out was sent out with a dog. And it never came back. So when I read this story, I'm just thinking, is Kristen stupid? I guess she just followed her parents' footsteps. Like, have you ever thought, why not send yourself out first and then go? You know? Oh, they said the dog came back. Okay. The world doesn't give a fuck about who's morally wrong. You can never stop anyone by spouting anti-morals. You're not disagreeing with her morals, you're disagreeing with her way. Interesting. They're disagreeing with her way. Can you blame her? I don't think I can. I don't think that's hateable. Because he's literally purity incarnate. Like, there are such people out there in the world. And if they still hold that strong belief that people can be nice, people can do things rationally, it's awesome. And honestly, if only the whole world was like that. I literally called Kristen an idiot. Well, I don't know much about Kristen yet. As in, yeah, but if that was the case, you can see that I'm on the side of Silence and Saria, right? That, like, they are trying to stop this shit from happening. Although, I'm also thinking that they're kind of stupid, because I would also think, if you try to stop this shit from happening, do you think it will become worse? You know? Like, when she destroyed the transmitter hub, I'm just there thinking, yeah, but what if the entire spaceship fucking crash? Like, you don't even know what it's going to do. And you did an action that you thought would make things better. Not even that? The hole? What do you mean? What do I think? What do you think you break a hole in the sky? What does that mean? I haven't gotten to the hole. Yeah, I don't know about the hole. Guys, I think you're spoiling me. I'm here at this point in the story. I don't know what hole you're talking about. This is basically the psychology. When you put one normal person in a group of idiots, the normal person becomes an abnormal one. Yeah. It is. Human psychology is painful. Our behaviors and our rationalities and the fact that we all think as different people is very tiring. I'm just glad that this story explores on a lot of things though. And makes me wonder what is the thing that I want to take most out of this story. Let's continue. Silence looks at the kid in front of her. Compared to 3 years ago, her complexion is much more robust. Her body is also stronger, and her entire being brims with vitality. The girl's health is the product of her own efforts. It's just, when did she get so tall? You're right. I need to get ready. I have to keep going. And you? It's because of you. The shaft's output phase may be nearing completion, and it won't be safe in this building. Come, Ifrit. Let's get out of here. And also someone might be waiting for us to pick her up. As rudimentary a toy as it may be, the spear of a secondary civilization breaking through the sky for the first time was enough to render this nascent world dumbfounded. Doctor, regardless of how you see yourself today, you will find you need to hear the truth I speak. I chose to forsake my duty. I chose to forsake these lives I have overseen for nigh immemorable eons. Immemorial, sorry. They are your kin. Thus, you have the right to know. That is all. Humans! You killed the humans! It's been too long. The shadows of the civilization still deep within your memories. Have any fragments floated to the surface? Doctor, it seems like there is at least something there. In any case, there is no point in rehashing the grand visions of the past. Just use your imagination, according to whatever impressions still remain. Regardless of what you remember, we ended up with far fewer survivors than you might imagine. From great desperation was the Preserver Project born. Special life support devices, unshakable underground fortresses. When the calamities receded, there would be the seeds of new life. Destruction came, sooner and more overwhelming than anyone could have anticipated. Though at the time, people had already come up with certain methods. Most of them failed to understand, including she who stands beside you, let alone the blank slate that is you. We were born out of desperation and not fully prepared. A pure advanced AI would only increase the risk, so one person made the ultimate sacrifice. This one volunteered to remain permanently trapped in a cage of consciousness, within an electronic cloud, forever locked in an immovable sarcophagus deep underground. You mean... me? No, but as of this moment, in every sarcophagus is a person yet to wake up. What? Correct. None of them will ever wake up again. Lost their ability long ago. Even though you have no memory of who you are, you feel a part of your body spasm violently. A dull pain travels from your heart to the palm of your hand. For a moment, the name of this emotion eludes you. Your daily life at Rhodes Island often making you forget the quandary at the core of your existence. Kin. Doctor? Kelsey hesitates to speak. You want her to say something to comfort you. You want her to be an omniscient as she always has been in the past, offering you solutions, answering the questions you've always had. But you see only doubt and sorrow in her eyes. Sorrow is an uncommon emotion for her, even less so if the sorrow is for your sake. If you came here only to stop Kristen, turn and leave. Nothing is going to stop us, even if the meaning of her death is itself but a gamble. I've already made up my mind. The memory bereaved doctor, an AMA 10, who have managed to survive at this point. We have no other responses, then we have nothing more to say. No. What is it you want then? Do you wish to recover your memories and the truth? Or do you insist on stopping Kristen? Get the truth. You can't accomplish any of it. Your amnesia is so hardly simple. You are just being pushed along numbly, thinking you've acquired faith and new ideals. Ignorant hope is but the harbinger of despair. Something that we all know very well. Why not enjoy your hard-fought renewed lease on life, instead of insisting on broaching the truth? Do you really know anything about this land? The threat from the ocean grows day by day, while the mighty Aegarian civilization remains arrogant as ever. They might be powerful now, but they still underestimate the ocean. Though the demons and hollows deep within Sami's depths show little tendency to expand, they can't be ignored. They are like cracks entrenched deep within the ice, presaging a collapse that may occur at any time. But these are only fringes beyond civilization soil. They were never the immediate causes of our slain future. Inequality and prejudice, war and strife. The people are far from understanding the value of unity. and are fundamentally unaware are fundamentally unable to set aside differences and old grudges to talk about peace and the future. Even when catastrophes descended, the cogs of Ursus's war machine did not stop from turning for a moment. And the peasants of Kazimierz were not exempted from brutal punishment and taxation. Unity is an eternal dilemma. Even today, there are those who cry for the wars of the old, yet refuse to face the suffering as well as those who died in vain. They may not be able to see these words. It's too soon. They are still too weak. A few lucid individuals do not represent the entire nation. Columbia will soon seize their desired advantages from Kristen, expand their appetite, and extend their hypocritical faults and knives towards Bolivar, Sami, and Sargon. What Kristen did is a far cry from a feat of strength scoping out the future of humanity. Even a slight deviation, and all this will become but a clarion call for the next round of conquest. Is that what you, hear me, tells it? Think of Terra now. Fine then. I understand. For one who has walked the civilization bonds of this land, your opinion holds referential value. Since you each have your own reasons for not wishing to budge, then let us test each other's using ancient ways. Compared to pure rhetorical persuasion alone, I will need some more basal behaviors to evaluate your quality and revise the plan. Provided you are qualified. Accept. Yippee. Allow me to explain in advance that the things you brought up are not outside my knowledge. Through Columbia's databases, I have heard of this history. But I must reassess whether the two of you have the qualifications and the ability to warrant discussing larger plans together. Whether or not Terra can remain in the hands of people like you. Whether you have the right to debate the future. The time Kristen spent here with me goes beyond language. Hold on, you two. We are about to begin. I'm being teleported? Doctor? You really don't remember me? Is this? No, but just now I was... Yes. This is just her cognitive resonance. Originally, this technology was supposed to use to check the vital signs of those sleeping in the sarcophagi, or to preserve their dignity. Just like entering your dreams, shaping your dreams. For you, I am that dream. So, you're an illusion? Close enough. But there's still a fundamental difference. Just as the philosophers and interlocutors, what the heck is interlocutors, did in their palaces of old, when thoughts collide and words are exchanged, cognition intermingles, and the boundary between self and non-self blurs. You currently play the role of the doctor in your dialogue with me, but in reality, I'm the one who plays the doctor, whereas you are actually me. But your consciousness is continuous. This is not equivalent to the illusion in front of you, or your own image changing. The only word that I can describe this sensation is dreamlike.
You will not see a cold, impassive machine calling itself preserver, and that will not see the helpless and daze you. It's only in dreams that our subjective perspectives are no longer distinct. Come, don't forget that this manner of cognitive resonance has a humorous name: debate. Oh, and of course, it is your subconscious mind that finds this word humorous. Push open that door. There remains a question we must resolve. Do we really have to test people in their dreams?
No, it's not that I'm trying to test you. By all means, this is not one of Preserver's cryptic question and answer session, or one of Keltit's rhetorical traps. The one who will pose this question is you. What? I mean, I've drifted along, never making things hard for myself. What? You. Yourself. After losing your memories, you quickly got accustomed to life at Rhodes Island. You've always known that Keltit was hiding something from you, but over the years, you've been overwhelmed by the challenges you face. It has even caused you to lose your will to pursue your truth. In other words, your curiosity about the truth ended with Babel. When did you start thinking to yourself, this is fine? Do you really have the same obsession in the bottom of your heart to recover your memories? As more trust was built, certain truths gradually came to light, which even led to self-doubt. But the two of you overcame these difficulties, which is why you're here today. But what about before that? Long before you took Amiya's hand in Chernobyl, long before Babel. Who are you? What are you? Where are you going? Doctor? Who are you? I don't know. There's something I want to tell you, Doctor. The doctor I place my trust in is one and the same with the doctor who woke up in Chernobyl and has fought by our side ever since. That's what I want to believe. That's what I always believe. But in reality, Dr. Keltit and Teresa, do they really see the commander of Babel and the doctor of Rhodes Island as the same person? I don't know. I just don't know. All I remember is the doctor who was so kind to me. The doctor who saved me. If the truth really is as Dr. Keltit says. Amiya? Oh, Dr. Keltit. The doctor is tired and needs rest. There is still much to think about and digest. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, come back tomorrow. Rhodes Island still has a long future ahead of us, so there's no need to rush. Okay. Sorry, Doctor. I'm sure I caught you off guard just by asking this out of the blue. Actually, I also want to know. Don't dwell on it too much. There's not much time left before we reach the outskirts of Londinium. But Londinium? The next thing on the itinerary is a meeting of the elite operators. And we need you to see them. Hurry, come this way. Why? Who? Hindenburg has fallen into an atypical circumstance with regard to the infected. Rhodes Island, as we are now, cannot afford the risk of getting involved. The doctor will be our indispensable linchpin. Is this the one you're talking about worth a dozen or more Rhodes Island lives? If it's worth it, then I'm on board. But even if a single operator raises a concern, then count me out. Did we get introduced to Double Sprite in this story? By the way guys, I've had a video idea for quite some time, and I might make it maybe next week or the week after. I was thinking, right, I wanted to do a compilation of like, when was the first time an operator is mentioned, and then when did their sprite first appear, and then when did they release on banner. I felt like doing that as a video, but it's very annoying to make because I've been making that for 350 characters. But I thought of doing it like, you know those videos where you have the slideshow format, and then afterwards like people
people do like, oh, this is how tall, how old, and then like it keeps ascending and ascending and ascending, right? It's a very hard project, but I feel like it's a really nice thing to do, because I'm so curious, like, because I think one of the amazing things about AK is how operators are like teased after a really, really long time ago. And then they actually appear banners years later. It's one of the best things about this game, I feel, if you're someone who enjoys the story. It is a lot of work, but we'll see. Will I cover Stronghold Tournament the community is running? Nope. I wasn't even aware. So no. A huge chunk of operators very quick releases. I mean, I don't... Okay, this was a question I wanted to ask you guys. Did any character, any NPC appear in operator record and then get released? Do you all know? Locus was mentioned in Mats. Locus was mentioned in Twilight of Wolomonde. That one I remember. At the very end of Wolomonde. It was like a letter or something. Operator records in the files? No. Okay, it can be the files, but let's not do files because files is very tricky. By mention, you mean just by name or full-on sprite is there? No, some operators have name drop without the sprite. Santala? Santala appeared in Santala first appeared in Operational Intelligence with a sprite. No, it wasn't Stories of Afternoon. It was the one where Magalan and Santala interacted. Operator Records is fairly new. I want to believe that Operator Records mostly features people that have appeared in the story before, and that's the reason why they are Operator Records. So I will try to use like side stories and stuff to show the first visible mention. Like Musis also. Musis was Stories of Afternoon, I think. It was the one that has... Right? Yes. There was a strange interaction with Musis and another character. So I think it's just an interesting compilation if you were to do that. Oh, she was also Op Intelligence? Oh. Yeah. Locus was mentioned early. Escal was also mentioned very early in the game. Closure technically didn't first appear in story. Closure like first appeared in our shop. That's like when everyone first saw them. Like I would just funnily write shop if I wrote it in the video. Is it strictly mentioned in stories rather than IS relics, furnitures, or files? Yeah, I'll say strictly mentioned in stories because that's where people see it. Alright, continue. What? Zone move, Road Silent Commander. Huh, now, there's nothing that white-haired feline can do. Even if she could kill the captain, even if she could kill Patriot, she can protect you. Have you ever thought of our own lives? Have you ever looked at this land from our point of view? Of course not. You don't know a damn thing about the kind of bonds we share, or how we've said goodbye to our parents, or how we've painted our cheeks with the ashes of our best friends. Killing a reunion fighter, depriving someone of his life, is just like checking a box for you. Who the hell you think you are? Have you ever given a serious thought to what it means for us to live and die? Of course I have. Watch out, Doctor. Wait, don't do it. You're not always the main character of the world. Just like your life, you're a past. Take a look at the glass pane of the Pyrrhias. You can never understand everything, or be everywhere at once. Only those who face the truth deserve to be called courageous. The ridiculous thing is, you don't have the slightest idea of what the truth is. You've been kept in the dark. You don't understand. You're frustrated, even angry, at your own ignorance. In the end, what more are you than the projection of the pincer beast in a bucket around you? They all want to use you for a measure of consolation. To use you for what they want to obtain. Uranium Mendes, already impaled by black arts, point in the direction of those elite operators. But when you follow their fingertips, you see only a few foul beasts flying by. I forgot how to be British. I genuinely forgot how to be British. How many among them faced their own destiny? How many more stood behind Rhodes Island, eventually becoming arrogant overseers? What about you? You think you can completely sever yourself from the past, just because you've been shaped by new memories? Even if you can, how will you reconcile yourself with the new you? The onlookers know nothing about you. Yet they want to become you, and achieve their vulgar desires through you. Are you truly worthy of trust? Do you need to be entrusted with such a heavy burden? I've never tried to escape the responsibilities that came with my past. But if the past does not help me fight for Rhodes Island, then I only can see it as insignificant. This is not a matter that you can decide so cavalierly, Doctor. Can a criminal be exonerated of his sins just because he lost his memories? If a good person loses her memories, does that erase the good that she has done? For you in particular, your lost memories are not so simple. Perhaps you yourself are not aware of what you have lost, what manner of answer, then are you able to provide? Doctor, take my hand. I like how this one scene has probably been used 10 times in this game. Then as Doctor, I will make the correct choice. It's not the memories of the past that guide me. I am me, just as I've always been. I understand your thought process. Just as you've always been. Choice words from someone who cannot even recall events from a few years ago. Even when you come to grasp the truth, be it past or present, it is because you simply know it, not because you remember it, right? You are a completely new person, but don't worry, you are also the version of yourself closest to your true nature, because you've gained a chance to pursue hope once more. I'm truly curious what the future holds for you, Kelsit and Amiya. Sadly, it is not a future that I will be part of. Are you Teresa? Don't worry about it. I'm just doing a little favor. After all, I'm just a phantasm born from the debate mechanism. Whether I'm real or fake was never that important to begin with. But please remember, whether or not it came from the deepest recesses of your consciousness, just as I've always been, this will become the most important footnote of your life. Only when you truly recognize the significance of the words you blurted out. Can you live up to those who love you, and those who you love? We should all grasp our destinies. That way, there will no longer be any such things as preordained destinies in this land. You are the only anecdote, but also the poison that can destroy everything. What truly hinders us is neither origin nor catastrophe, neither sea nor sky, but rather ourselves. Believe in Amiya, believe in Kelsit. The dark endless night is quickly approaching.
And you all must become our sole ray of right. Until next time. Finishing.
박사! 미안. 부딪혔다. 다친 건 아니지?
I have nothing to say, but remember this one word. Sobrevive.
It would have been a 10-hour stream. I mean, if you cut all my ice breaks out, and if I was more efficient in my reading. Pretty fast. At least it wasn't 12 hours. Actually, no, it could be. Took me nearly 6 hours to read yesterday.
You've never lived.
我会把我的名字刻在每一块原石。
내 놈들은 잘못된 길을 의심치도 않았구나.
오이!
动かせないよ。好消息是，瞧瞧你们，毁灭了半个。
정토를 더럽힌 것을 후회하게 되리라.
好消息是，今天他们都会死在这里。
Ran into trap.
결단을 내려라. 누구? 내 놈들은 잘못된 길을 의심치도 않았구나. 우연 내 놈들은 잘못된 길을 의심치도 않았구나. 내 놈들은 정토를 더럽힌 것을 후회하게 되리라. 우연히도 얼음과 눈이 녹아 사라지듯 얼음과 눈이 녹아 사라지듯
哎呀，真可惜，连灰都没剩下。
Farming enemies for each squad. I've been doing that for quite some time now.
얼음과 눈이 돌을 얼어만
残念だけど腕っぷしだけじゃ戦況を動かせないよ。
高難易度のマップも攻略できるドクターであれば、いつか非決定性多項式時間の問題も解明できると予想されます。
This is actually good for Isabel, because Isabel also counts as summons. I did take the sniper ticket, so I'm gonna take it. Out we go. Ooh, wait, where will I go? Oh, we don't have a lot of vouchers. Okay, I'll go down and to the right. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm gonna do it now.
Ciao, Doctor.
I should drink water. I've not drank water once while reading.
It sounded like a leak. The T sound sounded like me.
Why do I drink like that? Because I'm not left-handed. Attention all forces, get ready! The feeling of weightlessness returns. Calcium crystals grow rapidly, teetering Saria's hand to the corridor floor. The second disorder wave is starting! Disorder. Nasty's magnum opus. You've been following me around for the last couple of days. Does defense have nothing else to do? 16 of your Rhine technological part modifications do not comply with our established safety regulations. Disorder. Guys, you guys are talking about my drinking position, but I have no idea what I did. Abandon the sense of balance inside your mind. Instead of trying to fight the chaos, try adapting to its rhythm instead. Find what you've been looking for. You reconfigured several key structures in the park. You don't seem to be following any rules, but the connections between components make sense. I could never have imagined the structures like these would be possible. A linear language constricts most people's imagination. If you have a specific future in mind, you must first construct a dialogue with the destination instead of brute forcing a route. Abandon balance. Perceive the destination. She frees up both her hands. The next shift in gravity comes abruptly as she hits the ceiling. She takes the opportunity to maneuver the trajectory and jumps over the soldiers hot on her tail. Calcium crystals follow in her wake, drawing an arc. Manipulating raw calcium in the same way microbes change their composition. How very enlightening. The materials morph extremely quickly, are adaptable and combinable with various organs, and thus have promising medical applications. This has been your research field ever since you were in college, yes? Why not continue? Because it's dangerous. Are you referring to the ethical issues arising from the construction of artificial organs with this technique? More than that. Giving new techniques to doctors may save lives. But if they fall into the hands of criminals, they could also be reduced to weapons of destruction. I almost forgot how rich with calcium our bodies are. Therefore, I have determined that my research in this field must be suspended until effective control measures have been established. It's a terrible pity, you know that? If you ever change your mind, Rhinelab could certainly have 2 sections specializing in life sciences. Rhinelab needs a defense section more. I'm giving you my data in the hopes that you can combine our experiences to better evaluate the risk of the chimeric experiments. Don't go too far, Pavis. The cost of pushing our boundaries will be too high for us all. Then where does the boundary lie? Countless studies have shown that evolution of life has not been a gradual process, contrary to the theories of the earlier scholars in this field. We wouldn't be standing here right now if we had only been taking one step at a time. Furthermore, if we presume that there is indeed a boundary drawn by a higher will, that determines how we should be acting. Shouldn't we try to look it in the eye first, before we decide to kneel or raise a flag of rebellion? A boundary. This corridor is also a boundary. If I keep walking along the corridor, I'll never reach wherever the eye is. The hammer. This ring-shaped laboratory has, from its inception, been designed to subvert people's perceptions. It is the realization of Kristen's dreams, the real product of Rhinelab's Components Control Section, the combined wisdom of practically every Rhinelab director. Sarah is familiar with how each of them operate, but in the past, she had not allowed herself to think in the same way. This makes no sense. No, it doesn't matter. I have long been disgusted with this wall. Does she pick the right wall? The telescope we borrowed from Stargazers Association broke down. Don't worry about it. The view here is great. You can see many stars with just the naked eye. Well, you go look for a nice place to sit down. I'll try fixing it. Oh,
Oh, great superhuman Lady Saria. I'm so curious. Is there honestly anything you can't do? I recommend you check my personal course electives. I won't be able to do anything I'm not studying. You're a terrifying studying machine. Oh, it's so cold today. Want a candy? Cream puffs? Hot chocolate? Bro, that's her line. Want a candy? Consuming sweets this late at night is not conducive to good health. Boring. Kristen, look at that rock. What do you think it looks like? Oh, come on. It looks like Saria, right? It's so hard. And yet it shines so perfectly. Like the stars. Kristen grabs the shining stone and looks up. She seems to be comparing it to something as she moves the rock around. Something's wrong. There should be a star here, but there isn't one. I've done so many calculations, and yet I haven't figured out the trajectory of the stars. You've already failed so many times. You still believe it's measurable? I prefer to say that I don't believe. I don't believe in all the rules I've been taught. I don't believe that humanity will never be able to pierce through the starport. Let alone believe that the stars are only as small as we see them. I realized something. It's the atmosphere in this game called the starport. What is starport? It's a barrier. No, but I'm noticing that it's described like a barrier. That's why I said, is that a different wording for atmosphere? There's no way we believe that we can fly all the way to the stars, right? I thought only a kid would believe that stuff. Children, poets, and scientists. Whoever said I wasn't one? Scientists do not believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. Gosh, you really have one-track mind. So Kristen, when our Rhine Lab becomes a fully fledged public company, are we gonna keep the lab on the name or change it to Rhine something else? I'm studying ecology, and Saria's research is in bioengineering and microorganisms, so the two of us are down to keep it nice and generic. 2 against 1, us in the life sciences. Just kidding. I mean, you're dead set on soaring through the skies, and your field is high energy physics, so won't you want to call it Rhine Physics instead? No. We'll stick with Rhine Lab. It's a good name. I want to know exactly what the stars we're looking at are. I want to know what's outside the barrier encasing around us. I want to know if we really managed to walk among the stars and look back from over there, what kind of land we've actually been living on. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with not just me, but we. And we are all being strapped in this teeny tiny corner. How are you planning to compensate me for breaking my Vivarian Saria? You knew Kristen's plans from the very beginning. Are you talking about Arc-01 or Galeria Stellaria? Galeria Stellaria is the name of the artifact that you use to levitate in IS, yes? Levitated enemies take more damage. Arc-01 was never more than a front to deceive the military. A pile of scrap paper that was never feasible. Galeria Stellaria is the real laboratory here. Or you could also say the name of this aircraft. Oh, So the item in IS is like a model of the ship. It certainly is a name that she would come up with. Yep, the only thing she thinks about. So we replicated your vivarium up here. Is Kristen intending to break through the barrier with it? No. Just tearing the starport open won't be enough for her, you know. Without a doubt, her fixation was never the barrier, but the realm beyond that even our ancestors have yet to reach. She surely wants to step inside that deep outer space. She wants to leave everything that can be left behind in that dimension. And that includes each and every life present in this vivarium. As soon as I heard about Galeria's Stellaria project, I started gathering a variety of plant species that might be able to survive in the environment outside the barrier. I just checked, and there's 753 different types here. Kristen put them all in this lab. I'm pretty happy about it. We'll be able to find our answer together real soon. You want to know if life can exist among the stars. And especially yourself. Yep. My people and I, we've been trapped in this cage that just continues to shrink. As time goes by, we can only follow what happens to water that can't be contained, wind that dissipates, trees that wither, and vanish from this ever-changing land. And then she said to me, "Then let's go. This land is not your home, but beyond it, there might just be a space untainted by Originium that will really accept you and your people." A mere hypothesis. So far, no instrument has managed to penetrate or even approach the barrier, so there is no basis to assert the possibility of Originium's absence beyond the barrier, let alone the total lack of evidence to suggest that life can survive in the depths of outer space. I know, it's just a dream. There's no evidence or data to support it, and it goes against all scientific knowledge I have. But scientists don't believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. I remember Kristen said that. Yeah, she's the same as ever. What about us? Saria? Have we changed at all? Water spreads out like hands in all directions, pinning Saria to the wall. Saria has never seen water this fierce out of Musis. It is like a waterfall, like a tsunami, as if the water is hurling. Calcium crystals continuously grow from Saria's hands, but they fail to take form under the seeping waves. She tries to find Musis, but all she finds in stream after stream of water are the eyes of an elf hidden in the depths of each wave. Eyes filled with serenity and grief. The water is howling, but the elf is crying. I really, really wish we could be together forever, just like on that starlit night. But there's no way I can hold on to the both of you at the same time. Dancing in trees really is too hard. That's a banger line. That's a banger line. It's very nice that they gave impact to the idea of her dancing in a triplet. There's a trouble. All this time, Momo got the short end of the stick. I won't give you a chance to stop her. Because... Is there a spider on my video screen? What the fuck? What was that? That's not a spider. What the? I stared at it and it jumped on me. It was small and white. What is that? What is small and white? And it can jump. I genuinely don't know what that is. Maybe a bed bug. Why would a bed bug be on my screen? I don't know where it went.
I feel so icky. Like the spider could be around me, or whatever that thing is. Because, 2 against 1, this time, I'm on her side. Muses. Sleep, Saria. Go to sleep. You're all black and blue, and probably about to pass out. There's no need for you to keep fighting, because our dreams are about to come true. So just close your eyes, and the water will take you away from here. By the time you wake up, Kristen and I will have reached our destination. No. A solid calcium crystal does not stab at the water in vain, but into the side of the bulkhead. Sarah is well aware that the next disorder is about to happen. Warning! Energy overload initiated. All secondary compartmental gravity systems and dampers have failed. Attention all personnel. Energy overload initiated. Why would it suddenly... Sudden? No. You were right. Kristen has never changed. The instantaneous gravitational shift causes the stream of water to lose direction. The enamel piercing through the bulkhead firmly fixes Saria on the spot, but Muses is tossed outside along with her water. Saria, you're the same as ever. Whenever you get nervous, you forget just how fragile your body is. No, catch me. I don't want to leave. Not alone. The energy overload is starting. When it's done charging, the entire platform will collapse. Even if you can get close to, or even break through the barrier, the core cabin will not last enough. Kristen wants to save you. As do I. Yes, I want to bring her back. Muses, after gravity returns to normal, leave this place. What happens next is between the two of us. Saria? No, I gotta hold on to something. Authentication failed. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium. Access denied. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium. Access denied. Saria, you dummy! Blockhead! Knucklehead! Open the door! I've really been abandoned again. Saria, I hope you make it. Sarah stands at the door leading to the deepest part of the lab, knowing her target is just inside. However, before she can condense the calcium crystals on her hand, the door automatically releases. I don't think she sounded cute at that time. Compared to the previous area filled with instruments and equipment, that looks like the artifact. This place feels more like a temple to the stars. A spear made of smooth and flawless metal shows off its dazzling beauty under the soft light. Spears of varying sizes slowly glide on the predetermined orbits one after another, with their paths changing now and then. The irregularities intertwine with each other, but contrary to expectations, they form an indescribable sense of harmony, whether it be the positions of the stars or how precise their orbits shift. The planetarium exceeds the imagination of any astrologer. But in the very next moment, those devoted to the stars would probably fly into a rage. Those so-called astrologers are basically misguided zealots. For the past 1,000 years, they've committed themselves to tracking the trajectory of the stars. Every trajectory change that occurs signifies a new revelation, or a meaningful omen to them. Their behavior is not necessarily incomprehensible. The fact that the stars move without a trace is enough to terrify most people. To believe that the stars are mere pawns of an undiscoverable being, that their movements and trajectory changes hold any meaning, is obviously the more reassuring choice. However, Kristen extends a hand towards the planetarium. The dome of Galeria Stellaria enveloping the ceiling suddenly opens itself. False starlight floods the laboratory. Kristen makes a series of gestures with her hand, and in an instant, the planetarium completely transforms. Fake. The stars begin to move erratically. False. Several stars collide with one another. Though they do not shatter, the sound of them crashing into each other instantly destroys the silence in the room. Fabricated. However, Kristen's expression does not change at all, as if everything is as it should be. If the trajectories are really invisible, then how have we avoided colliding with other stars throughout the last millennium? Are we so special to have avoided such a fate so far? What kind of land have we been actually living on? Where exactly are we headed? These questions, I've whispered them in your ears too many times to count. Can you help me move that planet over there, Saria? A small metallic spear passes by Saria's hand. Star. Instead of touching it, she lets it fall out of orbit. What a shame. I've been fiddling with these planets before we break the barrier, and no matter how many times I try, they just refuse to stay on track. Stop this, Kristen. We still have time to turn back, before you hit the barrier with this Galeria Stellaria. Galeria Stellaria isn't it exactly how I described it to you before? A pity that you had already left Rhine Lab by the time I built it. But I knew you would come back, at the very moment when my dreams were about to be realized. You would be there, sorry. Whether or not you're with me, or against me. This time, it's my turn to make the first move. Kristen lifts her hand, revealing the exoskeleton operating system Saria is most familiar with, and gently makes a fist. Silver liquid spews out of the planetarium behind Kristen, and in an instant, all the planets are thrown out of their orbits, rushing towards a single position at a speed too fast for the naked eye. The entire galaxy pours down on Saria. Wait. There's like barely anyone in this story. What the fuck? Man. I'm like forgetting who all the characters are. Rosmontis and Ifrit, let's do that. No, I'm not doing Silverlight. Must be mega main characters.
My job is to innovate on these missions. Your job is to be impressed.
Is that it? Rat? Didn't appear that much though. She's like not in the scene. I mean, even Kelsey's not in the scene, but I'm allowing it. Should I allow Blaze? Should I allow Dorothy? I mean, okay, you know what? All out Rhine warfare. Rhine not here. Actually, no, Dorothy's in jail. Dorothy's military out. So, okay. Let's go. If I brought Nasty if I waited a bit, yeah. Nasty wouldn't have fought Kristen. Would Ho have fought Kristen? Yes. Because she feels like it.
Easy peasy. 行こう。私は医者だけど、チームの一員でもあるんだ。
What the hell was that noise?
Vermin. Want a candy? Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
No, my brother did something. I don't know what he did, but he did something.
留意声音，声音是咒术最好的载体。别用这么轻佻的态度对待历史。
Monster. Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
The time has come.
让我先找到你们的档案。好。
Let animosity be gone at the blow. I will. There are things that must be done. They've never been.
Why am I using her skill tree? What is wrong with me?
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
I will remember you.
让我先铭记灵魂被禁锢的滋味，这将找到你们的档案了。好，抹去了。
Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
Yielding is not an option.
Oh.
My mother knew even leave.
Oh my god, I didn't know you can levitate her. That's kind of funny.
找到你们的档案了。好，抹去了。
The world burn!
What's your follow my orders, monster?
Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Using monster skill could have ended it there.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
GG.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop
Oof.
like that?
让我先点根烟。
Let animosity be gone at the blow.
Actually, we didn't see these enemies. Like these cars. Never saw them anywhere in the story. These guys, you could think of them as the soldiers. So that's fair.
Let the world burn!
Keep your distance.
You also never saw the dogs, you're right.
别用这么清澈的，
Not the time for hellos.
让我先是别用这么狭隘的视角想象未来。
戦術を練り直す必要がありそうだね、ドクター。
The stars crash to the ground. Someone lifts a head from the pristine white debris scattered all over the floor. What's the matter, Control? You were faster before. Since you weren't able to kill me, I'll launch my counter-offensive. Don't blink. The stars struck down by Saria refloat, setting her off on a new trajectory. Kristen's fingers flicked to the side. Saria's legs suddenly feel 1,000 times heavier. The gravity shifted. You used this trick to send Muses away, but it won't work on me. Enamel grows beneath Saria's feet like a pair of heavy-duty boots, holding her in place. And then, she begins to move forward, step by step. You know, I think the reason why there's no Saria Outer is also because they know Saria Outer is really cool, and they wouldn't allow Saria to be a non-pullable character. Like, imagine if Saria Outer was the welfare. Oh, I don't think that would sit well with them. So, it was too bad. They decided this banner had to be like, because it was a closer of Rhinelab, right? It had to be Hoheyak, and it could have been Musis and Saria Outer. And Hoheyak could have stayed antagonistic, and then they fix her kid, you know? Take more times to cook Hoheyak in the lab, and then release her meta broken in the future. But they didn't. Instead of redefining the way you generate calcium particles, you simply increase the release speed. The enamel you're generating has gotten even more brittle. A hardy resistant isn't enough to cross the finish line. Metal Planet shatters the enamel barrier, hitting Saria on the shoulder. Saria does not seize her advance.
It happens twice and then thrice. Saria continues to speed up. Saria, stop. Stop. That's what I said to you. I can tell you all about my plans. I know. Then why do you insist on stopping me? There will be no other victims in these plans. I just wanted to set off some harmless fireworks over the skies of Tremont. The moment Hammer finishes his jobs, both the military and mainlander will breathe a sigh of relief. The residents of Tremont will be momentarily captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them in the sky, but soon enough, their focus will be directed towards other, more deserving concerns. Rhinelander might be the most affected party here. She will lose her control, possibly several directors, and the confidence of powerful Colombian organizations. Then you should have stayed on the ground. Clean up the mess, protect those who might be hurt by this, and carry our Rhinelander through the crisis. You've always been good at that. You forgot again. I resigned. A long time ago. People like Blake like to cause scientists mad. And we couldn't care any less. But science is supposed to be rational. Kristen, when I first heard the story of your parents, I thought they shouldn't have seen an ending like that. If they hadn't perished in the accident and had returned before hitting the barrier, they would have brought back incomparably precious data, as well as the possibility of a second attempt. You obviously. I admire their will and determination, but I've never been one to approve a sacrifice, even justified and inevitable. Ferdinand, Nasty, Parvis, they and many others always thought me too conservative. They see me as a stickler for rules, obstructing all of you. Can a woman like this even be called a scientist? Even I myself have asked this question. You're the most dedicated truth seeker I know. The truth. Truth is the inertia that comes after order. I believe science can bring us truth, and truth can restrain madness, bringing about a better society for everyone. Us warriors have always been accompanied by an instinctive madness, for as long as we can remember. Violence, savagery. We took an extremely long time just to step out of that chaotic darkness. That's what I've been taught ever since I was small. I use reason to control myself, and desperately want to confront the madness I see in all of you. But you can't do it. Saria, if you intend to hold on to Rhinelander by your lonesome, you are sure to be disappointed. Because humanity's thirst for progress is inherently undefeatable. A type of desire, a type of madness, but also a natural instinct, and the fuel that has brought us from the desolate barrenness to where we stand. Which is why I've come here, and not for a fight. The heavy stars fall on her like a rock slide, and gravity controls the airflow to howl at her entire body. Calcium crystals crumble from head to toe, but the mountaineer is determined to greet the storm with her own form. Kristen, I almost admitted my own defeat while searching for you, until someone said to me that I should return to the origin. So on my way here, I've been looking back at where we all started. Yes, I dread losing control. Is this a pun? It's not a fear of chaos, but a fear of regression caused by it. So I must progress onwards, as humanity must, because for us, the trek is far from over. Indeed, to this day, humanity still lives in the dark. After all, we can see through the sky hanging over our heads. The road is long, very, very long. We hold more knowledge than the average bystander, so we must shoulder heavier responsibilities. We should be ahead of them, eliminate any dangers, and carefully lead them to the path forward. A real pioneer should be clearing the way for all humanity, instead of jumping headfirst into the abyss, never to return. That is my foundation, and I will stand by it. Caught you. She has weathered the storm. She crosses the galaxy. The final calcium crystals spread from one palm to the back of another, and the metal exoskeleton begins to tremble. The synthetic stars ceaselessly revolve around the two in unison. Everything else around them has sunk into the chaos as a result of their arcs colliding and destroying each other. Only the Protector's will remains unshaken as the earth.
You're always late. And you're always slightly early. Been waiting long, Keltsit. I need a refresher course. I forgot when I met her. But I've definitely seen this character. He was the one that appeared the... Ah yes, Fallening's mom. Thank you. Not really. I thought you would be next. You are like a microcosm of everything that happened in Ursus. I'm sorry. I really am. Sorry? For what? You knew my husband and I were already doomed when we made our decision at the research institute. You're not the type to get depressed. No, perhaps you have even become more depressed in the last century. No. I hold regrets, and maybe even remorse towards your story, but not so much sorrow. I'm talking about your daughter. Polinic doesn't live in a better era than you wish for. An era where hate and violence have been forgotten. The same goes for Lyudmila. Like I said, you're like a microcosm, Lilia. You and Folenic have an unbreakable bond formed by hatred and blood. A microcosm. I've seen it many a time. A futile destruction. Sounds like you're tired. You weren't created to be a savior. You can't level a mountain with a finger, or destroy a city with your eyes. Just what kind of plebeian would you hope that you were invincible? Do those fools think they could uphold a civilization teetering on the edge of collapse with just violence? There might be some with such a hope. They hope I can bring a future to them. Hope to survive in my country. Hope for victory under my command. You failed them because you're just Keltsit. Our conversation has yielded no answers. Yes, you've admitted it. You're tired. But why? You're always on the path of avoiding self-destruction. But the power you hold is just that minuscule. There's no way you can teleport from Victoria to Ursus, or monitor every sarcasm on Terra to see what dangerous witchcraft they're delving into this time. Whatever you do just grows more and more futile. So you're starting to get impatient, right? And especially with... I know. Hey, you already know what you're afraid of, yet you're still able to keep yourself from thinking about it. Not letting Teresa and Tiresias appear in front of you. Even your subconsciousness is practically begging for it. The same goes for your own determination, Keltsit. You think people will treat you gently, and so that pair of siblings won't talk to you like this. How strange. You were so cold before that I never imagined you would seek the warmth of others. From such a perspective, you really have become weak. Spring is chilly here. I'll catch a cold soon if I stay out any longer. We should go somewhere with warmer spring. Shall we go inside? Sure. Snow? We're outside. Are you heading for the Sacred Mountain? Pilgrims as young as you rarely make it up there. But why are you continuing your ascent? Makes God frostbite. Sacred Mountain. Are we in Yerek? Yerek? Where is that? Is that where you're from? I wouldn't consider it as such. It's one of the most spectacular mountains on Terra. I once saw a group of destitute refugees settle and rebuild their lives in that paradise free of catastrophe. Oh, it must be a beautiful place then. Terra. Sounds so small. That's where you're from. Yes. I come from Terra. And you? Toward the mountain. On with this one goal. On with it. We frolic among the trees on the mossy plains in our youth, and learn from the rocks, and in our prime, we began climbing the mountain. We did so much groundwork at the foot of the mountain, weaving strands of dawnlight into ropes, or preparing a pair of shoes that won't be contaminated by the darkness of the night. And then we began climbing the mountain. is long and full of obstacles. We only harvest resources from the valleys. Fortunately for us, the sacred mountain is merciful. It feeds us with death, so we dedicate our long lives to this mountain path in return. It must be an exhausting journey, coming all the way here. Exhausting? No. The snow does not warn its melting. This is all from the self-flattering efforts of others, while we are just climbers. What is the sacred mountain called? And what should I call you? This mountain is called time. You are just insignificant lives. Time is such a grand thing, isn't it? You should be well aware of this. Will the mountain change? Has anyone reached the summit? I don't know. What I mean by that is, maybe. It's shouting at the abyss of time. Response you'll receive is a gift from the sacred mountain. Time will not give you an automatic answer. It will respond. Our predecessors called this response fate. Fate is the echoes of the cries of life. Have you never done this before? Well, seems like there will be a blizzard tonight. I should go prepare dinner and find a place to set up camp. Do you need a place to rest? We can go together, girl. Sure, I'd like to know, what's there to fill your stomach? Perhaps we will be having a spare child. Maybe you can finish your prayers before dinner. Do shouting before the blizzard pulls everything from sight. Louder! You will become yourself. That's it. Your judgment is rational. For this I feel sorry. Sorry for what? It's only myself. Because I am your time. I single-handedly caused your distrust towards humanity, your pessimism, your dismay, your impatience with no way out. However, from her and on her, you saw a possibility. Out of your tendency to be overly cautious and anxious, you suspect that this feeling is merely a misjudgment caused by your irritation. After all, the world is breaking out from your knowledge and control. The new you was only born not long ago. Yet you've considered it many times before. How much easier it would be if you chose to trust them instead. I am your time culprit, you omniscient fool. You forget the little details. You are not a chosen savior. You should not be. You're not always right either. Even if you've already made up your mind, you know better than anyone else how limited time is, and there isn't much left. You should try giving up, and choose to trust someone you can believe in. You are not trusted because you are Celtic, nor do you become Celtic because you are trusted. You are the echoes of a valley, water dripping off a cliff. Your responsibility is way beyond what your abilities can bear, and at least there are people to share these responsibilities with. What you have lost and gained in this short period of the past few centuries far exceeds your former days. So long as they were that you could only use for, so long that they were that you could only use. So long they were that you could only use for progress and evolution. Everything is about to end, Celtic, and you know this. Where you stay your passivity, your pessimism, your apathy. Don't forget your original question. Don't forget the answer that you nearly had. Go on and you may 10. The meaning of your existence is more than yourself. Let's stop here.
Indeed. Indeed, this is enough.
And the doctor?
Calming down elsewhere. I do intend to spend some time with you alone. I have a question for you, AMA 10. Keltsin. For the past 10 years, have you really lived on this land?
Yes.
It seems you've changed quite a lot. We haven't interacted much, but you shouldn't be your current self. What did you choose?
I've seen wars lasting several millennia, the rise and coexisting of nations, and people growing from their misunderstandings and conflict. But in the end, they all scattered to the wind just like the sands of Sargon. But in the blink of an eye, history has already given birth to new children. I've seen the cycle repeat too many times. The cycle itself looms large and weighs heavy, and I'm fully aware that time is running out. And then, I ran into a unique opportunity. I once met two TCAS, who were closer than any creature in any era to the truth of continuing civilization.
But now, you are all as fragile as the trash on the asteroid belt. So how can you possibly talk of continuing?
Wait,
are you saying the Black Crown still remains on Terra?
The Lord of the Fates, as the ancient TCAS calls it.
TCAS? Those old endemic life forms. What a fluke. I had thought it would have been left behind on. The Black Crown, just like the shape it takes on the physical plane. The crown leaves a bad taste. The crown points to royalty. The ancient imagery implies power. This downward trend of collapse, where the misunderstandings of over ideology and race push surface civilization towards self-destruction, within an extravagant mirage of peace and unity. The most direct method should be to use those powers to reshape the will of all living beings and fuse them into a singular form. What can a false leader made of memories, emotions, and knowledge even achieve?
Don't underestimate Road Silent. Doctor, are you alright? Just need a breather.
Perhaps I have underestimated you, but that does not affect the ending already set in stone. You want me to believe that such a tiny piece of heritage is enough to change fate.
Heritage is humanity's sole achievement ever since our ancient ancestors learned to use tools and fire. Knowledge, culture, history. So-called civilization is nothing more than that. There will be a day when the Black Crown will no longer belong to Amiya alone, and we will have to fight to survive, no matter who the enemy is.
You have chosen to fight Terra. This is what you have decided. With this body, this identity, you are different from Kristen and her kind. The struggles are far from your original intent.
Even Rhodes Island Reserve Op teams know the difference between fighting for themselves and fighting for others. And we've all done our preparations. This great land of Terra is where I grew up. I'm an employee of Rhodes Island, a part of the ship sailing on the land called Terra.
That is just too trivial a proposition. However infected, Originium. Then what about you, Doctor?
I'm an employee of Rhodes Island. I also have a question for you. Fiston. How has your time been in this equally long period of time?
When was Tristan relieved? Is this the first mention of Trevor Tristan? In the timeline wise of AK, this is the first mention, right? So when Tristan 3 got released, Tristan 1, Tristan 2, Tristan 3, Tristan 3 got released, it was a surprise for people who read the story. No? Oh, don't tell me this story shows him becoming a robot. Okay, we'll find out soon. The perturbation system has been lifted. Kristen, tell me how to stop the energy accumulation, and where exactly does the energy come from? This will be an extremely long story. I will try to crack the Galeris control panel before I'm done listening. Saria, you know, the history of this land is far longer than most realize. I believe every generation produces its own skeptics, just like my parents and I. Have our ventures really been completely fruitless? And was there perhaps a more ancient point in time that the sky hanging over us was not as we see it today? I remember. That was one of the establishing goals of Rhine-led Scientific Investigation Section. Conventional exploration alone has already provided me with plenty of interesting information. After you left Rhine, I picked up some interests I had previously, and tried leaving the laboratory, heading to various corners of the world that mankind had scarcely set foot on. The purpose of these journeys was not to observe the sky. The stars are not worth looking at. I came to this conclusion early on, after countless calculations. I only wanted to try and find more collaborators. Since the last Latanian arts detector orb fell short at 500 meters below the barrier, the academic circles in most countries abandoned their research into the thing. So what I've been looking for, a voice that doesn't belong to this era. Like the immortals who rely on original arts to escape the shackles of life, or the pheromones older than any country. Perhaps even older than those regarded as gods, a being so old that history has forgotten them. Before I set off on my journey, I had no idea what I was going to find. I just felt a calling, across time and space, directing me towards the door. And what was inside the door? Everything. I found the answers to all my questions. How we managed to trek across history to make it here. About the land's unexplored secrets, and about the myriad of possibilities for our future. But at the same time, I also saw the end of civilization, and a spirit abandoned by time. Time is nothing but a vile joke. At the end of the world, the seas dried up, and rocks rotted away as everything changed. I hid in this grim bunker, repeating a futile act, shouting into the void. My words permeated every moon and space itself, every tunnel and corner of the stars. The universe did not respond to me. I prayed to the pitch-black despair for tens of thousands of years. The only thing I heard in return was the reverberation of destruction. Whenever I longed for a survivor's response, the sound of collapse and rays of occupied light still lingered amongst the stars, lingering among the stars would emerge. It was a black hole of futile effort. My emotions were far beyond what any regular life form would have ever experienced or empathized with. In the endless silence, all I could hear was the heartbeats of my people growing ever weaker, but their dormant hearts should not have been beating at all. Nightmares cannot jolt me awake, because it is impossible for me to sleep. I hate myself for having these emotions. I wish I could operate like a pure machine. I hate the other me that assigned me a fate like this. I knew very well the plan had already concluded. The energy in these sarcophagi was not enough to power the next stage of recovery in our plans. Soon after, I was swept into nothingness, endless and numb. So the contact with Kristen offered you a gamble. Since your people could never wake up, you might as well. No. The first time I saw that humanoid creature was when what I felt was surprise. I've been watching the depths of space far, far away. Not what happened on the surface,
I noticed the growth of life, but never expected it to knock on my door. We spent a long time talking, though in reality, it was no longer than a few moments. Kristen fired question after question, as if she was meeting a manifestation of truth. And remarkably, every topic would send her into a long period of reflection and silence, instead of satisfying her thirst for knowledge. She catalyzed an idea, but she didn't voice it herself. Kristen refused to be the one to execute the plan. Plan? Wasn't she just using Rhinelab to achieve her goals? He believes that someday, this land will need a group that can separate themselves from politics and unite as a people. This far-sighted group would have employed everything at their disposal to build an ark. Arknights? The pioneers would inevitably face the struggle of understanding and would face division and suffering. But reality is not a myth, as Babel has proven. So what is Rhodes Island to you, if you hold no hope for all of this? You're right about that. We can discuss this so-called hope. Kristen's little helpers have already begun fiddling the sarcophagus technology. I have no qualms with it. This must mean something important for Terra. Use it well. Kristen's political views are not without few flaws. Logan's research has effectively been put under control. I cannot possibly trust Columbia as a nation, but there is someone behind the Mainlander Foundation that is worth negotiating with. That is good. Then tell me, the deep seas dwelling Ager really so different from the civilization on land? What I can tell you far surpasses whatever Kristen has told you. Indeed, I cannot comprehend why these creatures with bodily structures inadequately suited to survive in the deep sea would establish a civilization in the ocean. But this suggests they depend on some product of the seafloor. The form of their civilization has been distorted by external forces, making them stronger, but also causing problems. Ager is a settlement that must be united, regardless of the problems caused by those rampant sea monsters. I believe that's what they are called. Terra cannot leave such a developed nation alone. Considering their approximate geographical location, and if they use what they might have in abundance appropriately, my guess is that what Kristen is doing right now is not necessarily out of Ager's reach. With strength comes arrogance. Ager is not so easy to persuade. Though fortunately, due to a series of incidents, I have had the good fortune to establish a precious friendship with some Ager. This will be an impactful breakthrough. Since the profound silence, Ager can no longer remain silent. They bombed 3 names on the screen. Skadi. Excellent! The March of the Knights Mora basically only exists as a legend in the databases of Columbia, with no decent historical text to refer to it. But if the legendary event was not in fact a falsehood, then he is indeed an incredible hero. Even if we take origin as the power source, the fact that such a tyrant born of Terra thousands of years ago could achieve such a great feat in a much more primitive environment does inspire wonder. However, the south is already in ruins, so you should look north. Have you been there? Sami? No, even further north, at the endless ice fields. I tried many times, but I've yet to find anything with the limits of my own abilities. But you know what's over there. I do. So don't ignore the door that lies there. Push it open when you need to. We will show you a boundless vista. Just pushing the door is already far beyond what most are capable of. So it is up to you, all of you, to find a way. The land is vast, and civilization continues to advance. So surely there is more than one Kristen. You seem to trust the denizens of this land more than I previously thought. Trust? I hand the tinder to you. I have given up on everything on my end. Whether or not you can succeed, nothing can be changed. This is my failure. Trust? Yes, I do not know. Perhaps I just want to see any life form able to converse and interact with one another, to continue existing. You know this compared with the problems on the distant horizon. There is something that could happen at any moment. War. Even if I only look through the eyes of Columbia, I sense the imminent danger to your world and the fire that can ignite at any time. You will require preparation. Do what you must. To extinguish the flame or to let it produce new life. This is the choice you make. Those who are truly able to save the denizens of Terra are always and only themselves. This need for awakening has not changed since time immemorial, because it is all part of what humanity is. Thank you. We'll discover the truth. The sky is about to be open, but the barrier will soon heal itself. Hence it will take a few days, or months, or years. But the people of Terra will take that limited, vivacious scene into their eyes, and will keep the moonlight and the distant planets in their memories. I hope, Kristen hopes, that this will be a powerful signal. A signal to herald the next great age. Saria, would you like to gaze the stars together? Just like we did before. We can talk about this after we descend. The starry sky, or more precisely, what we gaze at is a barrier, the star pod. There's still 1,000 meters to go. Our current position is already near the limit of humanity's touch. The ionization response is too strong. At this height, the instruments can't operate with all the interference. The control panel is completely useless. I should have known. You have no intention of letting this Galerius Stellaria last much longer. Yes, it just has to last until I break the barrier. The barrier? Though we have always been inclined towards the usage of barrier, you're well aware that the shape of it is more than just a barrier as per conjecture. It might not even be a barrier at all, but an extremely wide space. It might even lack endpoints. This 6,000 meters, what we understand as normal airspace, is actually abnormal. In that case, breaking it was never the option. It can indeed be broken. You've never once doubted it. 6,972 meters. If you fly straight up at this angle, as long as you can soar past that height, the Galerius Stellaria will no longer be disturbed by any ionization reactions. Fine. So you have credible data from that spirit. But this doesn't reduce the danger of exploring the skies at all. No, even if we assume the barrier is enveloping the land like a membrane, as you say, it means we know less than nothing about the space beyond it. This makes your actions even more hazardous. You can even bring disaster upon this land. I know. The people are simply inadequately prepared for this. There will never be adequate preparation. If there is indeed a calamity looming over us, then humanity is already living under a ticking clock. If that's the case, then we should be even more cautious, right? Saria, I believe there will come a day when a much more complete exploration team will be formed, and with more data and full support, they will enter into the depths of space before our very eyes. This is also the future I hope for. You yourself are not in this future of yours. I'm ill-suited to be called a pioneer. On that point, I fully agree with your view. If possible, I would prefer to become a starting point. Just like once, back when, I watched the light of those flames burning the sky. That was the last thing my parents left me. A starting point. Where's the closest escape pod? None left. Those with the capability to execute the return module are already gone. Alright. Then hold on to me. I'll wrap the both of us in calcification. We might not even have a chance of survival, but we can try. Saria, lower your gaze. What? You're the one who didn't look down this time. Gravity abruptly shifts without warning, and Saria feels only space beneath her feet. He did not expect Kristen to set up an emergency escape door at the Galerius Stellaria Center. That's what I thought she was going to do. I thought, right, I was thinking Kristen would either eject herself out or eject Saria out. Like, eject herself upwards or send Saria downwards. But that makes Saria look silly.
It almost looks like she just got trapdoor. Yeah, exactly. It sounds comical that she was standing on the perfect trapdoor. She just got Amogus ejected. No, Saria thinks to herself. She should have expected it long before. This door is not for the owner of the planetarium. Kristen knew that at the very last moment, Saria would come. The sudden change of mass robs Saria of her voice, and she fails to yell out anything at all. She also knows there is nothing she can grab, but still stretches her hand out. Starlight and earth pour into her view, while Kristen only gets further and further away. Saria? You always wanted me to take a good look at the room. Now I have. It is equally beautiful. You will watch it, and the people it nurtures in my steam. This I always knew. Just as you have in the past, and will in the future. And I'm not the type to lead people on, step by step. I'm just a pair of eyes. Eyes that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space for all that live on that land. Kristen, I can almost see the true starry sky. It probably hasn't changed much from what you've told me. In over 10,000 years, me and you, our civilization, and yours. On the scale of the universe, we really are insignificantly small. The torrent of energy pounds the accumulating area of this giant airborne construct, and the ring hovering up high looks almost swallowed by tremendous amounts of energy. Immediately afterwards, an even greater amount forms straight at its core, enough to destroy any massive nomadic city. And this world is just so puny, and shallow. How could it ever bear it? The light converges and abandons the earth, stabbing upwards into the sky. Under unprecedented energy surge, wave after wave of dazzling ripples emerge of the pitch-black curtain devoid of any life. The fall sky is at last rent asunder. The ancient twin moons exposes their real faces. Tonight, truth will be perceived by humanity for the very first time. Coastal view that one can see anywhere in Iberia. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village, but now only a solitary wind chime left hanging on the wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. A wave washes a sea terror onto the beach. No, perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders, looks around, just like its brethren do. It shouldn't have found anything. All I can see while standing in this overgrowth is the endless ocean and the sky. In the next moment, as if it has sensed something and looks towards a certain direction, the never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. It looks in that direction, but there is only an endless sky. Soon after, its compatriots arrive, its kin, its wee many. All their eyes look in the same direction.
As an attendant apologizes to the proprietor, he props up his master, a court musician, and helps him leave the bar. Mainherr, you shouldn't drink anymore. Don't get in my way. I can't figure out the tune, so I might as well drink myself to death. Actually, Mainherr, didn't you draft several pages yesterday? I think the third song is already honestly not that bad at all. At least you know me well. 9? This will not do. It will not be good enough. There is still something missing, a key ingredient. Do you understand? A kind of psychedelic and yet magnificent image of madness. Of course, I understand you completely, but you're always chasing this kind of work. Oh, I must be really drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves? I should take you to see a doctor. What is that? The attendant lifts his head towards the sky to see halo-like waves sweep across the night. This is... Could I have gotten second-hand intoxication through the air? The clouds are like waves. Sky is a curtain. Good, sir, good. Darren, go quick. Take me home. No, hand me a pen, quickly. Here, have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No, what I discovered is a wellspring. Under the street lights, the musician lies down on the floor on his stomach, writing a frantic pace without a care for his image. Tonight, many an artist slept nary a wink. Take a gander at this happy lot. They think the storm is already over, and Victoria barely had a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact, and will continue to remain as is. How I wish I could share their optimism. Sir, there's something I need you to see. What's happened? You're not the sort of killjoy at a time like this. It seems something has happened in Colombia. Seems. Yes, we're usually collecting information at the moment. Has our rebellious child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overly proud of? That has yet to be determined, but at present, I can confirm that this information you must know. Just how important is this matter that I have to be proactive instead of waiting for you to bring it to me? It is honestly beyond the scope of my abilities. The Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusted subordinate face, and this shifts his originally joking mood to one of surprise. His officer only knows to tell the truth, and this means that something has indeed happened. The Count walks to the window and immediately realized why his subordinate was at a loss for words. There was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore. What sort of natural phenomenon is this? We immediately hired expert relevance to the field, and combined with the information from Colombia over the past few days, they proposed some valuable theories. Site 359 spy dossier. Investigation report on the Mainlander Foundation. And what are these? Academic papers. A barrier. Tell me the key points of note. This layer of ripples has originated from Colombia and is extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe the findings align perfectly with a long-forgotten theory in the world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. Something has happened. We know nothing about it. We have already mobilized all our spies in Colombia, and they will soon bring us results. Spare no expense. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring to the Duke of Normandy. Yes, sir. My lord, I would like to introduce you, my distant nephew, to you. Tonight's banquets end here now. But the Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount. Very well. Sorry, these two characters are in Tirocusano? Or, no, Walk in the Dust. It's the one where Celtic was interacting with him? No? They're completely new? They don't feel new. I remember reading the count. Generic nobles? Doesn't matter? Okay. The count looks at this distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleys while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds. Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shockwaves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of Hammer. Secondary disengagement protocol acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting device, and external energy lines have been separated from Galerius Stellarius' main body. All personnel, evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. Repeat. This goddamn weightlessness. Couldn't they have made the escape pod just a bit smaller, not the size of an entire room? Quick, get a self-balancing system up and running. We gotta stabilize this room first, at least. My bones are about to shatter from being tossed around like marbles in the box. I know, I'm working on it. I'm manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much, especially in times like these. Alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The Dragon pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectory is on auto-adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid your farewells to control. Hey, Billet! Look at the corridor! Isn't that Director Musis? Director Musis, get in quick! There's still seats. You have clearance to enter. This is the escape pod. The escape pod has existed since the very beginning of Arc 01's design phase, and we ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry. You're Claude, right? I remember you. You've all been in components controls for many years. Before Hammer took flight, Kristen disbanded the Rhinebeck components control section. The last job she assigned us was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration, maintenance, and security tasks have already been completed. We return to the ground, we'll all get new contracts. Leave Rhine and leave Trimonts. Oh, right. What's this? A remote sensor recorder. It provides real-time feedback from the biological data in the vivarium. Control said it would be helpful to you, so I was going to send it over to Ecological once I got back to the ground. The data was just updated. I'm really sorry. Wait, don't tell me right away. Not so fast. This is... How many years did it take? Go. The short time span after Galeria Stellaria broke through the barrier. The death rate of the 750 tree plants have exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive. Kristen, what exactly does it look like beyond the starport? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, and yet you're unwilling to call off your trip. You've kept your promise to all of us. But did you plan on traveling solo from the very beginning? In Saria, she... Wait, the acceleration is still increasing. Our descent speed hasn't slowed at all. We're falling even faster than before. What's going on, Billet? The shockwave of the energy overload must have messed up the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed, and the self-balancing system is about to malfunction. Wait, isn't this equipped with gravity-related origin arts module? Find the arts unit, quickly! Right, but the current high tense and energy shock from earlier have fried a third of the modules. Current height 3454. There's no stopping it. I hate not being able to jump out the pod right now to lighten it. The heat insulation layer. The speed's too fast. The escape towards layer is about to burn through completely. The damage rate is at 60%. Walls deforming. You're disintegrating at this rate. Billet? Son of a bitch, couldn't you have passed out after installing the arts unit? How can this be? All return-to-ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing. There's no simulation that can reproduce a passenger cabin returning to the ground for maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification, and that's what we're doing right now. We should head to the inner cabin ASAP. The seats are cushioned, and there are oxygen masks. We might just... At this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's gonna survive. Shit, I don't even have time to record a final video message. Are there people waiting for you? The tremendous centrifugal force throws Claude against the corridor's bulkhead, and his face pressed against the glass, and he sees a small, tiny, shiny spike. No, it is a person, a figure tightly bound in thick layers of calcium. He confirms what he's saying, but this means that the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, and maybe even faster. Director Saria! She's probably passed out at such a height. Even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell, and she herself doesn't even thicker than that. Damn it! Water. A vast body of water. Water sees from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretching into mid-air like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed, and a large river of water is being pulled by gravity and vaporizing, but several thick walls still manage to form in the direction Saria is falling. Claude feels like he's seeing a lake without a shore or lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and the waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. If he wasn't currently busy trying to save himself, he feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursus poets on how to look for the right words described in the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he is pushed back into the interior. Director Mew says you're melting? Saria, I guess you did end up fighting a Christian after all. So even you couldn't stop her. In the end, we couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhere of a buffer. So if you can, I hope you live. Shucks, I probably look real ugly like this. If I could go back and had this level of determination to pump out all the water out of me like right now, could I have changed a lot of things? The water gently envelopes everything in its body. All components control employees. Prepare for impact. Hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you're submerged in water. Go and meet the people waiting for you. The first New Year's Eve after the founding of Rhine Lab. Before the show ended, they actually danced together. A dance of three. Well, not really. I think this is where some tears might happen. He has kind of forgotten. Maria? What do you see? Just the sky. That's right. The sky. I sat on this stump as a kid, watching my parents test flight after flight from the hill in front of us. Later, they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here. Until now, you're the first. That's why you hate the sky? If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everyone's reaction to their deaths, and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you yes. That's not my current answer in my mind. Worries, pressure, questions, derision, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly advanced towards their goals, and they only lost themselves in the end. If the journey is destined to end prematurely, then I too will willingly die on the way there. Don't say something that ominous. Can I succeed? I don't know, but I'm set on doing it. I inherited everything from my parents, and I've even gone further than you did. Winston? Saria, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So, any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a burden, Beast. Say something at least. The sky is really beautiful. He knows that no one has even seen the view at such a high altitude from such a position, and that the Galerius Stellaria is getting further and further away from her. But she cannot open her eyes. He is falling at high speed. The wind howls, scraping her against her face like a knife. In the cold air, rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her from dying from violent air friction. But she cannot do anything about the impact when she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her. No matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes. Why does it take so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling onto the surface of water, her speed somewhat slowing down, and afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels like she has fallen into the clouds again. How soft it was. Saria? It sounds like someone is calling for her, a familiar voice. Was it silence? Was it Ifrit? Don't say anything yet. Eye movement response normal. There should be local internal bleeding, but cardiopulmonary functions are normal. The impact caused multiple external injuries, a slightly torn flexor tendon in the left leg. I'll apply a temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily function, but when you return to Trimonts, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Saria, do you have a headache? Fine. Good. I pushed your drone in these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? Is she not with you? We joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up. Silence, Thanks. The clouds have parted. Now we can get an even clearer view of the sky. Yes. This sky is really beautiful. Are you not going to ask a question? Ask what? What happened in the Galarian area? Would you tell me? I'll need some time. Then do you want to know? Know what? What happened down here when you went to stop Kristen? Will you tell me? I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, Saria. I need you to be fully informed, to be better prepared. This is the only way we can ensure we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us. It sounds like you already have an idea. Hold on to my shoulder. The road is hard to walk, and I have no way of lifting you up completely, so we have to go together. What? Benji, Johan, bullet! The escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground. The hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin has completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they were wrung by a pair of hands. I'm over here! What a relief. You're all alright. I'm alive? Wasn't the escape pod malfunctioning? We dropped from the altitude over 5,000 meters. We're still alive! Youch, easy on the heart. It hurts. It seems like those ant modules managed to help us decelerate after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know you're the luckiest one out of all of us, hitting your head on the console and passing out at the most critical moment, and waking up just as we landed safely. Has there been any prayers working on you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey, why do I feel like I drowned earlier? And all of you are soaking wet too. It's not like the pod landed in the lake, so whatever happened? You guys seen Director Mills'? Water is still flowing out of the bulkhead connected to the escape pod, but there is no mud in the area. The night breeze will soon dry up the earth. Yeah, name killed Zippy. I must admit that we are like. My empathy, Doctor. Emotion merely comes from emotional module that has yet to be erased, even after these 10,000s of years. I'm not Tristan himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me a little envious. Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Tristan. I'm glad to have a life like this, and not just this one. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I've already been searching for the original answer, from the very moment I began to work in the dust of disappointment. Walking dust? I have experienced more direct losses than you have, but I can also say I have gained even more in return. If everything here had yet to happen, you might even be able to travel through the land currently known as Terra. Just like Doctor did once. If there is a chance, I'll be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the only one who knows how to operate this system, so I'd like you to erase these twisted data spanning 4,700,650 403 days. What the hell? I can't grasp that. $12,870. So no, it's almost 13,000 years. 13,000 years. I want to believe that means it's the start of Terra. Who is Tristan? Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Tristan. Even if I can only die as a replica. I understand your decision, but this process will take a lot of time. And you? This is too cruel a fate for you. Wish to face the skies that were once free, not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, nor as a ghost. Have to watch Trevor Tristan EP after this? No, I'm not going to. Please let me face the remorse and guilt I have as a person. From sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands. Let me at the very least see from a purist perspective how you will face the future. To think of that sky, this is my final wish. You don't have to blame yourself like that. Thank you. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization. You can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capability to decide for others what the value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, so I will not go too deep into it. Please remember this, Doctor. This will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present, and will be extremely important to you. But presently, I'll say this again. Thank you. This is the final thing I can say. Go, Keltip. I have already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person. I respect your decision. Please wait just a moment. Is there no other choice? Doctor that knows nothing. I don't know how much you know, how much Kelsey has told you. But now, before I lose all this data, let me answer your questions. Kristen has also asked me innumerable questions, and I answered them all. And if it was necessary, I even showed her the answers. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not even waver the slightest, and she did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admired that character of hers, and so to be fair, I will also treat you the same, Doctor. Whereas this personality of obsession is also a present from Trevor Fiston. Who is Priestess? And what is Originium? These two questions are not as different as you might imagine. Originium. Even if you've lost your memories, even if you've just learned it far exceeds the categories of the infected, catastrophes or arts, you are still keenly aware how important Originium is. That is the way to go. Kelsey knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will not allow her to. This restriction is carved into the depths of her own original consciousness. Even death will not free her from those shackles. So should I really tell you the answer? Perhaps Kelsey is afraid the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables on your hard-earned developments. Though I believe you have already done some preparations on your end. I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past is like. My birth and isolation from the outside world happened far earlier than you think. Originium was just one of many innumerable answers. Originium means unification. Originium means another state of existence. Like the ocean of Solaris, where everything exists within this order. Oh yes, you have yet to even realize the contradiction of it all. So far, Rhode Island has been working towards curing oripathy and solving problems of the infected, though you have also involved yourself in outsider matters due to Kelsey and Teresa's ideals. However, you, in the name of Rhode Island, fight against Originium. This is the root of everything. I do not know what decisions Priestess made in the end, but it seems that Kelsey, with all the lives born on this land with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originium. Originium can benefit humanity, but it can also destroy everything, just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness, and you were once extremely close to her. What does Originium have to do with me? Or what can I do next? I'm incapable of guiding your next steps. Strictly speaking, Originium is in just its current form. It has already exceeded my understanding of it. Oripathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your situation, curing it is difficult, but there may be other ways you can stop or use it. Your past with Priestess seems to be Kelsey's greatest taboo, and I don't even have the full picture. According to my hypothesis, your appearance, participation, and amnesia, they are not without purpose. You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later, when you face the truth of the past, you will understand Kelsey's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient, and stay true to yourself. Doctor? Kelsey? You have already taken a huge step forward. But turn your head and look at what was faced. Victoria, Columbia. The infected are still being discriminated against, and the flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much to do. There will be more and more layers of crisis in the future, and the current situation will be even more worrisome. We'll fight together, right? You're the commander of Rhode Island, the Dr. Amiya trusts. We will find a way. I'm delighted to have met both of you in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds. Having lost the support of your database, your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of past dozen millennia. No one knows what the consequences will be, to compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes. I will destroy this bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both. Drowsy. Do you remember me? You? Living creature. Here. You must wait. Why is it so dark here? I'm in... No. There's still 173,005th attempt. And the next... What? The next time. Can anyone hear me? Answer. Answer me! Please. Where am I?
How much longer do we have to wait? I don't know. There's no way for us outsiders to judge if these cries of anguish are memories from his past, or the emotional module responding to the stress from processing all that compressed emotion. I only feel pity and respect. Outset, have you experienced this before? I hate this, damn it. Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Even if they all come back to life, I myself won't be a living person. I made such a great sacrifice, and yet you've all abandoned me. Who as it is gave me such a duty? It was myself. Why is that me? Can I still recall that determination? Doctor, you should stop watching. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give him. We have to find the exit. Madam, over here! I knew something had happened underground when the caves collapsed. Let's leave this place first. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kristen? Yes. I reckon it will lead us to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered this secret path. If the Preserver had not shut down its system, it would have been impossible to find you this passage. What happened to Hoya? I have her trapped outside, and Maylander will have a nice long chat with her. Madam, I need to know. There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards Jeff. And as for what those deaths means, I can only say they have absolutely nothing to do with Castle. I shall not pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. Trevor Friston. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I shall report that punk to the... Failed, haven't I? After how many years? How many years it has been? That damn thing, Ken. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry yet. Where am I? Who are you? What are you? What are you talking about? Why do you have a tail? And feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. Just what sort of place am I in? These are sarcophagi. Hundreds and thousands of them. Kristen or Kristen. So this is the god you spoke of. Really different from what I imagined. He looks very sleek. Greetings. If this is indeed the courtyard full of oracles, the destination of charity, can you install in me wings from the blood of the Kukulkan? Can you show me their wind and thunder, the glory of soaring in the skies, their magnificent forms? I come to you bringing 451 years of obsession from the Kukulkan people, only for your approval and your answer. So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. My existence is fading away. I am dying. This sure sounds like something a bastard like me would do. Do you not think it's stuffy in here? For a place deemed a destination, it's too stifling. I've hated bunkers ever since I was little. I had thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead? What will I become? My knowledge, my desires, will they disappear into thin air as I gain power? If you would be willing to speak in a language I understand. God. Well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I don't even know what the sounds you are making mean. In the dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path, yes. I so badly want to see her one more time. My morning light. An icy wind blows over Hoyats without traces of any dust. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in the wilderness. A hallucination? Arts? What kind of original arts is this? This is how that crazy god has given her his answer. Hoya looks around in all directions and does not find anything matching what she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter playing by the water, and the girl sporting long and familiar locks of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kristen. Hoya waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic scene to change, but nothing happens. She is devout enough, but nothing in front of her changes. So what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time. There is no response. Hoya is starting to feel wary. She tries to get closer to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces. Until the father picks his daughter up, and they look towards the sky. Only now does Hoya discover in the view she had gotten too familiar with, that there is something not even Kristen's wildest descriptions had mentioned. She sees a gigantic, enormous moon. For just a moment. The ground under her feet no longer feels real. The surrounding temperatures seem to rise. Hoya stares right at the instrument, and the fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. But a preposterous thought appears in her mind. Was that Terra? What was that just now? What do you do? Is it arts? No, is it a Ferriman's power? Or witchcraft like the Tin Man's? Kristen and Kristen are related? Ah, they're not. It's more so Kristen looks and feels like his daughter, but it's not. Kristen is not from here. They came from a different planet. No. Or... I'm trying to reason this. It's okay if I'm wrong. Let me try to reason what this scene is doing. You guys have read the story. You guys are further in. Let me try to understand what this scene is supposed to say. Okay? It's fine if I'm wrong. It's okay to make mistakes because, hey, this is a new person's reading experience. I'm trying to understand why can she see Terra? And there's this thing about the false sky as well. It seems like Kristen has lived way before people for some reason. And also, there's a thing about humans. Whoever Kristen is a human. That's my opinion. Did humans own Terra, or was humans not on the same planet? Silence. Hoya is completely unaware that she is the only one who has left that beautiful dreamland.
If this is what Kristen saw, then what she said was completely right. Kristen, right. You really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment that your god has left me. How cruel of you all, denying me of my pursuits, my entire life, from my birth till now. And after denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I don't approve. I won't allow it. You can't just die here yet. Huh? Hoheak saved him. My questions will be answered in babble. Are you guys saying that I will not understand Trevor Kristen even after I finish this story? Okay. I need to dunk a bit. I need to dunk. I need to dunk. I'm not dunking. You failed to stop Kristen. I already know what happened up there. Too many things have happened. My head is hurting a little. I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Maylander Foundation. I'll explain that later. I'm also very curious to know what exactly happened in Trimount. We're almost there. Remember Dame Kelt said, the moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not cooperate with us, I will have to resort to force. As you wish. What's with all the tension? If I can kill this tin can again, I'll still learn a little something. When did you? Couldn't the other agents have caught you by now? That's not important. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess this situation up. You're not exactly breathing deeply either. I'm real curious, Doctor. The lineage of the Elders, the Kukulkan's source of power. Are these things even considered secrets to you and Keltsit? Say nothing. How cold. There is something I want to understand. The entire course of my quest has been invaluable, and yet after finding the answer, people only know how to sing its praises. If after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I come find you people? I think you first face the charges from the Maylander Foundation. Of course, I won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell. Your stuff? What have you done? Your unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you? Perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end, it's not even considered a living being, and it's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into Columbian's hands. Is it appropriate to say that right in front of Tin Man? I've already brought it out into the open, and the Tin Man has seen it too. Do you still have a choice to make? And no matter what you think of it, Dame Keltsit's face already looked like she agrees. Keltsit? My guess is, you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tin Man. Oh? The reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all is because someone above you has already made that decision for you. But that person has enough foresight to guess everything that has happened here. Even if the power to make decisions isn't with me right now, I still think killing Hoheyak to retrieve his legacy is the more reasonable thing to do. About that, your boss should know just which party has the capabilities to restore him. Searching Hoheyak's arts unit will only add to the gigantic power of Maylander's Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. That one would not allow Maylander to act against Rose Island. Your coercing efforts also fall flat, Hoheyak. You can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to Tin Man. Such a horrid, oppressive feeling. So you've even been keeping this strange thing by your side. It's meaningless to fight here, so let's all return to Trimount first. After that, we can negotiate in the open. It's right in front of us. We can go up from here. Sure is relieving to leave that place. Wait, a thing in the sky. A clear view of the torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Kristen, humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Kristen, I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name. More or less. I see then. The guest was right, madam. I will take my leave for the moment. I'll be waiting outside. Oh, yeah. What? You're leaving already? I didn't expect that bargaining chip in your hand, but this is also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below. I'm so very sorry, Mr. Tin Can. I've lost all my interest in Mainlander Historical Association's history. Now then, Doctor. Why do you give it to me? Remember the choice you've made. We're not on equal standing, madam. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Why did the Tin Man leave early? Contact Respontis ASAP. We need to be wary of any other surprises. Oh, here. I'm grateful for your choice, but I need you to try and find a different escape route from the direction the Tin Man left. I'm not sure I'll be able to defeat this black plating of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather, I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employment contract, but I had to start work already. Rose Island couldn't possibly leave you alone to your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us in front of Tin Man, could we? What's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up to make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armored division. It's quiet. In the aftermath of those unfathomable energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers, and workers is now completely empty. You and Kelsit travel between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through, and so much history. Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and Rosmontis and hearing some firm words from Saria again will only make you feel at ease. But a discomforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. What is that on the screens? Wait, Kelsit, what is this on the screens? Nice to meet you too, Doctor of Rhodes Island, Dame Kelsit. We have taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts. So please do not attempt escape. On the behalf of the Colombian government, I hope to hold an ad hoc private meeting with the both of you. This might have happened earlier than you expected. I just want to get on with it. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the lights of a large screen flickers a few times. And then, a familiar figure appears. The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with the iconic smile of his. You start wondering. You feel some kind of pressure. Soon after, you cannot help yourself from turning your attention onto the pet perched onto his shoulder all along. You sneak a glance at Kelsit. There's an obvious, somewhat gloomy expression on her face. What is this? What is this? What is this? Mr. President. The Vice President does not react. His pet just happens to begin talking. Been a long time, Dame Kelsit. How long has it been since we've had a conversation like this? After that little thing you and Maylander put through. I thought you would be staying in Colombia. But then I blinked and you were in Sargon. And then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. You worked together with Maylander Celine herself. You could have done something for Colombia. And then maybe the people you wouldn't have needed to wait for a vice president to be born. You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President. Of course. This is a personal meeting. Where's my father? Father? You're holding on to his ashes, the remnant of his soul. Let me touch him. I never got to meet him, but he is the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. There's also PRTS. You're PRTS. We come from the same roots, but now we're drifting apart. I had some words for him. He's gone. Trevor Fiston is dead. He's pinned his hopes on this land. A world that has absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self. Yes. If that's his will, then you had better leave. I'll respect his feelings. You'll be able to fix his shattered self faster than the Mainlander Historical Association can. But remember this. We will collate our wills. We will seize the truth of everything. Columbia will become the sword and shield of Terra, just as he wished. This is the best condolence that I, President of Columbia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era. Kristen never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monster, destroy the cameras. Let's go. Narcissa, look how glorious the sky is. The field of research was far from Kristen's, and I must admit this. She has achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist there is. The scientific blueprint I once described to you is now being displayed to every single person in all its glory. Even those who are ignorant can now bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era. Will there always be someone like you, under every dream as big as this one? What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to push dreams this big into reality? This question shall haunt you forever. I only know how to judge right from wrong, just like what I'm doing to you right now. Thank you, Narcissa. All my ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end, we'll also give you a gift. Rosmontis turns her head back. Sitting in his wheelchair, Logan has his eyes closed and suddenly passes away. I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just to see me, right? You just didn't want to die alone. You want to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no, I came here just to watch you die. Rosmontis takes out her diary from her pocket and writes a line in it. The criminal Logan Waylands received the trial he deserved. He stares at the line for a while before putting the diary away. And now, I've forgotten you. I should go find the doctor and Keltsit. Oh man, Rosmontis is a lovely character. Oh wow. I wish I could forget things on command like Rosmontis. I feel like I'm like that. In my recent trip to Indonesia, a friend of mine asked me, why do I seem so forgetful? Because apparently, to her, she thinks that I'm a very forgetful person. Like, when we talk about something that happens between us and our friend groups, I will often be I'm most usually a person who looks at everyone confused and asks, what are you guys talking about? What did we just do? And then it takes them a while. They literally need to tell me triggers for me to remember. And then I will remember. The thing is, I think I remember a lot, but I feel like, as a person, I have selective memory. Like, what I mean by that is, I'm sure I'm still of a healthy age to remember much of my early years. I am of age to still remember my teenage years, my adult times, like, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't actively remember them. I mean it's repressed. Yeah. So whenever my friends tell me something, I cannot immediately answer them if they're asking me something from my memory. Because it's like, you gotta dig it out of my memory. So, in a way, I live as a person who don't have any vengefulness or any, like... I don't live like that when I was younger, by the way. When I was younger, I would live in the past. My good friends will say that I'm the type of person who lives in the past. But nowadays, I feel like I'm the type of person who lives more in the present and the future. So, my brain is now a filter for things that has happened to me in my life. Which in a way, I guess it makes me potentially a happier person. Because I don't choose to remember... Like, it's not I don't choose to remember bad things. I just don't choose to think about anything. My brain is an empty thing. It's a shell. So it's the same thing with like reading AK story. Like when I now whatever AK stories I've read, I've actually forgotten the plot. You guys need to actually give me trigger points to remember what happened in the story. So, yeah. So am I turning to Tristan? I unfortunately think that there's a high chance that I might have... I don't think I have it. I'm very confident. What did I eat for yesterday for dinner? Cereal. Because I didn't eat dinner. I ate cereal on stream. So yeah. We brought some secrets earlier. I didn't expect you to be so discarded so soon, Kokukan. Whether you know how likable I am. I'm serious. I was so ready to fight a legion of power armors to death. And yet this place is so deserted. Even the amusement parks on federal holidays have better security than this. I'd like to know why myself. Perhaps Dame Kelsey is skilled in the art of persuasion. So skilled, she might manage to even convince even the mighty president of the Columbian Union. We're out. Are you alright, Doctor? I'm fine. Deep breaths. We spend so much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden to you. My apologies, Doctor. I wanted to wait a little longer until you're ready to face him, to respond to all the doubts and questions you have about yourself. Wait till I recover my memories? Then Kel said, Doctor, you have managed to get a considerable time extension. I'm serious about getting my work done, Doctor. Perhaps we should kill Mr. Tinkan here. Forget it. That's probably a meaningless act. The President has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. Madam, fix whatever Hoheak has handed over to you, even though I have no idea what it is, or the scope of the damage. Mr. President has given you time. I don't know how long, but when your time's up, we will definitely retrieve what was lost. Is this a deal? I suppose. After all, you have abided by our previous agreement, and have indeed helped us a lot in the past few days. So in return, you can leave Trimount safely and return to your landship. As for the Doctor, you have already spent 3 days with the Columbian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Unit and Originium, and I don't think Rhodes Island would want an updated criminal record. And as for Hoheak, the time being, I'll only ask this. Is she currently a collaborator of Rhodes Island's? I guess. Can you take her back? Rhodes Island will need her help. After all, she also made contact with the truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Keltsit, Dame Keltsit, and the Doctor as well. He's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye. Eventually Tin Man joined me though, I wonder why. Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Rosmontis and Ifrit, and then leave Trimounts. Bro! You took Hoheyak in with Musis. Hoheyak, who has been trying to kill Musis. And Saria in silence. Doctor, what are you looking at? Bubbles. You suddenly notice that despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds a tiny pool of bubbles yet to evaporate. The sporadic bubbles meander forward, like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look into the distance and discover that the skies of Trimons, in the moment before dawn, is full of fragile bubbles. That's it. I'm going to look for someone first. Reunion! You feel as if you've entered the bottom of a lake. There is no one, only a dense light blue and the soft sound of water. A huge glass ring divides the entire space into two. Other than the narrow corridor on the outside, the rest of the vivarium has already been flooded, like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belong in the water. You recall the vitality of your last visit here, but right now, you can only hear their weak breathing. A bubble floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop at any time and disappear without a trace. Musis? You don't have to show yourself, Musis. Doctor? Why have you come? I'm not here to take you to task. Sorry for betraying you. But right now, there's probably no point in apologizing. Arc-01, Galerius Celeria, Kristen, everything has already come to an end. The skies of Tremors have already been torn apart. The government, the military, the Maylander Foundation, every party with power here will soon close in to settle things. So you guys should get out of Trimons fast. I already know what happened up there, so you don't have to say anymore. Don't speak anymore, Musis. You're weak. I pumped out all the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate. But I only had a short and shadow sleep and didn't even get to finish my dream. I can't even kill myself. Before you came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw a Musis crouching next to a pale fir tree, tying up the graves of my parents and my kin that I've never met. I wanted to reach out and pat her on the shoulder. I think I met a Musis who had just left Sami. Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol, and it was cold. Her neck was tucked in and her jade drooping. I've never seen myself so dispirited. Were your people living in the forest of Sami? Yep. When Rhinelab began their scientific investigation section and started the Sami exploration project, their footprints made it all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. When Maggie contacted me, this place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't exist on Terra. It's an elvish garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent me. Deep in the forest, in the middle of Sami, remote and cold. That bed of soil was locked up by the marsh and ice fields, far from civilization, a place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland, no different from what the other peoples of Sami live in and revere. But after just a few steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, its thick branches entangling with one another, an eco-sphere woven into the roots, as if it was encased in amber. To think that there was such a settlement for elves on Terra. You want to persuade to leave? No, Doctor. I couldn't even bring myself to ask them. They were not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating into their society. Not because of my metropolitan fit, but there was something natural separating us. We looked similar and faced a similar struggle. We're clearly alike, and yet we're also completely strangers to each other. We have no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves on completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far and finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sami.
But I'm not a leaf from a tree. I'm just a drop of water. The elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving with the topmost branches of the tree to the current. You can't make out her expression. But you still wanted to move the Trivarian into the Galera Stellaria. I needed to hold on to something. But Kristen abandoned me, abandoned everyone, and the so-called future that she left for us. Kristen disbanded the components control section, and Saria was thrown out of the Galeria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has also been proven impossible. Dorothy got herself into trouble because of the staff at Site 359. Ferdinand has thrown himself into the army, and Parvis, that old goat seemed to have died too. I can only reminisce about things that have already turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air, with hardly any original dust. They kept me from being so lonely. Doctor, if I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate still only leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it? You attempt to get closer to Musis, but through the glass and dense lake, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here. Who? A stranger. A friend. I'm gonna say a stranger. A stranger? But you said farewell earlier. There aren't many people that hold your interest, Doctor. Just what kind of people were they? He was my kin. Kin? Then did they leave Trimons to go back to your homeland? You know, I was actually curious about where you came from. I did some investigating, and the other time I stuck into Rhodes Island. I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Is that because it's a secret, or have you been trying to find the answer? Just like me. What do you think? I want to know, when you met your kin, do you still remember what you were feeling then? Did you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering? I never thought he would exist. I was unprepared. I understood some of his answers, but my bewilderment only grew. In the end, I only had enough time to see him off. No wonder you look exhausted, Doctor. You stop moving, and Musis looks into your eyes through the glass, across the still water. So you also get lonely, Doctor? Occasionally. And have you ever wavered in your resolve? Will you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhodes Island, the operators and friends by your side, that person who you forgot, but still have been searching for. And yourself? Doctor, this Vivarium will shut down soon, so you should get out of here. You finally find the switch, and the glass layer opens in response, but the lake without its banks does not pour out, every drop of water held still by an invisible force. Like a bubble about to pop, the elf is about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it. I'm inside Musis. Oh shit. You'll drown. Don't worry about me. I just want to sleep a bit longer. A bit longer. Before I came here, I was asked a similar question. My answer was, and is, just as I've always have been. Being alone is a type of strength, Musis. Even a machine-like person can submerge in such an emotion. You will be sad. You will reminisce. You will worry. In the long term, it might not even improve. But it is indeed a kind power. A kind of power, sorry. Every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. I remember you said before that you don't like being peppered with questions. But I will still hold up my hand, Musis. Door to the future. I heard the prisons in Max DC have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens. You're breaking the rules. They don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. I told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. I have important work that needs doing, and you've had a stellar record the past few days. So I hope you can keep it up. Damn it, I used up all the draft paper. Wait, I can still write on the back. Blake, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Columbian Academy will thank you for your contribution. What the hell are you doing? There's no way you think that we'll get to live, Ferdinand. Colombian law has never been lenient, so can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? If you want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? You've wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Planning out your last meal. You think you're so funny, huh? You have no idea just how significant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher arrogantly trying to step into the field of high-energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories into their mind. They will praise my name, regard me as a king, as a prophet. Death? So what if I die? Just you wait, Kristen. You think you're so amazing. It's Ferdinand Clooney who has brought the truth back to the ground. You idiot! I'm glad to see you so hale and healthy, sir. Of course. It's all thanks to you. A few days ago, I heard some terrible rumors about Trimonts. That's all in the past. I'm grateful that Columbia has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel just like you. I hear you're about to be promoted. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Rhine Lab has expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. I used to not care about financial news at all. But now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in the days like I did before. I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking fate into your own hands. But I did come here on proper business this time. Those two, I've already got orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just as before, it's nice to be working with you. Likewise. I have one more question. Which one do you want out? Just like before, madmen and freaks. You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved Components Control Section. It's only been 2 weeks, and they've already reorganized Rhine Lab. It's not just Rhine Lab. Volvo, Kaczynski, and Beachbrella too. The top tech companies in the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organized this meeting? We'll know in just a moment. Don't lean your head towards me. I don't want my shoulders to get wet. Nasty wrinkles her brows slightly, and the dead branch-like device around her waist suddenly extends. The moment it touches Musis, the other party disappears from sight as if a bubble has just popped. I'm going to want to guess that the new control is Saria. I might be wrong. I just want to predict that Saria became control. I don't know why she would want to be control, but I'm going to say she did. I think she wants to do it for the sake of Kristen. Seems like you've recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Musis. Dehydration isn't a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat it either. I mean your mental state. I thought you would be in complete collapse, hiding in the forest to cry. A friend talked me through it, told me every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. You're still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you. No, Nasty. I just calmed down and figured out something I had overlooked before. The person appearing here at your side right now is, of course, the director of the Rhine Lab Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in Rhine Lab. And that means Kristen passed on to me the biological data from the Galerius Stellaria Vivarium. None of the 753 plants survived, but before that, they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the starport. It's a height that Terrans never imagined a life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is.
the Sake's promised land could also be in the sky. But it's in the sky in Enfield. I think this must be what we're gonna read soon. In Unrealized Reality. I'm gonna read Unrealized Reality live, by the way. I'm guessing we're gonna see if someone can find the Sake's promised land. I mean, both Tin Man and Nasty were trying. You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of the Galerius launch into the sky, right? Well, I was standing close enough that day. The fireworks from the energy sputtering everywhere very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future tuning. So you're saying that's enough to propel you back into research on many more platforms that will be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun? That was rudimentary prototype of a city. No one ever said that nomadic cities could only crawl on the ground. And me, I can fill the city up with life. So now, our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Let's go. The meeting's about to start. Olivia Science. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Derek. Staria. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Ah, okay, that's very sweet. Saria has the feather on her outfit. I think it fit as well. Silence and Saria walks through the long corridor one after another, neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quietude. Oh! Would that send Silence back to Rhine Lab? They stop at the door of the conference room. Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Would she take over Pavis? Oh! Are you really ready? I thought you would have already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society. This I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm the significance of Control's actions. There is no researcher that hasn't been stunned by the tear in the sky. But the real question we actually face is, what now? There's a rip in the sky, and the truth has emerged before everyone's eyes. There is no reason to ignore its existence, but even if we all raise our heads, it doesn't mean the problems under our feet will simply disappear. In science, once the current understanding of something has already been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended, but accelerated. Countless constructions have been declared failures, while new fantasies have emerged, but scientists will eagerly tear down every cloud in the sky, and the ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. This is how reality is, and we can only accept it. It is inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. We've heard enough phrases like this. There is no reality impossible to change, and no sacrifice justifiable. If most people can only be compelled to choose between dreams or reality, then I must become the bridge between the two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation. I will tighten the reins of order. I will use methods all manner of scientists will think pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. I will become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm well qualified to be a villain. I will see to it science become a clear, incisive look at every one of us. The quote again. Silence. I don't know how you exactly managed to drum up support enough to change Trimon's scientific and technological communities. But you should know this. No matter the power of the government or mainlander, they chose you not for your worries and zeal. I know, but if our goals are aligned,
I'm willing to accept it. Silence grabs the door handle. She stops suddenly and turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns, and for a moment, Saria almost wants to run from it. Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria? This is exactly what you wanted to do before. If you're hesitant, if you have given up, then I will do it. Dozens of eyes focuses on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Silence takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule one by one. After a long moment of time, she steps inside. Don't tell me silence becomes control. There's a chance. There's all the chance. Hello everyone. My name is Olivia Sainz, sponsor of the Trimon's Ethics in Scientific Research Joint Declaration. I stand here today because... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Back then, I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Rankwood. It truly is nothing compared to the help you've provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the drool of various company representatives. I do hope she will be able to handle that situation. After all, this will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. These youth are indeed not lacking in courage, but then they always run so fast. All we can do is accompany them on their journey. You're absolutely right. I have become an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month? Sorry, I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I no longer have a reason to remain with Line Lab. Besides, I'm well past retirement age. This should be a long and extensive vacation. I'm sorry, Miss Jara, but I've gone the wrong way. I've just asked the nearby residents, and if we change direction now, we might still be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for a pit stop. It's fine. Just continue driving this way. Huh? That would delay your itinerary. I just flipped through the geographical magazine in the car, and if we continue this way for 10 kilometers more, there should be a winery up ahead. The magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. The winery insists on a limited supply to only specific distributors, and for decades has refused to expand the scale of their vineyard. So I'm curious. The people here have been so antsy lately over that Riley incident, so I thought you wanted to get out of Trimons ASAP. No one would give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at the beautiful scenery we have here. A wind blows from far away, and Jara adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him, and quickly opens the door for her. Safe travels! Let's go! Galerius service cabin, shutting down. Galerius observation bridge, shutting down. Galerius vivarium, shutting down. "5 days, 8 hours, and 43 minutes according to Terra's time. After breaking through the barrier, the Galleria is persisting beyond my expectations. Not long after, these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. The Galleria Stereo was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. I still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. And now, I will lie down in the life support hibernation pod that Logan developed. We could never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how long I can survive. Galerius Stellaria Planetarium. Shutting down. The entire Galerius Stellaria has shut down. The life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once. The universe. The first time I learned of this concept from Friston, I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. A pity I can only record my words as an audio file. From what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colors, our Terra is surrounded by stardust, with no fulcrum or rope supporting it as it rotates on its own and by itself. The stars blend into one another, and any measurement of distance, size, or shape is meaningless. This universe is so deep that it makes you speechless. It makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observe with just the naked eye, the stars look similar to Terra. They were once in our visions, mere decorations dotting the night sky, but they share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them, the same flames of love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans and romance, as well as mundane struggles and persistence, going on stage over and over again. Their history written by the creation and destruction of their civilization, with innumerable magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles added onto the footnotes, before they all return to dust. Do they know a universe exists? And are they our enemies or neighbors we can get along with? If it's possible, perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position, to understand the land, sky, and sea we rely on to live, to understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity, and where exactly the entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction we head in. Your life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat. Pre-hibernation record. Vital signs are normal. Emotions are relatively stable. It is truly gratifying to see that all the plants here are still alive. A pity that Musis has no way to obtain these data. Throughout Kristen's entire life, there's only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. The first time, Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown, on that hillside where I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now, as I have just realized mine and my parents' dreams. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide and open view and set up a telescope. There will be a single star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night, Terra. Good night, universe. Within a century or a millennium, siblings walk among the stars. Sisters will sing her praises. We did. Who are you?
A guardian lacking any purpose, watching over kin, brothers and compatriots who will never wake up. What are these? Life support devices far beyond what your comprehension. They do not rely on the original you are familiar with. Tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down to nothing, and now they are merely coffins for the deceased, just like in olden days. Why do you seem so close to humanity? In our darkest days, it was only human nature that led us ever a much more complete destruction. Though this means nothing but endless torment for me. Is the sky false? Not exactly. A barrier that makes Terra incapable of charging towards the stars. Light has been distorted accordingly, preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of their work. Only the stars are beyond any doubt they exist. What does the universe look like? Ah! This is her interaction with Trevor Fiston. What does the universe look like? An interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head up to the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymous, magnificent, beautiful. But in my eyes, the void merely means ruin and a chilling desolation. Are the stars just like Terra? No. Terra is rather small compared to them. Even stars tens of millions of times larger than Terra, like star number 4, completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zubeidi Nebula. The Zubeidi Nebula, the satellite arrays outside Telos, can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this. Why did the Sancta have halos and wings? An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It is dangerous to start a machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of God, to fulfill a mission it cannot even understand. I was thinking that Trevor is very similar to the Ring in Laterano. What the hell do they call the Ring again? But he feels very similar to it. The law, right? Have you ever seen a burden beast? The creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is as durable as the planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect. What is it like to travel by sea? I can only tell you what assimilation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf. And yet, the bright blue is always fleeting. I don't know if I can understand that. I don't know if I'm able to understand this. Mister, say your piece. After knowing all of this, you still intend on gambling your life to tear open the sky. Terra is ill-prepared, and your death will be without meaning or reason. Allow me to ask you a final question to serve as my answer. Ask your question. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history. Suffering, war, catastrophes, and the arrogance that destroys everything. Trends of thought and ideals, greatness granted by others and equality gifted from birth. The civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness, and everything that we have added love without compare. What do they inevitably mean? And what is it that life ultimately seeks? But I don't know if he answered her. So the 12-hour read. 6 plus 6. Oh. You want to check out first the Lonetrail mini games I didn't see? Does it matter? Is the Lonetrail mini games important to me? What the fuck was the Lonetrail mini game? What the hell did I do? Was it to complete missions for people? It was, right? Just do a stage. Yeah. Some lore shit. This line is not meant to be answered. It seems to be amusing on how life is an advancing force. So our answer is a refutation to Kristen's claim the goal is meaningless. Right, she did say that my question is the answer. Yeah, what else can we do but just keep living, right? It is a very interesting answer to perhaps... I think I quite like that answer. Actually, that's a beautiful answer, I feel. I don't think I reasoned it like that before, but the idea that I think it doesn't matter what sort of person you are, whether you're religious, whether you're agnostic, whatever that you are, that if anything, I think it does make for a very beautiful ending that every human can agree. Like, the only purpose of life is, well, we're here. Let's keep living. Keep moving forward. What else can we do? She used that as the answer to fulfill her own notice. Here's the sky. I didn't like mad cry for Kristen, by the way. I was teary, but I didn't like break. I mean, I feel for her. He isn't cry-worthy. Yeah, he's not cry-worthy.
박사! 미안. 부딪혔다. 다친 건 아니지?
Take me a while to reconcile what I'm thinking. Definitely though, I still do not understand Kristen. Where the frick is the... Help! Help! I'm lost! Is it progress medal? No. Records medal? Record is record restore, right? Help! Help! I do not know where the hell is event medals. Oh. Is it this? No, this is IS. Event medal? But why did it pop up? Was it not categorized? No, it's not in event medal. Oh, it is. What the shit? It's not chronology. They did like the special events first, followed by the event. What the hell did I not get medals for? Oh. Oh. But this one even worse eh. Did I forget to do daily or something? What the fuck is this? Maybe. I seem to have forgotten something. I completely broke my account. You saw true stars in the sky, the sign rises again. May starlight ever be in your heart. You understood that this act was not Kristen's alone. She stands for countless dreams and aspirations. Medal awarded from Department of Defense for completing all special ops. Hitman thanks you for your help and gives you this medal. The conflict between Mainlander and Department of Defense in the past, the future belongs to Columbia. Director Nasty of Ryland has taken an interest in you. She awaits your visit. Ooh, tease from a medal. You've got the eye of Mainlander Foundation. Ooh. Hitman teased. Columbia is willing to pay. Damn, Horpa. Eyes are different when you see her again. Some are obsessed with the past, others with the future. She's the bridge that connects them. This refers to silence. Oh wait, they still didn't explain. So, Sarah became Control, is it? I can't read her files. I have to like look at silence files or something. Then what did silence become? Back up. What? Sponsor of... Yeah, executive advisor. So, Sarah is Control and Silence is an advisory role? Or she's just a secretary? But Sarah's assuming two roles, Control and Head of Components. I mean, if Sarah became a head, right? Then yeah. Wait, Jara picked up. Jara is out. They have other people filling. Energy is vacant. Ferdinand is back! Holy shit! They rehired him! Ah, co-founder takes over. Transferred to component control. She now is an executive advisor. Hey lah, secretary. They work together hand in hand now. Look at how much they grown up. From the early days of Silence as the good academic girl. Zarya is the leader that she looks up to, and then look at where they are now. No, I'm not reading Rosmonte's file today.
It's late already. It's 4 a.m. So I wanted to say my thoughts. I mean, I don't really have to read Osmonte's file. Once I read the CW6, it gave me some context of like her and her brothers, because she describes it in the line that her brothers were killed. So that was like enough context that I sort of needed. Of course, there's the interesting part about like, you know, how she came to Rhode Island. I'm okay to not know it for now. I can see that later. So they decided to put ethics into science. Wow! Does Nasty approve? And will Rhinelab be successful? This makes me curious about S-Gene. Where did S-Gene go? Because S-Gene's clearly shaken by this whole Rhinelab incident. And no way S-Gene wants to sit in the same company that Ferdinand returns to. But yes, she is also a representative of Rhinelab. So it makes me wonder what's going to happen. I know she's in Yerek. She's a representative. So I wonder what happened there. So it makes me also wonder, did all the other ex-Rhinelab people choose to join Rhinelab as a result of the incident? Or do they still work with Rhode Island? Or are they... But the good thing about Saria being control now is that now Rhode Island's and Rhinelab's cooperation is even better than before, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna read this. So good for Rhode Island. +1 company behind their back that will help them. There's still one more director I haven't seen. Is it? Oh, you're right. This card, whoa. You guys are scaring me. You guys are scaring me because I realized this card drew a figure behind. Bro. It's like as if I've seen a ghost, bro. Like, I never noticed it the first time when I looked at the card. Like, all this while, I never noticed that the artist who did this drew this ghostly figure here. Okay, so now I understand the card. This card basically signifies who's out of Rhinelab. So, Piston's dead. Harvest is dead. Jara is not dead! Jara just left! Oh, Jara died. Whatever you want. Okay, fine. Jara died. And everybody else is alive. So I guess everybody else being alive means they still remain. Like, I'd imagine that Justin Jr. would have stayed. So yeah, Nasty stayed. Mumu would have stayed? Who knows? Dorothy as well. You're pissed that Ferdinand and Nasty didn't get punished? Why must they be punished? Truthfully, there's no need for them to be punished. Because the entire reason why Columbia was freaking the fuck out was they were scared as shit that Rhinelab was going to bomb the country. But it didn't happen. And then yet at the same time, like, I mean, the government kind of knew that they weren't. The military thought they were going to bomb the country. And then afterwards, the government already knew what was going to happen. And then decided, let's just back them up. Let's just... For science! For new era! Yeah. They hijacked their secret weapon to do something. So the military was just pissed as shit. Because Rhinelab actually hijacked them. Which means the military could have gotten on their tail, but the government then stopped them from being able to do so. And that is also the reason why the military wanted to assassinate the government, right? Because
they feel that the government is stopping them from their own endeavors. Because they were basically military frustrated with Rhinelab. And then afterwards, had an inkling that the government doesn't want to like stop Rhinelab from doing what they're doing, and then decided maybe let's just have martial law and kill the vice president, and then fail. And then as a result, they couldn't care about the government anymore because Rhinelab was getting way too close to succeeding. I think that's just how the story played out, right? At the start, they thought the easy way out was to kill the vice press first. Then when they realized they failed, and then they realized that Rhinelab was progressing too fast, they switched their target and they said, let's get to the source of the problem and let's find the goddamn ship. Like the spaceship that they're using. And then by the time that they get there, it was all hell's break loose because the ship took off. The ship took off and they couldn't cut the power. Yes? So that was how the story played out. Right? Why is the mic glitchy? Or is it just you? If it's glitchy, you should have told me. Because I've read the entire story. They thought the ship was going to destroy them as well. Yeah. It makes the military look super stupid in this story. Okay, my rating for this story, I rated the Rhinelab manga as a 13 out of 10. Because I think it was a genuinely good read. This one, I want to rate it as... the length really hurts. It's way too long. The length is atrocious of this story. Like, there are parts that just makes me go, do you really need it to go long? Like, it's very good writing, but it's so long. So yes, as a result, I think this is a 10 out of 10. I cannot rate it higher than a 10 out of 10 because I do think reading this story was a pain. But it was a very, very, very good story. Yeah. It's a solid story. It's one of the best writings that I've read in this game yet. I mean, so many moments of me just looking at it and saying it's a banger line. You can really feel like there were just so many things going on. You can pace yourself and not read it in all 2 rounds. No, it doesn't matter about me reading in 2 rounds or not. Like, even if it took me 5 rounds, even if it took me 10 rounds, it still sucks. It's the fact that I'm taking many rounds. It's a testament that it's long. I mean, we all know it's long. It's one of it's like the 3rd longest word count in this game. You know, the time that I took to read this is 2 times as long as how I took to read Mensue Break and Dorothy's Vision. Long isn't bad. No, I think long is bad. I think the reason why I say long is bad is we are in a generation where people have very short attention span, and I think people cannot read as well as they do. People's patience for good stories is only for so much. So you can blame the people, but if you talk about the masses just cannot, adopt big stories. The multiple running parts is great, honestly speaking. Like I said, I think I can see why Silence is very unlikable as a character, I feel. Actually, yeah, I think she is very unlikable. But I think she's an amazing character. Like, unlikable is a subjective term that, I don't like her. But I really appreciate that she's real for this story. Like, it doesn't feel fantastical at all. It feels like it almost feels close to home. Like, I don't know a person like that in real life, but the chance that you may meet someone as ambitious or someone who is completely crushed is very high through your life. And I'm glad that the story depicted this conflict for her. And
here's the thing. If Ifrit didn't live, Saria would have killed herself. Sorry, Saria? No, Silence. Silence would have killed herself. I feel. Like, Ifrit was holding her together. And I'm glad that Ifrit was like a foundational stone for them. You know, that kept them sane and stuff. And it's very cute that in the story you hear this twice, where both Saria and Silence specifically mentions how Ifrit grew up and they were so surprised that she grew up, and it's like a statement to say that they perhaps have not seen her for a while, ever since they left her in the hands of Rhodes Island. And I think it's a very sweet thing that they've always been very, like, they're both super protective of her, but I don't know if they fully reconciled, but it's sweet to see them let go for Ifrit's sake and let her live normally, in a sense. Rosmontes was also a great character in this story, I feel. She didn't choose to get angry. Actually, it almost feels like... Actually, that might be the best way to video essay this. I think so. It's very different from the events that I care about, whether it's the Letterano event or the Siracusa events. Very different team, right? Letterano is... Actually, both Letterano and Siracusa are tragedies. But this story didn't feel like a tragedy. I think this story, for me, felt like... It was a story of... I might say a term that feels weird, but I'm gonna say parenting. Like, the way I see it is... I see this... When I say parenting, I look at this in the form of Ifrit, Rosmontes, and Kristen. It's very interesting. All of them are driven by the people who took care of them, right? Ifrit has spent a lot of time with Silence and Saria in her early days. Not so much Saria, but more so Silence. And despite the less time that she has spent with Saria, you can feel that the amount of love that she gives to both of them are pretty equal. And I feel that the reason for that is it's a showcase of how time makes for attachment, but the impact of one's actions means a lot to a child, right? That Saria was the one who saved her. You know, Saria was the one who don't even know how to take care of children, but found very small means of making it work with Ifrit, you know, in the form of the candy, always just stepping in if she has the treatment to sit beside her. In the case of Silence, who became the doctor that took care of her thereafter, right? Silence became a different doctor from the one that she's met in a lot of the other instances where they don't really give a damn about how she's feeling or whatnot. Silence became a very patient doctor that can always listen to her, that can always talk to her. It's unfortunate that Silence became more strict ever since they are divorced with Saria. I'm joking when I say divorce, but you get what I mean. But she became more stern, she became more strict in a sense. But I think even so, you can already see that the feeling was kind of done. Like the impression was kind of embedded that Ifrit has already grown to trust both Saria and Silence a lot. And I think that's very sweet to see throughout this story, that she sees them as her saviors and wishes that, like, she sees them as the saviors and also people to look up to, right? If anything, they feel a little bit similar to how Rossi sees Enmin as almost an idol, right? The reason why Ifrit grew up to be then what she is she's grateful that they've done this for her, and she wishes that she can do it for other people. So in this story, when she managed to save Rosmontis, I think it was a very sweet, like, it was a good one instance that she managed to pull that off. She couldn't pull that off for Daria, but she pulled it off for Rosmontis. Even though Rosmontis didn't actually lose control, but she was able to calm her down and, you know, not do anything rash. I think that was great. In the case of Rosmontis, when I say the parenting part of things, that's, I think, is more indirect, that you see through the story, that you know that Rhodes Island has long been taking care of Rosmontis, and that Rosmontis, in a lot of these instances, have constantly name drop the people who she feels are her family, right? The entire elite operator section, because she's in the elite operator crew. She looks up to Kelsey, she looks up to Doctor. Also, Rosmontis was once an orphan, and she only had her brothers. So I feel like that inkling in her, where she was only attached to more so siblings rather than a parent figure, I think really helped her to find everybody in the elite operator team as a family. You know, subconsciously, maybe not so much a conscious decision by her, but I think it just came to her to grow close to these people. And they took care of her, they helped her to feel calm and everything, play with her. And I think that really, like, they brought her up to the extent that by being in more control of her emotions and being able to feel that, you know, be better at judging what's right and what's wrong. I like that in this story, she didn't go full ballistic. So, Logan is involved in how Rosmontis became an orphan. Ooh, okay, don't tell me until I read the record restore. But I'm just glad that, like, you see maturity in this story. Actually, that's very interesting. The children of this story feels more mature than the adults. What a weird distinction that this story had. Right? The children has better senses, has better way of controlling themselves. Yeah, the children went through the hard time from the very start that it worked out. So, I think it's great. When I talk about Kristen is special. Because Kristen is the exact opposite of these people. She's got no parents. I feel like she got left to her own devices. She misses her parents, for sure. They left, as mentioned in the story, they left her when she was at the age of 10. The great thing is that she managed to hold herself up, and she managed to still continue in life and everything. Kristen's ambition was driven by her parents. It was driven by her parents in some way, but it was solidified after her parents died. And with no one to look to, or no one to give her an answer, she just got strengthened of her resolve on her own. And
it feels a bit sad. Like she. It's interesting because in her final moments, she briefly mentions Mumu and Saria, but she's not deeply reminiscing about them. And I think it does feel very sad for Mumu as well. It's almost like she doesn't care. Yeah. She's extremely antisocial. She's abandoned everything. The loss of her parents completely broke her, in truth. And to her, the only way forward was to do what they were doing. Like, the only time that you hear about her like partying and whatnot was just the whole New Year's Eve party thing. Ever since then, it's not like she goes for all that much social interactions. Like, she doesn't go for meals with Musis or Saria as you read throughout the story. She really just lives for herself. So, it's almost like a story that expresses the importance of having a family, I feel. Like, well, whether it doesn't have to be a blood-related family is the interesting thing. None of the families that you hear about in this story are necessarily... Like, Ifrit's and Rosmonte's Said family are not blood-related. And the one family that is of importance in this story that is blood-related is Kristen's, the Wright family. But in that case, they were lost. Rather than to turn her friends into her cornerstone, she decided not to do so. We still find it strange that during the manga, when she attends the conference, she was lively Saria. I think there's a reason for that. I think it's because she's always wanted to fulfill her goal, but she doesn't know how to. When the conference happened, it felt like she was advancing way faster than she could ever think. You know what I mean? Like, she successfully can get the fundings that she needs, like, even though she has an inheritance and whatnot. But the conference made it such that people were accepting of her idea, and she was just very, very glad. Yes, exactly. It could also be because it's only moments or days, like the conference that was done in the manga was very shortly after she met Fristen for herself. And that gave her happiness. Because she found an answer. She wanted to then drive all the way to her answer. So I think as a result, Kristen doesn't feel that she doesn't, because of her anti-socialness, it almost feels like a character that you cannot exactly feel for. But I think the feat that she achieved is, as what the story puts, undeniably amazing. Is she gonna cause havoc through the world? Absolutely. Like, guys, if our sky broke today, what the fuck, bro? Like, that is not expected at all. So, her breaking the sky to reveal the universe that's beyond is very big for everyone. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I'm going to show you guys this. Adios. Maybe she's gone into the black hole. Hey, I think I didn't log into Enfield today. Oops. It's already past the daily reset. Oh else. What do I think of Preston, you say? Confusing. I don't think it explains enough to me. I get that he was a very early form of humanity, which goes to say that humans were the first people on land. Were they a race, or were they the first people? And then as a result, right, you know, I've always find it, okay guys, it's a genuine question. It doesn't have to be anything weird or sexual, alright? But this story made me bring up an old question I've had about AK. That is, if humans were to first exist, or something along that line, did they screw animals to produce these races we have today? I'm not saying this as a thing that is like... I don't know. It was a genuine question. It was a genuine question. There has nothing weird to it. Audrian turned animals into humans. Yeah, but they don't. Not everybody at the race have Originium in them. Babel will give me an answer. That's what I thought. I think Babel might give me an answer. Because it seems like I almost feel like I have a wild theory. Did Terra just get hit by an absolute Originium asteroid or something? And then it killed all the humans. Or that it either that or evolved the humans. That's how it feels. That's like that's like what's on my mind right now. My mind is thinking that because of what Friston said about him being the first few life forms that's in the world, it almost feels like, because Friston is also a scientist, a proper human scientist. So what I'm thinking is, one, they couldn't prevent a disaster, is the first thing I'm thinking about. They can't prevent a disaster, and then it occurred, and it annihilated the humans, and that's why there's the whole sarcophagus things that we see, because there might have been an experiment as a means and a way to try to preserve human life. And then Doctor came about, the chosen one. That's one. Then I would assume that some humans did live. So the whole thing about the false sky just makes me think, before all these races all came about, did the humans manage to develop a sky that they hoped to protect Terra? That is what I'm thinking right now. And so for many years, it feels like people never knew that the sky had a shield. And they broke it. That's my theory. Okay, I'm just spouting a theory. I might be wrong. It's okay if I'm wrong. So I will have to read the later stories. It would have been so cool if I read Lonetrail on the spot, right? If I read Lonetrail on the spot on that year, and then I make predictions before all the other stories come out, because you guys know everything. Like, you guys who've read the story know your stuff. One day, guys, one day I'll catch up and I'll be able to theory. I'll be able to come up and construct things, but I'm not there yet. But yeah. Any other stuff that I like about the story? I think there's a lot of good things though. Saria believes in not having a loss of life. I think it wasn't so much about, like, it is definitely saving Kristen, you know, saving a friend. But I think Saria's ultimatum, like her number one thing is, whatever you do not let it lead to losing your life. You know, there's a reason why she can save Ifrit, there's a reason why she saves every children she sees. She goes all the effort to, like, send them to somewhere that they can be taken care of. And I think it's the same for Kristen, that he really, really just kept trying. It's interesting to see that Saria didn't cry. No. Ho Hayak is a messed up character, bro. Why is Ho Hayak everywhere? Actually, Ho Hayak is the most confusing character. She literally stuck every bit of a limb in every organization she can find. Yeah, and then because everyone thinks that they're helping her, and then when she says, "Oh, actually, no, I'm not helping you. I'm helping this guy," and then afterwards, when she thinks helping that guy, she's like, "No, I'm not helping you. I'm helping that guy." Like, huh? Oh yeah, breaking down when she can't understand Kristen was a bit sad. Why was she so shocked when she saw Terra? I'm very confused by that scene. All one big moon and another different planet. I'm just saying that Terra did not understand what they are. Like, they don't understand the logic of them being a planetary sphere. But that doesn't seem right, because Kristen has a planetarium. Unless it's more so scientists understand planets a bit more and the layman people don't. And so Ho Hayak being a more layman person. Yeah. Actually, you're right. Kristen only knew the concept of a universe because of Kristen. So weird. Actually, even the idea that we live on planet Earth always makes me uncomfortable. It's not a thought that I think about. It's such a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling to think that we're in a ball, and then everything outside this ball is empty. Like it's the fuck. My thoughts to Earth. But I get the shock. Like if everyone in the world lived in a life where we just visualize our world also as a flat Earth, or like we just think that everything is just connected in this whatever liminal space, and then one fine day NASA shoots out the news, we're in a ball! Like, what the fuck? Okay. But why did it matter to Hoheya that we're on a planet? Why would she be shocked by that? Like, what significance does it have to... Does it make her feel smaller? To think that he's obsessed with knowledge? I don't know. He realized Kristen was far ahead in her knowledge. Oh, I mean, yeah, at that point when she received the vision, she said like, oh, goddamn Kristen, you knew this without me. Her race is about passing on knowledge, and it was quite a big reveal. I see. Okay, Mumu as a character. Mumu was equally annoying though. She kept trying to help and stop the Doctor at the same time. Like, she wanted to do things for Kristen's sake, and then sometimes just think, but Doctor's such a nice guy. But then I also have my friend Kristen. Okay, fine, I'll help you first because it doesn't affect Kristen. Okay, now I'm not helping you because it doesn't affect Kristen. I think it was also the fact that, you know, the whole part where she said that she's very lonely and whatnot. She was seeking company, but she realized she couldn't really find company or solace in the form of Saria and Kristen. Because Kristen, for one, is very anti-social. Saria is not anti-social. Saria does not know how to treat people. So Mumu basically picked the wrong friends. Mumu didn't pick the right people that she kept hoping could become her friends. And she's lived that way for quite a while. So he's now on Rhodes Island, and she will now spy on you in the shower. Okay, there's the conclusion of Lonetrail. I think I'm done reviewing the story. Guys, I've always thought that her water arts is a very dangerous ability. The story of this is loneliness and companionship. Yeah. I think this story was less so about ethics, as we were mentioning. Like, Dorothy's Vision was a story about ethics, but this one wasn't about ethics. There's some idea of ethics, but it was more so on the people relationship side of things. So, yeah. And Jara's a pretty goated character. I wish Jara was playable. Well, Nasty became playable before Jara, surprisingly. I wouldn't have thought that Nasty would be playable before Jara. Imagine Ferdinand is playable. No way. There's no way we're gonna get Justin and Ferdinand. Right? But Jara looks like she can be playable. No hints of her being playable? Yeah, I agree. Ferdinand playable for loss? Nah. Okay lah, I think I'm done with the story thus far. What a good read. I'm glad I finally read Lonetrail. It's not my number one, by the way. If I had to rank AK stories that I read thus far, I don't think I would have placed it number one. I feel. I think there are other stories that has a higher placement. Like, I've read the manga better, even. Is in the Rhinelander Saga, is it number one? It's like if I graded Lonetrail, if every story had parameters for me to rank, like not an overall ranking, but like pace of writing, you know, suspense level, characterization. If like I had to grade on stuff, right, Lonetrail will have first place in certain categories. But I think when I put it as an overall standing, I wouldn't put it number one. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Lonetrail is a great story, but it wasn't a great saga. I'm still curious about Unrealized Realities. I really want to read it, so we'll enjoy it. Anyways, tomorrow I'll do Stronghold Protocol, and then I will also do... What the hell is happening tomorrow? No, the day after is Unrealized Reality. If you want me to pull for Nasty, let me know. I might stream Stronghold later than what I wrote in the server, because I might have something in the night. Not sure yet. And then I will be up earlier to film videos. Good night. Bye bye. Why you redeem gamble time? Ask me to remind me to refund. Am I participating in the tourney? No, I'm not. Bye.